This story will blow your mind. Everything will be here. Mysticism and fantasy, and games and esports, various flying vehicles in the form of an airship. There will be different locations, previously unknown spaceships, because this story will be based on a computer game. Districts, streets, and entire cities will be under the control of a computer game. This is a computer game like virtual reality. Players are completely immersed in it, and then they look for tips on the game. The many explosions and fights you will see and hear in this story will be practically real. Monsters in the form of dinosaurs and large lizards that ordinary high school students will need to defeat. At first glance, it seems like a normal game, but in reality, defeating them is not so easy. 1, 2, and even in groups of several boys fight in this game against monsters and try to kill and defeat them. Dragons are so strong that they have great firepower. The great power of fire and superpowers, as well as the great intelligence of monsters, allows them to fight on equal terms and be much stronger than humans. They are very difficult to fight. Players will have super powerful defense shields and various weapons. Together or in turns, the guys attack the monster and try to defeat it. If someone kills, then that player is eliminated from the game and from this virtual reality. All players fight to the last drop of blood. Everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to get to the next level of the game. Players receive injuries of varying severity. They hurt just as much in the game as in reality. Now you are seeing one of these fights where the boy in red clothes is trying to defeat a monster with a huge mouth and teeth. A monster in the form of a giant lizard opens its mouth, screams, and uses an energy field, simply pushing the player aside with a blast wave. It's immediately clear that the monster's energy has pretty much battered the player in red clothes. Yes, the blast wave caused a lot of damage to the player. So our story begins. The story is about a boy whose name was Orem. Hey, what an idiot. A young man in red clothes shouted, "What are you even doing? Can you use healing normally?" said a boy in red clothes. The second boy even began to sweat from fear. He was very afraid of the other players. Out of fear, the boy began to stutter. Sorry, please forgive me. The boy spoke in a frightened voice. A boy with dark hair and gray clothes was holding a spear with a green cross at the tip. I'll fix everything now. I'll fix it now. Sorry, the boy spoke. You need the blessing of the Holy Mother. The restoration of stamina is used. The boy said a spell and waved his spear upward. This place is called Kinesthetic Hyper VR Game. And remember this face, remember this guy, because our story will be about him. Everything happens in this game online. Ergosphere online. This is exactly what she looks like, ergo. A sphere is a region of space-time near a rotating black hole. It is located between the event horizon and the limit of staticity. It is here that players can choose any role for themselves. For example, such as accumulating experience, growing, and exploring this fantastic world. If you want, you can become a knight who can defeat the dragon, but this requires effort. Since defeating dragons is not so easy, the proof must be the head or skull of this dragon that you killed or defeated. In this game, you can become a magician capable of summoning huge golems. This is a separate time and players that we will talk about a little later. Let's move on. That's why, my friends, the motto of this game is to awaken a new personality. Just so you understand, more than 20 million users play this game. Players put on virtual glasses and are completely immersed in this world. In the game, players play with different roles and new experiences. They face various events, obstacles, and tasks. Players enjoy their fantasy life. However, our hero's role in this game is not to fight. He gets yelled at a lot. Other players are shouting at him. Hey, Lee Orem, can you finally heal me? Lee, as always, was modest. He didn't like being yelled at. He was afraid of this and began to stutter out of fear. Sorry, I'll do everything now, the boy said. But the player who stood opposite him was very nervous. Lee walked with his spear, on top of which was a green cross, tripped over a stone out of fear and fell with all his might onto the ground. He was a little clumsy. He would bleed his hands, fall on his face from a stone, and also injure himself. During the fall, the spear flew to the side. The role of the boy named Lee in this game was the most boring and joyless of all. The role in the game was called healer. The boy always watched others play, and at that time he healed them. Only a healer was chosen. The players who were in the game considered themselves superior to him. What has this idiot been doing for so long? The player in red clothes spoke. Hey, can you hurry up? The player spoke in black clothes, while the boys were indignant and said that the boy needed to hurry up to heal them. A huge lizard appeared behind them and began to spew fire from its mouth at them. The boys were surprised. Everything around was on fire. Damn it, we screwed up this 100% supreme skill. The players are pumped up. The fire was so powerful that the powerful blow of the explosive fiery wave lifted the boys into the air and threw them many meters back. They flew and turned over in the air. Lord, what the hell is going on? A boy named Lee screamed loudly. The blast wave threw him so far that he could not do anything, and there was continuous fire around him, only when the fire disappeared and everything calmed down. The players began to look around and see the scale of the tragedy. The system that controls the game began to speak. Minho died from a high-class dragon in the pasture. Kim died from a high-class dragon in their pasture. The game system continued to speak. Leo Riem died from a high-grade grassland dragon. It's not luck that we lost again, said one of the players. In fact, I think we will definitely be able to defeat this monster this time. The boy spoke while sitting on the ground. He held his crossbow in his hands, and his eyes were sad and tired. What are we missing? The boy thought. Something is clearly missing in the game so that we can turn the tide and defeat this monster. System, tell me, the boy said. How can I help you? The game system responded. The game system appeared as a pop-up window. This was a small LCD screen that provided information, or you could click on it and select the desired function. System remind everyone about retreat, the boy said. I understand, the system said. The player thought and began to wait for a response from the gaming system. Every time the team reached this level, it lost. This boy was looking for who is to blame. The next level of the game brought players to a green clearing with large blocks of stones. Leorium, this is your level, the player said. It was still very quiet at this level. There was no sound, there was no rustling, and there wasn't even a strong wind. Unexpectedly, the boy named Lee received a very strong blow to the face. The blow was so strong that it knocked him off his feet, and the boy flew to the side. Lee fell on his back, arms outstretched to the sides. He screamed in pain. The black-clad player stood and watched as a boy named Lee fell and suffered. Lee Orium, are you a complete idiot? You can't even heal us, but you are the healer in this game. A player dressed in black shouted, If you had done everything right, we could have caught him, but you ruined everything, you fool. The boy was swearing. Leorium was very upset. The boy was upset and in great pain. Guys, I'm really sorry. This won't happen again. Did he say? You're sorry. Do you think one pity is enough? The player in black clothes was indignant. He was very angry and therefore swung his leg to hit the boy. Lee grouped his body with his arms and covered his face. The black-clothed player practically kicked Lee Boy in the face with his foot. We stopped him at that moment. Another player shouted loudly, Stop quickly! Have you forgotten that we are inside the game? The second player spoke. So it won't hurt. Here, the wounds literally make themselves felt for a few seconds, then everything is fine. The boy spoke in a serious voice. Indeed, you are right, said the player in black clothes. I'll beat him tomorrow at school. It will be much stronger and more painful for this fool. Maybe then he'll learn to play. The boy either looked up at the player with a frightened gaze. Young, please forgive me. He said if it was a boy. He looked very frightened and depressed. Lee continued talking. I understand. Sorry, because of me, we lost the game when we could have won it. We say boy. I apologize and will try not to do this again. The player named Hyun stood with an indifferent face. At this point, the healer continued to apologize. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. This won't happen again. The boy spoke. The second player stroked his ego. He listened as the healer apologized and smiled. He felt superior to this boy. Young tapped the healer's back and said, Okay, don't worry. The games are just for fun anyway. Things can always go wrong, right? I asked Young. Yes, you are right, the boy answered. The boy relaxed a little and laughed. And the eyes of the boy named Hyung betrayed him that he had already come up with something not very good. This arrogant and cunning look gave him away. Hyun looked carefully with indifferent eyes at the guy who only played the role of a healer in the game. Listen to me, said the player Hyung. In any case, even if it's just a game, You will take responsibility for your mistake, am I right? What do you mean? I don't understand you, the healer asked excitedly. I want you to prepare 600 high-quality potions. This is all you must do just for us. We should receive it tomorrow by 8 o'clock in the evening. The boy Hyung continued talking. 600 servings of potions? Moreover, it is of high quality. The healer was outraged by such a large request. The boy tried to explain to the player, that's more than 300,000 in cash. How can I even do this myself? You understand that this is simply unrealistic, right? The boy was indignant. The players met on the street. Hey, we agreed to play today with the boys from Shindong School, right? Said one of the players. Is this Shindong High School? Will there be girls? Asked the player in red clothes. May the most beautiful ones come today. The player spoke. Great, I agree then. Let's meet at Hyun's karaoke then. Yes, let's do it at 10 o'clock. The players discussed all this, and Lee stood and listened to the matches by name. Hey, Lee Orium, why are you frozen there? Relax. The game is over, so you can relax. We won't touch you here, one player said. We will trust you and leave the game first. Fine? One of the players asked the boy. Just don't forget to make 600 high-quality potions. 600 potions, no less. Remember that. We need this for the game. The players said that the boy was simply shocked and upset. I myself know what will happen to Togo if you don't do all 600. If you don't have the required amount of potion, you won't be happy. The players said to the boy, and one by one they began to leave the game. The boy was just upset and in shock. To be honest, I didn't know what to do. 600 high-quality potions? The boy spoke. As an ordinary healer in the game, he can organize all this himself. Was he indignant? No matter how much I think about it, even if I play all day, I can only make 300. The healer thought and spoke out loud. The boy was very upset and held his head. Did the boy understand that this task was very serious? If he does not fulfill it, he will be punished. In this game, he was intimidated by all the players. Like, if I can't do anything, I'll definitely be beaten. And it will be exactly the same as last time. It won't be in the camp. It will be in reality. It will be painful and unpleasant. I hate this game. Was the boy indignant? He held his head and did not know what to come up with and how to complete this task. System, maybe you can help me and answer my question, asked the boy who could barely stand on his feet. I'll try. How can I help you? The game's computer system asked. I have one idea, the boy said. I want to leave this world where I am a healer and enter an alternative world. The system rebooted and began to respond. Is it a player, okay? It's good to quit the game. Log out. Create a minor character. He said it was a computer system. The system kept rebooting the role of a boy named Lee. The voice of the system was heard again. Quit the main role of the healer. The boy did not expect that this system would allow him to do this. His eyes were simply shocked. The boy thought, and sweat appeared on his cheek out of fear. I get very tired when I use another class. In any case, this is the only way I can get everything done by tomorrow, the boy said. The computer system continued to talk. So, you are logged out. Minor Hero Avengers class. Login is complete. And just a few seconds later, the match, named Lee, took on a completely different look. He got a nice black suit. He already looked like a real player, like a real fighter. The computer system continued to talk. Player, please be careful. You may feel tired due to the difference in classes. I understand you, the boy replied. Lee raised his head up and looked at the sky. Well, the system tell me. Where should I go now? The boy asked whether... You are transported to a high-class dungeon. This is a completely new level for you. As a player, you have never been here, said the boy's computer system. This level was a little creepy. Let me remind you that the high-class dungeon is called the Red Abyss, the computer system said. There were already completely different monsters at this level. There were players who fought with a giant monster that had wings on the back and eyes on its head. Purple and white flashes were all over the sky. It was like ball lightning, the lightning that this monster released from its large mouth with giant teeth. The monster fired this lightning directly at the players. The players defended themselves with whatever they could. Someone had super strength, someone simply put up protection or a shield. Hold on until the next final move. The player with blonde hair shouted, "Then we'll get to it!" The player shouted and held his shield very tightly with both hands. "Okay," the other players answered. It was scary and unclear how this monster would behave. He exceeded the height of the players several times. He was wider and had much more strength. His fist alone was the size of any of the players' heads. The monster swung his large gray fist and began to point it from above at the players, who were on the ground near his feet. At the same time, he made very ferocious and terrible sounds. The player, who had blonde hair, stood and held the protective shield very tightly with both hands. Lightning and a blast wave were already flying towards him. There was a very strong blow from above. The protective shield flew to the side and broke, and from the force of the impact, many players simply flew off in different directions, screaming in pain. It was a blow from above, the players shouted. The monster hit the ground with his fist so hard that the stones flew in different directions, as if after a large explosion from an aerial bomb. Suddenly, the computer system spoke. "Dear players, 2 party members died due to a premium Balrog. That 2 people at once in one blow," the yellow-robed player shouted angrily and indignantly. "What should I do now? We can't handle it," the girl screamed. The player in yellow clothes concentrated and began to think. We are thinking he had no more than a few seconds. From excitement, the underside of his face began to appear. "I came up with an idea, I'll do it," the yellow-clothed player shouted. "Nuna, using her resurrection skill at this time." "What did you say? Wait, stop!" the girl screamed. The computer system spoke again. Super dream interpretation speed improvement skill used. Suddenly, the yellow-robed man swung his sword and used this ability. It was very difficult for him to fight this monster. The energetic force pushed him away from him. He tried his best to cut through this energy with his big ball. With all his might, the yellow-robed player fought as hard as he could. "If I do this, I will take all the attention," the yellow-robed player shouted loudly. "Then that will give us some time." At this moment, the monster was already swinging its giant fist to deliver a crushing blow. "Damn it! Why doesn't my strength take him?" the player shouted indignantly. He saw the monster's fist flying towards him to hit him. "Damn it, I get it. His rank is higher than I thought," the player in yellow shouted. He defended himself with his sharp sword from the monster's blows. I stood on the sidelines and watched this battle. A boy named Lin. He was already in a different role. He was already a completely different player. The system began to speak. The skill of devotion to revenge is an anti-barrier. The endurance skill is damage absorption. This skill is also used. You survived and entered the battle to help the player in yellow clothes. He jumped and stood in front of the blow and took it upon himself. He reflected with his ball every lightning bolt that the monster released. The boy, jumping and flying, waving his weapon, repelled every blow of this large monster. "What? Who is this?" Not understanding what was happening, the player in yellow clothes shouted. "Oh, who is this? Who is it?" The girl looked at the new player with big, surprised eyes. And at this time, the player named Lee fought simply like a real fighter. He parried the monster's blows one after another. His gaze was focused on every blow. Suddenly, there was a big explosion and a flame of fire, and also a flash of light illuminated everything around. The giant monster made terrible sounds. He wanted to grab the boy, but he managed to cut off his hand with one powerful blow. Then our hero jumped, hovered in the air, and dealt another crushing blow to the second hand of this monster. He fought like a ninja. There was just a terrible sound and scream. In pain, the monster opened its mouth wide, stretched its tongue forward, and screamed. Saliva and Save the Monsters flew in different directions. His eyes glowed red. The boy named flipped through to finish off this monster. He jumped so high that he was just at the level of this giant's head. He cut off his hands one by one. The boy has full concentration on this fight. He watched the monster's every move. Now he liked being a player. It's better than being a healer. The boy was so fast in his movements and strikes that the monster did not have time to follow him. From the outside, it seemed that the boy was everywhere. The boy jumped so high that he was at the level of the monster's head. With one powerful blow of the ball, he cut off the rock from the head of the giant monster. Rock flew off to the side, and the monster screamed even louder in pain. The players A boy and a girl stood aside and looked at everything that was happening with a surprised look. They were shocked by such movements, strength, and fighting. "This is just crazy," the girl said in surprise. "I think that guy is really, really good at our game." "What do you mean it seems?" the player in yellow clothes asked loudly. "If this guy is able to defeat a Balrog on his own, playing as a hero of such a difficult class, then he is simply the best," said the guy in yellow clothes. "Play as a hero of such a difficult class. He must be an outstanding player. I'm telling you this for sure." The player in yellow continued to talk to the girl. "Or maybe he is a player from an Asian server?" The monster clenched his teeth in pain. His eyes burned even brighter. The monster clenched his fist tightly, which began to crack, and white light began to appear from the cracks. A moment later, the fist of this giant monster simply began to collapse and explode. And from each of the cracks, there was an explosion and a bright white light. Pieces flew off in different directions. The monster began to make terrible sounds. His strength was leaving. Only one eye was already burning. The giant monster began to fall apart just in front of our players. Suddenly the girl screamed, "Lord, what is this? What's happening? What is he doing? This is the Balrog's ultimate strike." The coffin in yellow clothes screamed loudly. Unknown energy and fire of an unknown color began to approach them. It was the fire of God. This fire was used by the monster at the end. Fire which allowed it to heat and melt everything that came in its path in a matter of seconds. The boy named Lee stood confidently, holding his sword in his right hand. He was in complete control of the situation, this fight. Energy and all the fire flew towards him. There was a huge explosion, and everything was illuminated by a flash. Smoke and stones flew in different directions. The eardrums simply burst from the terrible sound and explosion. The players, a girl and a boy in yellow clothes, organized their shield in a matter of seconds. It was energy protection from fire. The monster did not want to give up in this battle. With his terrible scream, he created large vibrations in the air. Thus, it put pressure on the players. The blue and purple fire began to approach our players like a big paw. The monster wanted to grab the players with this fiery paw and burn them in a second. The boy put his left hand on one knee, put it forward, and it was a kind of shield from fire. Mrs. Fire, stones rained down on our player. Lee was very focused. The system began to speak again. An innate passive skill of the Avengers class player, a flower that blooms at sunset. If your stamina drops below 80%, you will receive a 50% increase in strength at the 10th second. He looked at the monster and assessed the situation. In order for me to finish, I will combine the passive skill and the ultimate strike. The boy thought to himself. Something unimaginable began to happen around our player. Fiery crosses made of hot metal began to appear in the ground and rocks. It resembled a red-hot sword with a giant hilt. It seemed that this metal was heated to the limit. "Dead Pavane," the player named Lee shouted. A second later, there was a powerful explosion because all the hot objects, crosses, and swords flew into the body of this monster. The blast wave threw the boy several meters away from the large monster. The boy looked around to see what was going to happen. After all, he had never managed to win in this monster game before in his life. Previously, his task in the game was called a healer, and now he fought like a real warrior. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed with all its might. He was torn into pieces, and his flesh flew in different directions. The monster began to collapse in front of the players. Then the boy Lee watched this. Chests of gold, bags of gold, some kind of precious papers, and parcels began to pour out of the body of the giant monster. Lee stood and watched as chests of gold fell straight from the sky to his feet on the ground. There was a lot of gold. "Thank God I succeeded," the boy said out loud. There was sweat on his face from fatigue. It was a bit difficult. The boy said out loud. Lipa returned to the other players and said, "Guys, sorry. I didn't want to interfere with your fight. It just kind of happened that way." The players, a girl and a boy in yellow clothes, stood with their eyes wide open in surprise. "No, it's okay," the girl said. "You could actually die here right now." The girl continued talking. "Then I guess I can pick up one of the Rock Balrog rewards," he said and laughed. "After such a fight, you can take everything that is here," the girl said. She was still in shock. "How would you like a kind person but to me. Everything is not necessary. One is enough for me. He said if it was a boy. The boy picked up a certain square object that was of great value. If I sell it, I can buy more than 600 high-quality potions, the boy thought. The girl and the boy in yellow clothes were still in shock after such a crushing victory by this unknown player. They looked at each other and did not understand who he was. Boy Lee was about to leave the game when other players stopped him. Wait, the girl screamed. Wait, listen to us, the player in yellow clothes said loudly. What did you want to say? Lee asked. Listen, friend, would you like to join us? We will do our best to support you, said the player, a boy in yellow clothes. The boy was embarrassed. He didn't know what to answer. This is, of course, cool and great, but I'm still in high school. You see, I need to go to school, the boy said. I have to go to school, so anyway, you did a good job. I'll go first with your permission, the boy said in a satisfied voice. Yes, we don't mind, but then at least accept us as friends, said the player in yellow clothes. Sorry, not today. The boy answered in a timid voice and tried to quickly leave the game. He didn't want any unnecessary questions. The rest of the players did not understand him and were shocked again. The boy was in a hurry and his walking turned into a backing. At this time, the players, the boy and the girl, became very upset. They thought that he refused them because they were losers. Losers 100%. The boy began to think, if I play with other players, it will be difficult to stop in the middle. This game is addicting to me. The boy walked up to the pop-up LCD monitor and asked the system, System, what time is it now? It's 23 hours and 20 minutes now, the system responded. Why can't it be this late already? The boy asked indignantly. I screwed up. I still need to prepare my homework and wash my things, the boy said. System, then help me. System, exit the game and shut down. But fast, he said if it was a boy. Performed. The computer system responded. Leaving the game, the boy thought about it. So first, I'll put the things in the wash, and then I'll sit down for my homework. There isn't much of it, so it shouldn't take a little time. The game system began to speak again. Notifications for you. What? Loud indignantly asked if it was a boy. The system continued to talk. Do you really want to leave this hero's world? Yes or no? What is this? This has never happened before, did you ask? Probably some kind of mistake. The boy thought and pressed the yes button to exit the game, to get out of this hero's world. Will you regret your decision, yes or no? The system asked again. What? Why does she keep showing up? The boy wondered. Do I need to check the server status? The boy said. And the game was already sending him back to the world. The game brought the boy back to the city and into reality. Where were the houses and cars? Where was the school? And homework needed to be done. The game brought the boy straight back to his home. It was already late and the lights were on in the windows. The boy was sitting in a chair. He was wearing virtual reality glasses. Through his headphones, he heard the computer systems talking to him again. Game over. You can take off your helmet and glasses. The boy took off his virtual reality glasses and exhaled. In this game, a lot of things happened to him that had never happened to him before in the previous game. He liked it, of course. I'm so sweaty in this game. I'm so tired that I just don't have the strength. The boy spoke out loud. He wiped his glasses with his t-shirt, which were also wet with sweat. I knew that playing as an Avenger would be very exhausting. I have to hurry. Do your homework and take a shower. My t-shirt is completely wet. Although I was just sitting in a gaming chair, the boy reasoned. I should definitely go to the shower first. I feel very uncomfortable. Did he say? The boy put his virtual glasses and helmet on the bedside table of his desk. After a moment, the helmet began to emit signals. The numbers of the letter, which were printed in gray, began to blink and glow red. The boy went into the shower with all of his strength. It dripped off his body as if it was raining. His eyes were tired. He couldn't even blink them. What's happening? I played for so long that my eyes were completely dry. The boy said out loud and began to rub his eyes with his hands. Then he removed his hands from his eyes and looked at them. His hands began to crumble like pixels in a game. This scared him. What is happening to me? What's wrong with my body? The boy screamed in horror. He looked at his body and his hands, which crumbled into small particles in the air. His body crumbled into small pixels and particles. Pixels began to circle around his body. What the hell is going on here? The boy screamed in horror. Then he looked at his hand, and his fingers were just falling off. Then the arm near the elbow began to fall off. The boy looked at what was happening to him, what was happening to his body, and was terribly scared and screamed at the top of his voice. Particles and pixels flew straight toward the virtual reality helmet. The virtual reality glasses continued to lie on the table and make a peak sound. Data transfer, system diagnostics, biometric verification completed, translation 224 completed, process of change. These were the phrases the boy heard at that moment from his virtual reality glasses. The change process is complete. The system continued to speak. The boy began to look at his hands and body with a surprised look. His body began to take on a normal appearance. What happened? What's wrong with my body now? Surprisedly, he asked, "Is it a boy?" He clenched his fist and realized that he had simply wild power in his hands now. He began to look at his body in the mirror and see that his muscles had grown. Biceps and triceps appeared on my arms. Face. My face became different. I don't look like I do now. The boy spoke in surprise and touched his face with his hand. Avenger? Have I really turned into a vigilante? Characters from the game. Was the boy surprised? And literally a second later, the boy became very ill. He was sweating and clutching his mouth with his hands. The eyes just bulged out. A second later, he fell to his knees and vomited. He felt as bad as ever. The boy was in Corvalol and was twisting himself inside out, like in the most severe poisoning. After the boy felt a little better, he sat down and thought, what the hell is happening to me? Why is this happening to me? The Lee boy turned sharply and looked at the virtual reality glasses, because a voice began to come from them again. Adaptation of materials is 78% complete. What? I asked indignantly. The virtual reality cars continued to talk. The error field statistic is 0.23%. Judgment of ability to participate in missions. No problems found. From this moment, your training will begin. The virtual reality glasses continued to talk. The fox boy looked at his game helmet in surprise. Education. Out of fear and surprise, Lee began to stutter again. It was scary and unclear what was happening. What do you mean? The boy asked indignantly. He asked and reached out with his hand to take the virtual reality glasses. As soon as the boy touched his gaming helmet with virtual reality glasses, he seemed to be transported to the street where the houses were located. Barefoot, in only pants and a t-shirt, he found himself on the roof of a tall building. There was a strong wind blowing around him, and there was some smoke. With frightened eyes, the glue boy looked around and assessed the situation. This had never happened to him before. He didn't know how to react, or what would happen next. He looked at the whole city from the roof of a tall building. What is this? Why am I here? What am I doing here? The boy asked questions. The boy began to sweat from excitement. Wasn't I in Nuna's room? He asked loudly if it was a boy, but so far there has been no answer. The system was also silent. How did I even get here? This is simply unrealistic. Maybe this is someone's cruel joke, or maybe I'm just dreaming. I'm dreaming, the boy thought. Suddenly, a large monster with thin legs appeared behind the boy. The monster had very large teeth, and a red light was burning in its forehead. It was clear from the boy's expression that he was very surprised. The appearance of this monster was unexpected for him. The monster opened its mouth wide, with large white teeth. He stuck his tongue out to the side, and drool was dripping from my teeth. The red eye shone even more. Can't be. This is a monster of a game, he said if it was a boy. Black monster, the boy said out loud. The monster was already moving with all its paws towards the boy to attack him. He growled and made unpleasant sounds. Damn it, what's going on? This can't be true. Why is the black monster from the ergosphere located here? This is the real world, he said loudly, if it was a boy. The black monster was indeed real. He moved very quickly toward the boy to attack him. At the same time, he always made frightening and terrible sounds. The black monster pushed off strongly from the ground and jumped at the boy. It reached out to his body with its front paws. The monster opened its mouth and extended its long tongue. Suddenly there was a very large explosion. The roof of this tall house was completely on fire. Stones from the house were flying in different directions. The explosion was so powerful that the blast wave sent the boy in the video flying straight off the roof. His whole life flashed before his eyes. He screamed loudly in fear. The young man was flying down at a very high speed. It turned over several times in the air. He continued to scream at the top of his voice in fear. Lee fell and immediately rose to his feet. He felt the bodies with his hands and was surprised. What happened? How was I able to stay alive after falling 5 floors down? The young man looked around. He saw large stones from a blown-up house lying on the street. The stones were still falling from top to bottom. "Am I in a dream?" the boy said. The building suddenly exploded. People were talking and discussing. What happened? Can anyone tell? It was a gas explosion. No, this is the exact reality that I know, but how could this happen? Did I ask myself? At that moment, a black monster fell on the boy from above. He stretched his paws forward and was ready to attack again. The young man was still feeling the body with his hand and did not understand why there was not a scratch on it. And at that moment, the monster, with a strong blow of its paw, made the earth shake. The monster hit the ground with its fist, thereby causing an explosion near the boy. Lee was thrown to the side by the blast wave. He was spun in the air 360 degrees. From pain and fear, he began to scream again. The boy sat down to catch his breath. He began to think. At the moment, I don't understand what's going on, but I definitely need to escape from this monster. What's going on there? The girl with blonde hair spoke. "I have no idea anything happened to the ground," the man in red answered. The impact on the ground was so strong that the cement overheated and exploded. The man continued talking. "Are you a complete idiot? How can cement explode?" The girl answered. "Excuse me, what are you doing? Why don't you run away? Did you ask? Why are you standing and not running away? Why don't you hear me?" "There's a monster running there," the boy spoke indignantly. "Hey, I'm sorry," he said, boy, and touched the shoulder of the man in red. "I'm sorry, you need to run," did he say. "Lord, what was that?" In a scared voice, the man in red asked. "What exactly?" the girl asked again. "Well, I felt something touch my shoulder." The man in red continued to speak in a frightened voice. "Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing there." "Are you drunk?" the girl said. "No, it's true. I even got goosebumps," the man said. Lee was very surprised at that moment. "What? These people don't see me or that monster?" People didn't see anything, and at that time, a large monster was already standing behind Lin. He opened his huge mouth, which was full of white teeth in several rows. From this monster, tongues of fire flew in different directions. The young man saw out of the corner of his eye that the monster was standing behind him again, while the boy did not know what to do. At this moment, the monster revealed his passion. Once again, his tongue was like a cannon, which shot out a fiery ball of lightning. Then the monster spread its paws and screamed loudly. Opening his mouth, he began to shoot ball lightning. Everything around began to explode. Stones flew in different directions. There was only one thing Lin didn't understand. Why do people just stand there and not move? Why don't they run away? Are they not scared? Or do they really not see or see the monster? A second later, there was a loud explosion. The explosion was so powerful that it lit up the entire street with fire. The boy was thrown to the side by the blast wave. Out of surprise of pain and fear, he clenched his hands tightly on his chest and screamed. What the hell is going on here? Where did this monster come from in ordinary real life? What does he need? Perhaps this is connected to me now? I don't understand how I can restore it. I thought, young man. Lee sat on the ground with bare feet and watched the ground burn and melt around him. People began to cover their faces from the fire. Everything around was tense to the limit. People began to scream in panic and ask for help. What the hell is going on here? Did they scream? Someone call an ambulance and the police. Let's run quickly. People continued to scream in panic, and the monster was approaching the boy on its paws. Someone died here. Call an ambulance. People were screaming. Run away quickly. A boy named Lee shouted loudly. We need to run away. I have to run away. Run or hide. Something needs to be done urgently. The boy spoke. Lights began to come on everywhere. In the windows of houses. We need to get away from him as quickly as possible. We need to run. Run as fast as possible. The boy screamed loudly and ran barefoot down the street with all his might. You need to run and survive at any cost, have you thought? And at that moment, the boy got hit in the face. The monster hit him in the face with its big fist. After that, there was another blow and another. The monster continued to beat the boy with its fangs. The blows were so strong that it flew up. The young man tried to dodge the powerful blows of the monster. But the trouble was that the monster had not 2 hands, but much more. Therefore, it was unclear where the blow could have come from. And again, another strong blow from the fist hit the boy in the face. He could not dodge this powerful blow. It was very strong and painful. The boy fell to the ground from the blow and looked at the monster. "What do you want from me?" Did the boy scream? But the monster was silent for now. Still, the young man lay on the ground and looked at the sky. He was completely beaten. His face was completely covered in blood. "I'll probably die," the boy thought. Lee began to remember. He recalled that every time he was unable to escape, he recalled how his classmates beat him. "They beat me every time, and every time I can't give them back. I don't have the strength or courage to do this." Did the boy remember? "And this happens every time. Damn it. Am I really incapable of changing my life? Am I really incapable of anything?" The boy got angry. "What the heck? What did I do to deserve all this? Why me?" Indignant and shouted loudly, and the monster was already swinging to deliver further blows. In complete despair, the boy put his hand forward, spread his fingers, and became very angry, looking at the monster that would hit him in a moment, and suddenly a protective field formed around his palm. It was a red circle inside of which was a 7-pointed star. This energy field hit the monster very hard. What happened? What was this feeling? The boy spoke in surprise and looked at his hands. "Isn't this the same feeling as when I use a skill in a game? This defense skill is red spikes. So stop. Training, black monster, and skills. It must be this," the boy thought. The monster stood on its paws and looked at the young man. Not so boldly, he slowly crept towards him. Slowly crawled up. The monster opened its mouth and shot fire and lightning at the young man. Everything around became heated and even stones fell. Lee stood to the side and lightning flew past him. His defense was in effect. His energy field protected his body. It was necessary to act and do something urgently. Lee thought for a moment. He didn't know what else he was capable of. And suddenly the boy remembered. He remembered the game. He remembered a passive skill called a flower blooming at sunset. The young man put his left hand forward and a fire lit up on it. There was a crash and they say they didn't fly apart in different directions. As I thought, I don't know how it all works, but it all relates to the online ergosphere, did he say? The boy could now make flashes with his own hands. Fire flashes. With one movement of his hand, he could heat metal and stones. If this is the case, then the only way I will survive this situation is to kill them all. Did he say it? The young man began to fight the fire that was flying at him from the monster. With the help of his sword, he cut through space and fire. The monster didn't give up. He continued to make terrible noises and strike the boy. At the moment, the boy named Fox focused on this fight. Now he understood that everything was like a game. The main task is to win. The main task is to defeat and kill them all. Only this can save his life. Therefore, running away and hiding is not an option. Lee measured practically not breathing. He concentrated and carefully watched every movement of the monster. The boy's face was practically covered in blood. Lee held his sword in front of him and was ready to strike. The monster accelerated and jumped on him. "Skill! The ghost sword skill has appeared! Did you shout loudly?" The young man raised his sword up, and a large red devil appeared behind him. The critical skill is the Phantom Sword of Vengeance. It reduces defense from 0 and dramatically increases critical strike for 5 seconds. And the skill to use. Lee shouted and began waving his sword. The monster was already landing to grab that boy, and then our hero struck him with his sword. The giant monster flew away with terrible screams. His head was cut almost in half. At this moment, the boy named Lee even smiled. Is this all? Did I destroy him? The boy began to ask questions to himself. There was a monster lying on the ground. His head was actually split in half by the sword. The eye that was on the forehead no longer glowed red. That's all. Yes, I won, the boy asked loudly. The black monster is a mid-level monster. Suddenly, the liquid crystal screen behind the boy lit up. This is a pop-up computer window that gives hints and information you need. The computer window popping up began to speak. Congratulations, Mr. Lee Oram. You have completed the learning task. Very cool. Thank you. Isn't this a system? The boy asked, just like in the game. The pop-up kept talking. Mister, please collect your quest rewards. Awards. What awards did you receive? For what? The boy was surprised and asked. I stood in front of the screen and chose. He read everything that was written. Choose a reward. Next return button in 45 seconds. Money, glasses, box. Lee thought about it and began to scratch his beard. Does this mean that I will receive a reward if I choose one of the three? Think, boy. How interesting. So I will receive a cash reward, but what about the random box status points? Did you ask? Choose quickly. Yeah, make your choice. You have 30 seconds left. If you do not select before the end of time, then the reward will be selected automatically. Then return to the beginning, the screen said. Wait, don't rush me. Let me see, did he say. He began to scratch his beard again and began to think, what should I do? What should I choose? In such moments, it would be better to choose money first. This is the most useful reward right now, the boy thought. You only have 10 seconds left to think, the program said. Lee became worried and screamed loudly. Wait, do not rush me. Did he say it and think about it? I don't know, I'll just go ahead and choose anyone, the boy said. He pressed the button. You have chosen a reward. Now the return will begin, the program said, and everything began to be covered with a green energy field. The young man was surprised. From the ground, like a large, wide column of green light energy, it began to make its way up into the sky. A room appeared before his eyes. Was this the boy's room? Desk, gaming chair, and virtual reality glasses? And so the energy field led him along its waves straight into the room. He began to return home. And then suddenly, from a height of about a meter, the boy fell on his back. It was all over. The energy carried him back home. Am I back? I'm home. There's no catch. If I open the door, the monster will not stand. I would really like to believe this, the boy thought. Yes, this is definitely my home. Everything is quiet and calm here. All things are in my place. I looked around and wondered if the boy was named. His face was still covered in blood. From fatigue, sweat flowed down his face. Suddenly, the virtual reality glasses began to buzz and make strange vibration sounds. One day has passed. The boy rested. I gained strength. The next day there was excellent sunny weather. They started broadcasting it on the news. Unfortunately, there were casualties due to an unknown explosion near the Shindaban station. After the police and fire department investigate the cause of the incident, suspicions fall on indiscriminate terrorism. All witnesses are wanted. Lee made himself a breakfast of toast. As expected, what happened yesterday was not a dream or a hallucination, the boy thought. This all definitely happened. All this happened to me, and it happened in reality. Did he remember how he sat on the street, and it was as if lava from a volcano was flowing around him? Lee, I'm home, a voice came from the front door. The boy held 2 plates of breakfast in his hands. My God, how tired I am. The woman who stood near the door spoke. She took off her shoes and put on house slippers. Did anything happen last night? She asked. Oh, sister, hello. Welcome back. The boy named Lee said, smiling. Are you tired on the night shift? He asked his sister. Let's quickly take a shower and have breakfast. I just cooked some really delicious food. But anyway, I hope it's delicious. Did you tell your sister? The sister froze and looked at the boy carefully. I'm sorry, but who are you, young man? Sister asked in a serious voice. Lee got a little nervous. Horror, I thought this would happen, the boy thought. Sister, I'm Lee Oriam, your brother. You don't recognize me, the boy asked. The sister simply stood silently and looked at the young man with big eyes. It was unclear whether she was perplexed, shocked, or angry. Oh, that's it. Okay. Now, I know if you are my brother. If I found out, I'll say, yes, you are my brother. Did you really think I would say that? The sister asked menacingly, and took out a stun gun from her purse. His eyes were serious, so the shocker was already making crackling noises and electricity. The sister was ready to test this boy's strength. Who are you? Get freaky! The sister screamed loudly and stuck the stun gun right into her brother's body. Hey, what are you doing? It hurts! He shouted. Brother! Sister, wait, calm down. Just listen to me, everyone. I am really your brother, and my name is Oram. The boy spoke and reassured his sister. Do not lie to me. Do you hear? Don't lie. Sister screamed loudly. Explain to me how such a strong man like you can be my brother. My brother, Lee Oram, is weak, like a kitten, in the rain, Sister said. Wow, that's how Kim sees me. Have you thought? I understand what you are talking about. Yeah, do you mean my appearance? So what do I look like now? Let me explain. I woke up like this. Is it true? I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth, sister. In a confident voice, he asserted, oh, wait, please don't hit me with that stun gun again. Sister, I can say things that only you and I can know. Well, will this be proof? Listen to me. The boy spoke. Well, for example, I know that you hate carrots or seconds are cool. I know that your jaw hurts because you clenched your teeth tightly in your sleep. You forced yourself on a blind date and then complained while drinking that it was terrible, and you are cunning. You dug up a lot about me. The sister spoke in a dissatisfied voice. Why else keep talking? Sister said and presented the stun gun to her brother's body. Then listen to our parents' birthdays, the 23rd of June and the 14th of July. They both died in a car accident. And this morning, I begged you to take me to the amusement park and said a lot of rude words when you said no. I said a lot of rude words to you, and I still regret it. The boy continued talking. I hope you remember. This is my secret that I told only to you, sister. And then you and I immediately hugged each other tightly. Are you really my brother? Yes, but believe me, I myself don't know what happened to me. Suddenly, I don't know why my body became like this. Did he say? The sister put the stun gun aside and began to touch his face. Tell me, brother, where did you get these wounds? Sister asked. Tell me. Are you okay? Tell me, brother, are you okay? Sister asked. I'm fine, but they appeared when I woke up. To be honest, they don't even hurt. The boy answered. The brother thought about it. What happened yesterday? I don't want to tell my sister about it today. She will definitely be upset and worried. This won't work. Let's go to the emergency room now. You definitely need a doctor. Sister began to be indignant. Sister, wait, don't call an ambulance. I need it. Brother uploaded. For what? You have to check your body when this happens to you, Sister said. No, I don't want to check anything. Stop doing that. My brother spoke. Do you really think doctors will believe this? Sister, you're a nurse, said brother. This may be true, of course, but you should get it checked in case something strange has happened, Sister said. What if you are sick? Even if this is so, then I understand that you don't even know how to explain it, Sister said. Yes, I was already thinking about continuing to eat the same way for now, said brother. How's that? What about school? Do you think the teachers and other students will believe that you are an orem, Sister said? If they don't believe me, then I'll go to the hospital, my brother answered. I will undergo an examination and consultation. My God, you are so stubborn about such strange things, Sister said. Okay, if that's what you decided on drawing or school, and I will follow you and explain everything to the teachers. It is obvious that the nurse's words will sound more convincing than yours, Sister spoke. Even if you don't come with me, I still have my plan, he said. Brother, listen, Sister said. Maybe you should stop complaining and listen to your sister, or you will only listen to her after an electric shock. The sister threatened with a stun gun. I listen, I obey, my brother said as they walked to school. Hello, are our YouTube viewers still alive? The Orange Box channel will once again visit the mystical place and also show it to you, the man spoke. This place is the legendary Shindaban Street, the man said and smiled. I wonder why it's here in the morning. You fools, just take it. Don't be lazy and read the news that is happening in the world. Haven't you heard that there was a mystical explosion in the area? Do you think I should explain everything to you? In any case, the cause of the explosion is completely mystical. If anyone knows anything about this, then quickly call me and tell me. Could this be the beginning of the apocalypse? Are you saying I'm overreacting? Fine. Oh, okay, I like your objections. It was said in the news from YouTube. District Shendaban. This is, of course, quite far from here, the girl said. Maybe I should just go and check this place out, she thought as she looked at her phone. Hey friend, Kim Shewal. Hello to you, said the girl with dark hair. Hello? Well, I don't know about you, a girl named Kim answered. YouTube now, is there some funny video? Thank you, girl with dark hair. No, I just watch YouTube and various news, Kim answered. This video was just in the recommendations, so I decided to watch it. But to tell the truth, it turned out to be somehow childish, said the girl with blonde hair. Yes, YouTube has inexplicable algorithms. The girl with dark hair spoke. Anyway, Kim, is there anyone you want to meet? A guy from my school wants to meet you. said the girl with dark hair. Trust me, it doesn't matter. I'm not interested in such things, said the girl with blonde hair. And she saw a young man walking along the school corridor. It was a boy named Lee Oram. He was very good-looking and handsome. There were several scratches and abrasions on his face. The girl stopped in the corridor and looked at this young man. Wow, look how handsome he is. Who is this? Did we have such students at school? A girl with dark hair began to ask questions. I don't know. I've never seen him before. If he is going with an adult, he may have transferred from another school, the girl said to the neighbors with her hair. Hooray, I hope he will be in our class. The girl with dark hair was happy. Why do I feel like I've already seen it? The girl with blonde hair thought, turning around and looking at this guy. They came to the teacher's room. The sister looked at her brother and asked, Are you ready to come in? There will probably be a lot of questions. We can say that you are now undergoing a medical examination and that you yourself do not know the reason. Do you understand, sister asked. I understood everything, but, sister, my stomach hurts because we were in such a hurry. I'll go to the toilet, he said, brother, and headed to the toilet. Let's just quickly get there, sister said. I'll be back soon, my brother shouted loudly through the closed doors of the toilet. To be honest, even if my sister is a nurse, the teacher may not even believe her. A boy named Lee stood and thought about this. Instead, all suspicions may fall from me. The boy continued to think. In this case, I should use random boxing. Lid held a red stone in his hand. He remembered that he had once received a reward from the enro in the system, a box and 3 boxes. Now I need to use what I got, the boy thought, looking at the red stone. It was a selective skill crystal item. This is the ability to use a skill of another class with 60% proficiency once. Use an item. Have you thought? Suddenly the stone began to burn even brighter. The skill I'm using now will be the caster skill. It's an eye charm because Nalchik. This is a mind control skill. The stone began to sparkle and burn very strongly in his palm. The boy named Lee came out of the toilet and walked down the school corridor. He walked and thought. The skill, which was called Gallus of Charm, is usually used to make monsters your allies or to get buffs for NPS. Therefore, the boy had no idea how it would affect ordinary people. So, if possible, I will try to convince my teacher first. I hope he can trust me as much as he trusts my sister and understand my situation. I think it's a boy. In the corridor, they met a physical education teacher. He clasped his hands in front of him and looked at his brother and sister in disbelief. That's all. It's a failure. Have you thought? He was so frightened that his chin shook slightly, and his eyes became very large. Sweat beaded on his face. The physical education teacher became indignant. Of course, there are students who change beyond recognition after the holidays. Well, like this. No person would believe it if someone told him that someone could change so much in one night. Believe us, please, teacher. I, as his sister, say he is telling the truth. And I know that this is Oram. His face is different, but the way he talks and his voice is the same. Sister spoke. The physical education teacher began to scratch his head and think. I don't even know what to tell you to this. Even if you told me, I only see a completely different person here. The teacher said. Lee was very worried and scared. He began to think. As expected, even if my guardian is sister, it does not work. If I do not have any document proving my identity because my face has really changed too much. I have no choice then. I'll have to use skill to make him trust me, just like I planned from the beginning. The boy got angry and his eyes lit up red. The teacher soon came in and the school's deputy director came in. He was holding a cup of tea or coffee in his hands. The deputy director stopped, thought about something, and slowly drank his tea. Lee became very nervous. If I'm going to use this skill, maybe it would be better to test it on the deputy director, the boy thought. Then if he believes me, it will be very good. Then such a move may work that it will convince other teachers. Did the student think? Okay, time to try. Something definitely needs to be done. It would be much better to have someone on your side at this school as quickly as possible. The young man thought. It was as if something clicked in his head and his eyes lit up red. A skill called the Eye of Charm. Charm Eye skill used. A red energy field began to fly around the deputy director. Lord, what's going on? It didn't suddenly feel good, the deputy director said. He froze and looked at one point. The deputy director's pupils dilated, and a white heart burned inside. It was clear that the vice principal was already in love with this student. He already believed everything. In the teacher's room, the deputy director called the physical education teacher. "Teacher Chan, come to me." The deputy director turned to the physical education teacher. "Yes, deputy director, tell me what you wanted." "Thank you, physical education teacher." "I've been listening to your conversation for a long time, and that's what I thought," the vice principal said, and put his hand on the shoulder of the student named Lee. "Why don't we believe the student?" "Are you serious, deputy director? You can see that he is not at all like our student. He looks completely different." The physical education teacher spoke. Its appearance, such an important detail for a teacher. The deputy director got very angry and shouted, "I don't care what our students look like. Will a real teacher look for the true form hidden in his students and educate them?" "My God, what's going on?" the student asked himself whether. "It seems to me that something is wrong with him. I think he's just going overboard and overacting. Have you thought?" "So, Madam Guardian, what did you say earlier? You are his sister. Repeat what you said," asked the deputy director. "And you told me that the Orem student fell ill with a rare disease." "This is practically true," Sister answered, "although this is not entirely true because we do not yet know the final test results. The doctors said they needed to study my brother to find out more." "If you don't know the cause, then it means he has a rare disease. What else could it be if you don't know the reason in an era when even dogs were in space?" The deputy director said. "Teacher Chan, as a physical education teacher, you will continue to treat a student in your classes who has contracted a rare disease, or will you continue to doubt him?" The deputy director asked loudly. "No, of course not," said the physical education teacher. "Even if you say so, even if we all believe him, how will we explain this to other students?" The physical education teacher asked. The deputy director thought about it. He lowered his head and combed his beard. "Yes, now I understand you other students. Of course, this could be a problem. There may be confusion and misunderstanding among his classmates." The deputy director of the school said. "When there is no choice," deputy director said and adjusted his glasses. "When I take responsibility, explain everything to other students." "We will be leaders in the classroom. Follow me, teacher," the deputy director said and walked forward. "Deputy director, wait for me, please," said the physical education teacher, walking behind him. "This is a bit of a strange situation. My hope is that everything will be fine." "True, brother," he said. Sister looked at the boy. "Hope." Did he answer? "Another day has come, another day of school for our heroes to go through. Endure and make the plan work to be believed." The deputy director brought a student named Lee to class. "My friends, you all must take good care of our friend, whether our student or not," the deputy director said. The whole class looked at the boy in surprise. How surprised should the yeller be? The deputy director asked the children. Yes, guys, he became a completely different person due to a rare disease. Close your eyes and think. Just imagine the heart palpitations and confusion this boy must have right now. Look away. Do you look away and think? You just can't imagine, right? The deputy director continued talking. "And I actually just can't stop crying thinking about it," the deputy director said and burst into tears. The children were simply shocked. Almost every one of them started crying too. They were touched by the words of the deputy director. "This is something new, the deputy director is crying." One student said, "Wow, is he really crying?" Another student said. It was a shocking situation for the entire class. First of all, no one found out whether Orem. And secondly, the deputy director himself stood and cried in the classroom. The boy lowered his head and was very upset. "I think this is the end." The boy began to think and reflect to himself. "I think he will convince them with logic, but this is just emotion that won't convince anyone." "That's it, everyone calm down," said the physical education teacher. "I hope you don't remember, right? I hope you understand that he's sick. So, you should take care of this guy. As a student, can you take your place in the class? I'll talk to the deputy about this," said the physical education teacher. He calmed the deputy director, who was simply sobbing in the classroom. "Yes, okay, thank you. Did you answer?" The boy exhaled. "I wonder if I should just use my skill to say that I'm transferring schools, because young man." A second later, a girl in the class called our hero. "Hey, Lee Orem!" the girl said. "What did Lee say?" "What happened to you? Are you really that loser and loser?" The girl asked in surprise and with a smile. Yes, you guessed it was me, the boy answered. Are you telling me the truth? I'm not kidding. How can someone change so suddenly and seriously in one day? Thanks, girl. What happened before? What is this rare disease? The boy became thoughtful. There was an urgent need to answer something. I had heard before from my sister about acute change syndrome. You get it when you're under a lot of stress. No, it's not a disease. The student sitting next to him spoke. It's not funny at all. It is unrealistic for a person to change so much from some kind of stress. The student said, No, guys, it's true, said the student in the green jacket and tie. It turns out that due to stress, I've already had a similar experience. Is it true? The boy didn't think about it. I knew it. I thought that such speeches from the deputy director would not work. What should I do now? I've heard about this disease before, said the girl with blonde hair, and the boy immediately perked up. There is hope. He looked at this girl with surprised eyes. The girl looked at the boy named Lee with a very calm gaze. She propped her face on her palm and simply remained silent. Is this true? Where did you hear this? Where, she asked, a girl with black hair. I just heard one day from my dad when we were talking. I said the girl with blonde hair, a man who lived in one of the cities in Germany, woke up one day and saw that he had grown 12 centimeters and had a completely different face. The girl was telling the story. There was something wrong there in some organ that secretes hormones or something like that. The girl continued talking. Is it true or am I wrong? She asked our hero. Yes, that's right, the boy replied. You can just go crazy. Is this really true? Said the girl with dark hair. Incredible. Isn't that what you came up with? Said boy in the hood. Guys, why would Shiwa lie to us? You yourself know that her father is the head of a pharmaceutical company, so she hears such things at home from her dad. Said the girl with dark hair. Really? The boy with the hood asked. Of course, the girl answered. Lee Oram sat with very big eyes in surprise. It didn't happen the way he thought it would, but so far, everything is going very well. The boy thought, at first these guys think it's weird, but will they eventually get used to me in a new guise? Have you thought? I just have to find out how Yoon-hyun and his friends will treat me. I thought at that moment, if it was a boy, isn't he interested? Hey, Lee Orium, a girl with blonde hair called him quietly. What? The boy asked in a quiet voice. Tell me, do you have headphones? I would just like to listen to some music before class, said the girl with blonde hair. Yes, there are, but I've already used them. Is this normal? The boy asked. I don't care. I really don't care, the girl answered. Then keep your headphones on, the boy said. Thanks a lot. Tell me later if you need them, said the girl with blonde hair. The young man thought about it. Yes, indeed, if you think about it. Then I'm far from being the former student whom everyone knew before. I used to be quite short and just skinny to the bone, but now I have become bigger and have muscles. I'm athletic, so I hope that Yoon-hyung and his other friends won't bully me anymore. They will no longer pester and get into fights. They won't beat me anymore. No, absolutely not. The boy began to speak indignantly to himself. No more maybes. That's all for me. Now I can stand up for myself. Everything will change. Are you sure everything will change? Now I will make friends and go to school like everyone else. Did he tell himself? In this changed body, I can do this. 100% I can, he said to himself in a satisfied voice. Now I can really change that, the boy thought, and saw these three guys who constantly beat him at school. The boy looked at the three guys with a frightened look. Instinct kicked in, and he got scared again. Perhaps I thought too early that I could resist them, the boy thought. But why can't I do anything before these three? I can't move a single muscle. As always, I stand like a rag. How tired I am of all this. I think it's a boy. Why am I still afraid of these guys? Why? I can defeat almost any monster, but I am afraid of 3 students, as if I was about to be attacked. The students laughed. This is true. Have you become a different person? This is very unexpected. What do you want, Willie? Super soldier serum? One of the students said, and everyone laughed. Hey, Seong-hwan, please do with him what you did before. I want to see if he can handle it in his new body, one of the boys said. Great idea. To be honest, I want to do this too. I'm also very curious what will happen, and will there be anything at all? The student said. The student came up and grabbed our hero from behind. He grabbed him with his hand and began to choke him. The student performed a chokehold. With one hand, he strangled the boy, and with the other hand, he tilted his head. It was a good, strong move. Lee tried to break free. Well, try to break out of this, huh? Get out of my way, boy! The student spoke threateningly. Go ahead and do it, if you can do it with your new body. Shall we? Show some resistance. The student spoke and choked the boy even more. You're a damn loser. No matter what kind of body you have, you're just a loser. All the boys were screaming. Lee simply crouched down and grabbed his head. Evening came and it was already late. I had to return home from school. The boy was folding his school backpack. He looked around and watched the reactions of his classmates. Luckily, nothing bad happened today. I wondered if it was a boy and exhaled. It would be great if tomorrow was the same as today. I need to write to my sister. Let her know what happened to me today. It must be said that nothing unusual happened. I thought about it and started typing messages on my phone. My sister must have been worried about me all day. The boy named Lee had already walked down the corridor to leave the schools. Behind him, he heard his name called. Maybe what do you do after school? Do you need to go home straight away after school, or can you stay a little longer? The girl with dark hair asked. I can easily come a little later, ladies. No problem, did he answer? Amazing, super, great. We're going to kill some time before we go to the academy, so if you want, come with us, said the girl with dark hair. A girl with blonde hair looked at the boy named Lee with a special look. Yes, of course, that sounds very cool. Did he say it? I actually have a lot of free time. I can calmly give it to you. The boy spoke. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Wait, 1 second. I need to look at the messages. Lee read the message. It was written there. Go to the toilet on the 5th floor. Sorry, I can't today, the boy said in an upset voice. He turned around and walked down the corridor. Something happened. So, I definitely need to go there, the boy said out loud and looked at his phone again. The girl with dark hair began to catch up with the boy. Hey, wait for me. Where are you in such a hurry? But the young man simply accelerated and left even faster. It's strange what's wrong with him. I just wanted to become friends with him, the girl with dark hair said in an upset voice. She didn't understand what happened. The girl with blonde hair also did not understand what happened and what the problem was. Just a second ago, Lee was ready to go with them. Everything changed so quickly. Lee recalled how he was choked by the guys who constantly beat him. They beat and strangled him until he could still breathe and resist. It was always on the edge. Hey, how long are you going to do this? People will think you're hugging him or something, he said. The student laughed. Wait a little now. You'll see for yourself. I just want to make him weak. I want him to go limp and fall in front of us. I want to show you this guy peeing on himself. The student who strangled our hero named Lee spoke. No, I can't gather my thoughts and strength because I can't breathe. I think it's a boy. My neck hurts. It really hurts. As I thought, as expected, I am very stupid. Nothing has changed that much. Only my body has changed. Inside, I'm the same coward I was before, Lee thought. Obviously, nothing will change. Lee closed in on himself and grabbed his head with his hands and his thoughts. At this moment, his personality split. The boy from before, he was overwhelmed by his sister's panties, and the one who was strong and brave now. Do you really think so? He said whether he was the boy who was a coward before. And at this moment, the real one continued to be strangled. Do you really think nothing has changed? The boy who was a coward just recently asked again. Or maybe nothing has changed because you don't do anything, the double said indignantly. Two characters of the same collided together. Did the boy see himself from the outside? I saw myself as that boy from the past who was always a coward and whom everyone offended. Get out! You're not that weakling Lee Orem anymore. You were just scared, like always. Come on, do something! And the boy from the past shouted indignantly. Come on. Remember how you defeated the monster last night. You can do everything. It's very strong. You just have to make an effort. The boy from the past continued to speak. I believe it's not easy for you right now, but don't wait for it to get better. Did the old speak to the new? The boys were still being strangled. We need to do this. I have to do it myself. The boy spoke to himself. His eyes began to turn red and glow red. The skill of determination to counteract revenge. Used. The young man gained enormous strength. Everything around him glowed with red energy. He grabbed his opponent with both hands and began to push him away from him. Then he simply spun it in the air and threw it to the ground. The rest of the students looked at everything that was happening in fear. Well, we couldn't expect anything but this. Lee stood absolutely free, and in front of his feet lay the unconscious student who had recently strangled him. After this power and this technique, Lee felt a little bad. He felt unwell and covered his mouth with his hand. My heart was beating very fast. His face was sweating. My hands were shaking. Or he was ready to continue this fight. He was completely in control of the situation now. The teaching of which he had just thrown to the ground stood up on his feet and began to be indignant. He screamed loudly, "Damn bastard! How dare you treat me like this? How dare you hit me? You're just dead. Remember, this is a freak." The student screamed very emotionally. What to do? We should probably run away, the boy thought. He turned around and ran. Lee ran as fast as he could from there. He didn't know if he would be able to demonstrate his super ability again. Therefore, he decided to run away. "Catch this boy, catch this freak and punish him." One of the students shouted loudly. Evening came and it was already too late. It got dark outside. 2 girls, classmates of our hero, were standing on the street. Were they looking at something on their phones? The girl with blonde hair was holding in her hand the headphones that the boy Lee had kindly given her just recently. The traffic light turned green, and it was time to cross the road, but the girl was looking at the headphones in the case, which were in her palm. The girl suddenly saw on the other side of the road how fast the boy was running. It wasn't a jog. It was clear that he was running away. Lee had an angry and frightened face. He ran so hard that he even began to sweat. Is this the same? This is our classmate, isn't it? Look, said a classmate with blonde hair. Lee recalled the layout of the houses and streets. He remembered where he could run and where he could hide. The boy ran away from his enemies at a very fast pace. He ran and thought, I really cannot. I don't know how it works. What if next time I don't succeed? Constantly thinking, boy. I really can't beat all 3 of them. Have you thought? It is so indeed. He ran between the houses wherever his eyes looked. He ran from fear, but most importantly, he ran from himself. He was running from his problems. I thought I could keep them away. Did the boy think that he heard the voices of those same classmates from high school from behind? He turned to look. At that moment, his foot and sneaker got caught on a stone. He stumbled and began to fall forward with his whole body, with all his might. There was a lot of speed, so he flew forward very strongly. Lee put his hands forward to don't break them and group up. God, how scared I am. I'm scared to even turn back and see what's there. The boy thought about this and lay on the ground. Suddenly he heard someone calling him behind him. Lee, are you here? Where did you want to run away? The voice of his classmates rang out. All this time, these boys were running after him. Lyra turned around, sat down and looked at them. This creep makes me sweat unnecessarily. I didn't mean to run that much. Do you want to die? You've lost your fear. The student in the dark jacket spoke. And suddenly, with all his might, the student kicked the boy Lee in the face with his foot. It was an unexpected blow, which was right on target. The force of this blow carried Lee several meters to the side along the road. You're just a little freak. Even then I was going to let you go, but you ran away. He ran away like a cowardly dog. The student spoke. At this moment, the boy was either very angry. I think I need to make you a decent person. In the meantime, you're just a damn bastard, said the student with short hair. And he started beating me. Lee tried to defend himself as best he could. He actually repelled some blows. From the outside, it seemed like just beating someone down. The rest of the students stood and joyfully watched what was happening. This was business as usual for them. This bastard thinks too much of himself, said the student in the black jacket. His body changed a little, and he thought that he had become someone powerful and strong. He can think whatever he wants. We all understand perfectly well that he is just a loser, another student said. So I thought, I can't do this. I plucked up my courage and used the skill and tried to escape, but nothing would change. Did the boy think? He held his face because after the blows he was in a lot of pain. Suddenly, a girl with blonde hair approached. She held the bottle in her hand, which she dropped, and it broke on the ground. By doing this, she wanted to distract the boys who were beating Lee. All the students stopped. They stopped beating the boy. Some turned and looked at the brave girl. The students did not understand what this girl wanted. They didn't understand why she even appeared here. Was the boy completely beaten? The face was covered in abrasions and scratches. Why don't you leave everything as it is? I feel like I'm going to get a migraine from all this noise. I feel like I'm going to have a really bad headache. A girl with blonde hair said and held her head with one hand. In fact, I still plan to play today. I was planning to play with that boy over there. the girl with blonde hair said, and pointed her hand at the boy named Lee. So can you let him go because you're prying into my business, said the girl with blonde hair. At this moment, the boy was simply shocked. The students began to be indignant. They started asking each other, who is she anyway? Whose girl is this? This is the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company. You don't know her. She's the richest kid in our school. The student said to the black jacket, wonderful. Before us is the daughter of the head herself. That's why she's not afraid of us at all. The student in the gray jacket said in an angry voice, listen to me, girl. Let you get involved in the showdown only after you know the situation. Do you think you have any right to interrupt our conversation here? The student said to the girl. Are you immortal? Do you want to be beaten half to death too? The boy started yelling at the girl very loudly, but the girl stood there as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, but could you move 5 steps away from me? The girl said in a calm voice. This shocked the guy who had just yelled at her. I feel like my nose is now rotted by your stench, the girl said and covered her nose. But you also stink. The girl continued talking. You are just an ugly asshole. You smell like a trash can. Therefore, I can say that you are a rotten person. The girl continued to humiliate this student, and the young man became seriously angry. Have you completely lost your fear, girl? Yes, I'll swat you like a fly now, and I don't care who your parents are. The student shouted loudly and angrily and swung his hand at the girl. At that moment, Lee suddenly rose to his feet and looked very angry. I looked at what was happening. His double stood behind him. That boy's the coward that was before. You know what you need to do now, right? He said. Whether the boy was the first. There is no need for fear. There is no need to escape. You are strong. You can do it. Come on. Did the boy from the past speak? You are no longer a healer in this game. You are a brave warrior. His inner voice spoke. And at that moment, Lee pulled himself together, collected his thoughts, and clenched his fist very tightly. Stop, weakling. Do not even think about it. Who are you compared to me? The student said to the gray jacket. But the boy didn't care anymore. He punched this bastard in the face with all his might. And a second later, he struck him in the face with his fist as hard as he could. The blow was so strong that the student flew to the side. And then he delivered another crushing blow with his fist so hard that the student in the gray jacket fell on his back. Stop this, the boy screamed. Stop right now, you damn thug. Did he shout? This was no longer a healer, but the same warrior who was called by the Avenger. Leaf stood and looked at his offender. He was sitting on the ground. All the other students stood on the sides and didn't even move. This crazy idiot is just crazy. A demon possessed him. The student in the black jacket said in a frightened voice. You are simply distraught, probably because of your illness, the student said. Are you just a scumbag? You're a freak who doesn't deserve to live. I think you want to leave, right? Or run away as you like? The student began to speak to the gray jacket. Okay, I fell. Agree. It was just an unexpected blow. I fell, but one day I will be your opponent, said the young man in the gray jacket. Grind your teeth harder if you don't want to die. Out of anger, said the boy in the gray jacket. You're just a freak and a coward. The student shouted and began to strike. Matches by name, Lee reflected and blocked all the blows that flew in his direction. He was focused. This infuriated the gray jacket student. He tried to throw even more blows, but still managed to cope with them. Lee simply parried the blows and dodged them, but one blow still hit him in the body. What's happening? This freak is like a dog. He just barks but doesn't bite. He can't even defend himself properly. A student in a black jacket commented on what was happening. Lee stood in the boxing stance and protected his face. Yeah, he tried not to miss a single blow to the face. At that second, Lee put his hand forward and melted his fingers. Damage absorption skill activated. A voice spoke in his head. The gray jacket student delivered a strong punch to the body, and the boy either grabbed this fist with his hand and did not allow himself to be hit. The student could not do anything, but controlled this fight completely. He held his opponent's fist tightly with his hand. Great, the damage is absorbed, the boy said to himself. He swung his fist, which already had red energy around it. Ricochet, he said, and hit his opponent in the stomach with his fist. Just an inhuman scream rang out in pain. The enemy screamed with all his might in pain, and blood flew from his mouth. Grudge Flower skill. This skill deals multiple hits in exchange for health. Once again, the voice of the system sounded in the boy's head. All the blows she suffered were multiplied several times, as if instead of 2 hands, the boy seemed to have 10 at once, and each hand delivered a powerful blow. And then he began to strike with his legs directly at the opponent's head, and the rest of the disciples screamed in fear. They were very scared. They did not expect such a fight. Lee kicked his opponent again. The blow was so strong that he turned over in the air and fell. But how do you like this development of events? He asked if his opponent was a boy. At this moment, Lee was very excited and completely transformed into an Avenger player. He held his offender by the throat and beat him. The martyr lay exhausted and unconscious. He opened his mouth slightly and rolled his eyes. At this moment, Lee just looked crazy. This was no longer a person at all. It was a machine for death and killing. The fox was on top of his offender and raised his fist to continue to finish him off. "Lee, stop it! Stop!" A girl with blonde hair screamed loudly. "Stop immediately. Stop now. Can you hear me?" "Your hand is covered in blood," the girl said. At that moment, Lee stopped. He heard the girl's call and stopped. I began to look at my fists, which were really knocked down and covered in blood. The girl lifted the backpack of the boy named Lee with her hand. "Get ready, let's go," the girl said to the boy. "Let's go, be bolder. You won't have to deal with them anymore." "Never," said the girl. "Okay, yes," he answered. They walked slowly down the street. Lee began to think and ask himself questions. "Well, where do you think you're going?" he thought. Suddenly he turned around, and behind him ran a student in a black jacket with a large stick behind his back. He wanted to hit the boy from behind unnoticed. "You're all a dead bastard. You won't live anymore. Now you are responsible for everything." The student shouted at the black jacket. Lee was a little confused. This was unexpected, and urgent decisions had to be made. With one hand, he pushed the girl aside. A girl with blonde hair will make a serious expression on her face. She looked at this student, and her eyes glowed purple. Violet energy seemed to envelop this student. He could not do anything. He rose in the air and froze. And then he was turned 360 degrees and hit the ground with all his might. It was a powerful blow. His stick flew off to the side, and his backpack simply covered him on top. The boy was simply stunned by what he saw. This surprise almost made his eyes fall out, and the girl with blonde hair smiled and said, "Idiot, it's my own fault." "Lee, let's go already. We've been here too long," the girl said in a calm, kind voice. The Lee boy was still in shock. "Yes, of course, let's go. Did he say?" "Lee Orem, you are a scumbag and a coward. Next time, you won't live." The student in the black jacket started screaming and continued screaming. It was late evening. Lights were burning in some of the windows of the houses, and there was not a single person on the streets. The girl began to look after the boy. She provided him with first aid. I washed my face, treated the wound, and applied a medical plaster. "Everything's ready. This is first aid, but then be sure to go to the hospital," the girl said. "Yes. Okay, I understood you. I'll definitely go." Did he answer? "You got it today. Your face is ruined now anyway." "Look for yourself," the girl said, and took a photo of him on her phone. "Oh, this is very bad," the boy said. "Yes, I'll send you a photo. Keep it as a keepsake," the girl said. Lee was still surprised. "Listen, Kim Shi-wol, thank you very much for your help. It's true, it's worth a lot. This is pleasant and very unexpected for me." "Thank you. But for what?" the girl asked. "I don't remember giving you money. For what? Thank you." "No, she didn't give me any money. Thank you. Just for a couple of things and for what helped before. He said if he was a boy and took a deep breath." "Your headphones will do," the girl said, looking at her phone. "Headphones? And what about headphones?" I asked in surprise. "Consider this payment for letting me take your headphones. That settles it all, right?" the girl asked. The boy picked up his headphones and began to look. "Yes, of course, that solves everything," the boy said in surprise. "Oh, sorry, you and I are completely chatting. I have to go now." "Honestly, it's too late," the girl said. "I wanted to talk to you about something, but I guess I'll leave it for tomorrow," the girl said, looking into Lee's eyes. "What to talk about?" the boy asked. "This is a long conversation. It won't happen quickly, so let's leave it for the future," the girl said. "And let's eat together tomorrow." "Fine," Kim asked. "Okay, good, I agree. Come on," the boy answered. At this moment, his curiosity was simply bursting. "Great, see you tomorrow then. For now, bye, goodbye," Kim said. "Goodbye," the boy replied. The Kim girl was leaving, and the boy was standing in one place and looking after her. This had definitely never happened to him before when he was an ordinary healer. I wonder what she meant. Do we two have anything to talk about? What could it be? Have you thought about it? Perhaps it is curiosity. about my body changes. Since she is the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company, she might be interested in drug development or something else. I thought it was a boy. Lee went to his house and stopped abruptly. He saw a flash in front of him. Is this a screen from the game? The boy thought. Dear sir, in 5 minutes the subjugation quest will begin. Do you agree or not? Click the button, said the LCD screen from the game. Quest for submission, the boy asked by name in surprise and fear. Could this be the same as yesterday? Then where did I have to fight a monster? I thought, young man. Of course I will refuse. Who the hell would want to do that again? Did the boy speak out loud? The young man began to press the button where it was written, no. The screen began to talk. Sorry, users with the penalty ball cannot refuse quests. What? What other penalty points? The boy began to ask indignantly. When did I get them? What did I do wrong? The screen began to respond. Mr. Lee, at this point you have received a total of 400 penalty points. Below is information about penalty points. Lily couldn't believe her ears and eyes. Using a skill on an ordinary person, minus 100 points. The screen continued to talk. Using skills to attack an ordinary person, minus 100 points. The screen continued to talk. In this regard, Mr. Lee, you will be forcibly taken to the location of the top-class subjugation quest. This corresponds to 400 penalty points. The screen continued to talk. This made the young man very angry. But at that same second, the portal turned on and green-white light streamed upward in a large stream. The portal took him to the river and lowered him straight into the water. As if from a great height, the boy fell into a pond. It was very unexpected. Then he sat down and scratched his head and began to look around. It was possible to understand where he was. He sat in his clothes in the river. I saw that not far from him there was a bridge beyond some mountains. What kind of river it was is also unclear. So if you are going to move me, then let it be a normal place, on normal conditions. I don't want to fall and then walk around all wet. Actually, I have a smartphone in my pocket. Was the boy indignant? The young man became very angry. It's unclear. I was given penalty points without any explanation. What an unfair game. Was he indignant? The young man turned back and saw a door glowing gold under the bridge. Just a few seconds ago, she wasn't there. What is this strange door that began to glow? Where did she come from here? At the bottom of the door, there was a sign opening. What it is? It looks, of course, impressive and beautiful. We had never come across doors in any game before, the boy thought. Is this the very monster that I must subdue today? Did he speak while looking at the glowing door? The glowing pop-up computer window flashed and lit up again. The boy looked at him carefully. The program began to speak. Attention. The submission quest will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare for battle, the system said. How about 10 seconds? The boy asked. In surprise, he scratched the back of his head with his hand. Lee looked attentively at the screen. I don't know what I need to do to prepare, the boy asked. Suddenly, there was a sharp, bright light. The yellow rays of the flash blinded the boy. He covered himself with his hands so as not to go blind. The golden door began to blur into the air. A black hole appeared in the middle, with a white glow around it. A huge head of a monster appeared from this hole after a few moments, jaw with many teeth. The monster was several dozen times larger than the boy. He made wild sounds and hisses. The streams of air from the monster's mouth were as strong as a hurricane wind. When the monster completely crawled out of the golden door, he could already be seen entirely. In one hand, the monster held a huge metal sword. The monster stood on its paws, and it seemed that the monster was as tall as a 10-story building. The system spoke again, charged Paladin Abel. What the hell is this monster? I've never seen this in a game before. Maybe he's from another game? Or did the system fail? Lee didn't yet know how to fight this monster. The monster swung his right hand, in which he held a giant and iron sword. Instead of a heart, there was a blue-green circle on the chest, a kind of indicator. Laner checked. He looked carefully at his opponent, and in his right hand he already had energy charged. Suddenly the giant monster struck with his big ball, but the boy put out his sword and repelled this blow. Although visually the forces were unequal, the boy tried to fend off every blow from the monster. Even if I don't know what this monster is, I was thinking at that moment, I'm sure the sword is his main weapon. If it is true, well, I have a chance. You can simply outwit this giant. Leafed, trying to hit as hard as possible with his sword on the monster's sword so as to knock him out of his hands. Then he began to strike the monster's body. I could jump there as far as I could reach. And one of these blows hit right on target. He hit the monster's body and red blood flew in different directions. Lee dealt another insidious strong blow to the hand in which the monster held his iron sword. Blood flowed in a large stream. The monster growled and clenched his teeth in pain. At that second, Lee was in complete control of the situation and the battle. God bless, the boy said. Something tells me it won't be difficult to fix. Compared to beast and animal monsters which have non-standard movements, humanoid monsters are straightforward and easy to read. Have you thought? I will continue to use my skills to smoothly eliminate him. He's gone, Lord. What is this? The boy said in fear. Astrakhan, he had big eyes, and sweat appeared on his face. He held his sword tightly in front of him. I can't figure out why my arm is going numb. I don't feel strong. I can't hit the monster properly. The big monster in armor, feeling the strength, began to strike the boy as hard and as often as possible. He felt that he had superiority. The boy shifted his sword from one hand to the other. He didn't feel the strength in his arms. It just infuriated him, but he fought as best he could with all his strength. What happened with me? I don't understand. What's wrong with me? Where is my strength? Something is going wrong, the frightened boy asked himself. There's definitely something dulling my senses. I don't feel the strength in my arms, the boy said, looking at his palms. The armored monster swung his big ball. He was ready to strike the boy's head. Lee was upset and could barely hold the sword in his hands. Damn it. I can't do anything against him. The boy was angry with himself. Skill! Thirst for revenge! Activate! The boy screamed. The pop-up screen began to glow red. An error icon was displayed. Lee was simply shocked and extremely upset. Has the computer screen started talking? Lee Orium, you cannot use this skill. What is this? Like this? Why can't I? The boy was indignant. Explain to me why I can't use this skill? The boy repeated the words loudly and became indignant. At this moment, the monster began to again continue to strike with his large iron sword. He struck them with such force that it seemed to cut not only the air but also space. After another blow dealt by the monster to the boy, Lee fell to the ground. It was clear that the young man had practically no strength left. God, how painful it is. Did he say? And blood began to drip from his head. The concepts of the class are very fast. Lee was scared and confused because he didn't understand what was happening to him. My reflexes become slower and I can't use the skill. I can't do practically anything. With each blow, my strength is practically gone. Could this be paralysis? Clearly something is stopping me. Is something taking away my strength? Damn, I get it. This giant monster's normal attacks have paralysis properties? Did he say put your sword down? Yes, indeed. Usually a paralysis icon appears in the game. This is a red circle with symbols inside. That's why I didn't notice it right away. Have you thought? This is understandable. What should I do now? The boy thought. The Vigilante's playstyle is all about combining skills. This means I have no way to win, if my skill activation is blocked. The boy thought and concentrated. No, calm down and think. He spoke to himself at that moment. Think carefully. There must be a solution. There must be a way out. I'm paralyzed, but this giant monster's slow-moving attacks are easy to dodge. The boy thought about this, so I just need to fix it the same way as in the game. Have you thought? The monster and the lily stood in the water and looked at each other, and they kept their battle swords at the ready, hoping to strike first. You need to subdue the same way as in the game, and this is to use the cat strategy, running away after being hit. Yes, exactly, the boy named Lee thought. Of course, it will take a lot longer, but it's better to be safe. Did you reason? And the monster was already ready to continue the fight. Under the feet of the monster, a star shone with golden advice. Glorious electricity and lightning emanated from the monster. Lee held his sword in front of him and concentrated. He put all the strength he now had into the blow. But the aura that was around the monster did not let him in. Damn it, something's wrong again. Everything should have worked out. But again, I can't strike, the boy thought. What's happened? Why did it become dark around? Have I lost my sight? Or can't I see? Is it magic or superpower? The boy spoke to himself in a frightened voice. Suddenly, everything became clear. Lee jumped up to strike with his sword. Was that flash and aura just an attack that was blocking my vision? The boy thought. I urgently need to move away and wait. Wait until I can't see again. Otherwise, I won't have any luck. Have you thought? But at that moment, it was as if lightning pierced right through our hero. The sword did not help his defense. Lee was knocked aside by the blow. The blow was so strong that the boy flew along the ground for several meters. His face was already completely covered in blood. It hurt so much that I couldn't hold back my scream. The young man sat down on the ground and leaned his back against a stone. He held his head in pain. Lord, what should I do? I asked myself. Boy, what do I need to do to stop or defeat this monster? I wondered and held my head. Fortunately, the boy's vision gradually began to return to him, but he was not yet able to attack due to his paralysis caused by the blows of this monster. Lee thought about it. Damn it. It would be very nice if a healer treated me at such moments of the battle. I would have had a better chance. But suddenly a bright thought occurred to our hero. From his expression, his face, it was clear that hope had appeared, and he had come up with something. Lee stood up and took his sword firmly in his hands. The monster stood opposite him and also held his huge iron sword in his hands. The huge monster struck his sword with all his might near the boy. The blow hit the ground, and the stones along with the earth flew in different directions. The power was as if a grenade had exploded. Lip jumped back and dodged this blow, literally a meter from the explosion. So stop, the boy thought. If there is no healer in the game, then I can do things differently. Did you start to speculate? I just need to use the item to get rid of the paralysis. Have you thought? The boy ran up to the glowing computer screen and turned to him. System, help, the boy said. Yes, how can I help you? The system responded. Please tell me the random boxes that I received as a reward for training. Remember them? Can you open them for me? Please open the 2 remaining drawers, the boy said. I understand you, okay, the system responded. I will open random boxes for you that you asked me for. The system said, please, I don't mind. What if I don't receive a rare item? Just give me anything that works. Did he say? The boy stood in front of the screen and waited for the power to appear in his hand. Those same 2 boxes began to appear above the palm. Then a bright white light began to appear on the palm of my hand. The boy froze and looked carefully at his palm. A golden branch appeared in his hand. This is a beautiful thread. Crows love them, the system said. You also get a midnight tear. This is a gemstone with a pleasant aroma. Might look nice in your bathroom. Lee became very angry. Looking at what he got, it was clear that he didn't like it. What is this? Are they too useless for me now? The boy began to be indignant. Behind the boy's back, the monster began to show its activity again. He slowly approached the boy like Philistines and waved his huge sword. Lee turned around to look at the monster. In his hand, he held the items that he had received, and he didn't understand at all how they could help him. Suddenly there was a big explosion. A bright light flash lighted up the whole city. Stones flew in different directions. At that moment, a huge monster in armor struck our hero right in the back. The fox flew forward, screaming in pain. The boy screamed very loudly in pain. Tears streamed down his cheek, and his face was already covered in blood. After this powerful explosion, a strong wind arose. The blast wave sent stones flying along the river and along the bridge. The boy screamed in pain, and in the air, he was turned over several times. After a few seconds, Lee fell to the ground. His face was covered in bruises, and blood was flowing down it. The boy clenched his teeth in pain and disappointment. He sat down and began to look at what he held tightly in his palm. These are dropped items from a random box. This is the golden branch and the midnight tear. The boy applied everything he had in his hand to the glowing and computer screen to the system, and then he stood and watched the monster's further actions. No matter how random it is, it's too much. This is just too much for emotions and the conduct of the battle. The boy began to be indignant. The monster struck again with his ball. The boy managed to block him with his ball in response. Gritting his teeth and using his last strength, Lee held this blow. The damage from the paralysis stacked on top of each other, so I can't do anything except defend myself. Have you thought about this? What should I do? At this rate, this entire fight will lead to my death, the boy reasoned during the battle. Damn it, what to do? What a difficult level. I'll be lucky if there's some kind of a store in the game, the boy thought. The subjugation quest will begin in 10 seconds. The system said loudly, please prepare for battle in 10 seconds. What do I need to do to prepare? Did you ask? The young man was shocked. For the first time, he didn't know what to do or how to fight the monster. But the system didn't help. Parrying another blow from the monster, the boy again screamed loudly at the system. Damn the system, how can I help you? The system responded. Summon the ravens with the golden branch, and please do it as quickly as possible, the boy screamed loudly. Please call the raven using the golden branch and open the battle preparation page, the boy said loudly. Okay, I understand. The system responded. Upon your request, the golden branch will be used, the system spoke. A glow began to emanate from the golden branch. Literally a moment later, a large one appeared around our monster. Number of black crows, they were everywhere. Black crows flew around the monster's body. They handed it to us and pecked at it. They flew in front of his head and blocked his entire view. Feathers fell directly onto the monster. The monster tried to fight them off, but it was unrealistic. Too many black crows were flying around him. The huge monster struck the crows with its iron sword. Some crows fell and flew to the sides, but with each blow there were more and more birds. The monster fought off every attack of the black raven, but the birds constantly attacked and pecked at him in all places. It was clear that the monster had lost its orientation in space. The black crows simply circled him. The boy was standing near the game screen. The young man now held a green bottle of medicine in his hand. There was a green, flowing light coming from this bottle. Mr. Lee Oram used the battle preparation page, the system said loudly, and exchanged the midnight tear for a cure for paralysis. So it turns out that this is it, Lee said in a satisfied voice. He quickly opened the bottle. This is a great cure for paralysis, the boy said. Hughes, did he say it? And immediately a green glow appeared around the young man. This is the energy that healed his entire body. There was a very big explosion again. A white bright flash again illuminated the entire city. After the explosion, stones, sand, and wood chips flew in different directions. And it was the giant monster who hit the ground with his big ball. The sword even split stones into small pieces. Suddenly the monster froze and began to clench its teeth tightly in its mouth. Behind him stood a boy, and like a great sorcerer, a magician and sorcerer, directed his energy directly into the monster. The monster continued to squeeze its jaw tightly. He growled and made inhuman sounds. The giant monster seemed to be blind, and did not understand where to strike. At this time he became helpless. It seemed like he was just swinging his big iron sword randomly. Lee was very focused at that moment. From now on, your attacks will no longer affect me. The boy said this phrase. Thank God I had accumulated enough damage to use the ultimatum. The boy said. Fiery, red-hot swords appeared in the sky behind him. There were a very large number of them. Lee was behind the monster. Now the boy moved quickly and could change the direction of his blows. But the monster was completely confused and did not understand where to strike. Use the ultimatum skill, the boy said loudly. With large and angry eyes, he looked at the giant monster. It was a battle for life and death. Pavan for the dead. The boy cast a spell, and he began to strike with his sword. After the impact, a red trail stretched through the air, and all the red-hot iron swords flew at the monster. There were so many of them that they pierced the monster and from all sides, leaving large holes in the body. Let's die already, the boy shouted loudly, and struck with his sword straight into the body of the giant monster. The monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. His metal protection did not save him from blows from hot iron. After such crushing blows, the monster fell on its back. A large amount of hot metal stuck out in his chest. Did I really succeed? Is this all? The boy began to ask himself. It turns out that I cleared it. Have you thought? The boy stood in the water and breathed heavily. He was practically exhausted. Yay, I really thought I was going to die in this game. But if I had not noticed the battle preparation page, the danger would have been inevitable. The young man thought. Lee walked over to the game screen. System. Open the rewards page just faster. I really want to rest, the boy said in a tired voice. Okay, I understand. The reward page will open, the system said. The boy exhaled again. Let's not choose a random box this time, the young man said to himself. Suddenly, the screen began to blink red. The system showed an error. Then the system said, another user has entered. What other user? Are there people here who perform crosses besides me? The boy asked. And behind our hero, there was already another player. He was wearing black clothes with bright light green accents. On his head was a gray cap. In his hands, he held a stick with a sharp sword at the end.
Attention, be careful. A new user has appeared in the game. The system continued to talk and glow red. The boy was very surprised.
The new user landed on the ground. Now it was clear that he was wearing a tracksuit with a wooden stick in his hand, with a sharp tip sticking out of it. The new user immediately began to strike at our hero. A white baseball cap and black mask covered his face. It was unknown who this new player was. The new player jumped on the boy named Lee. He was waving his stick with a sharp tip, from which a bright white light emanated. Lee defended himself with his sword. Anti-barrier resistance to revenge skill. The gaming system spoke loudly and turned green. At this moment, Lee reflected the powerful blows of his opponent. Literally moments later, a new player attacked our hero again. As he jumped, he wanted to strike him, but at that moment, the anti-barrier worked. Plus, I did it to everything. And then he struck again with his sword. It was a good and powerful blow. The new player flew to the side with all his might and slid across the water. Lee stopped and looked at the new player. He had not yet had time to fully recover from the monster, and here were new attacks. What the hell is going on here? Why did he attack me? The boy named Lee thought. Is he a monster? I think not. It's just that his appearance is similar to that of a human. The boy thought, looking at the new player. The new player stood in the water with his head down. Lee continued to think, it's just that his appearance is very similar to a man, not a monster. The new player raised his head. He carefully began to look at the boy named Lee. This skill you just used. How do you know him? The new player said to the boy. You are from the Avengers class. The new player continued to talk to the boy. Leaf stood with a very angry face. He stood and listened to all this, holding his sword in his hands. I knew it, that you are from the Avengers class, the new player said through his mask. The Avengers class is a class of scum. The new player shouted loudly and began striking again with his stick. Why fight again? Fight again. Did the boy scream? How long will this last? Was he indignant? Their balls crossed and sparks flew in different directions. It was as if two lightning strikes in one place. The new player basically constantly threw punches, and the boy named Lee tried to deflect them. He defended himself. In this battle, no one wanted to give in. Once again, when the rivals came close to each other, Lee shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you? Who are you? Why are you constantly attacking me?" The battle continued, and after a while the new player spoke. I don't know. Lee was simply shocked by this answer. I seriously don't know. Before this, I'd never thought about the reasons for hunting in a game. The new player continued talking. The game system started talking again. Skill, the coming of the Black Reaper. And a skeleton with hair appeared, black and scary. It was a copy of the new player. He had the exact same weapon. And the battle began again. The skeleton began to strike very hard and strong blows at the boy. One of the blows with a sharp sword hit the young man right in the shoulder. He screamed in pain and bent over. Lee screamed loudly in pain as blood began to stream from his shoulder. The boy covered his wound with his left hand so as not to lose a lot of blood. Meanwhile, the new player continued to throw his punches. This is just some kind of madness, the boy thought. Where does he get so much power and hatred towards me? The new player was really too strong and too fast. He easily jumped high and struck with ease. After further blows, Lee fell into the water. He held his sword with his right hand and covered his sword with his left hand so that blood would not flow from it. And a new player attacked him from above. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Skill labyrinth without exit. It was a girl with blonde hair. A second later, protective panels of purple color appeared around Lee. It was as if an energy field was protecting him from the blows of the new player. He could not penetrate this shield with his sharp-tipped stick. Was the boy surprised by what just happened and where Kim came from? And the new player was surprised what happened and where did this intercessor come from? Then they were left to shoot lightning at the new player. He tried to jump away and get away from danger. It was clear from his eyes that the new player was very surprised. This skill is very good, thought the new player. Level defense support skill. Super Master of Labyrinths, the girl said loudly, and the weapon was already glowing in her hand. Where did she come from here? How did this happen? I asked myself questions. He was simply shocked by the girl's appearance. This time I didn't help you because of your headphones. The girl began to talk to the boy. So, if you can't pay for my lunch tomorrow, the girl said, smiling. Lee looked at her with big surprised eyes. I want you to buy me something very tasty, the girl said, looking at the boy. Buy me the most delicious strawberry milk in the whole world, can you? I asked him if he was Kim. The young man covered his wound with his hand and looked at the girl with surprised eyes. The girl stood holding something like a harpoon in her hands, in the middle of which there was a purple stone glowing. The boy stood and held his wound with his hand. Kim, but how did you end up here? Did you ask? Let's talk about this later, the girl said, and was ready to continue the fight. She pointed her harpoon forward towards the new player. The stone began to glow purple, and this advice was directed like lightning into the body of the new player. If you fight while talking, you might bite your tongue, the girl joked. They stood almost knee-deep in water. The new player more comfortably took hold of his stick, from which a sharp tip protruded, and he jumped forward to strike. The new player waved his sharp tip near the girl's body. She managed to jump away from this blow. Then with her harpoon, she scattered protective circles through the air. It was like a shield that protected her from being hit. The girl named Kim held out her harpoon with a purple stone in the middle, and she said, "Skill, trap skill. The skill is to trap the beast that stores treasures." "Apply," Kim said loudly, and large claws appeared around the new player. He was surrounded by them everywhere. "It didn't scare me at all," the new player said loudly, "and then you will receive the walking ghost's skill in return." But at that moment, the claws slammed shut. The claws slammed shut on all sides like a cage. There were sharp thorns inside. "This is simply amazing," the boy Lee said with admiration. "It is great." He was surprised by the girl's skill. "There's a lot you don't know about me. As you can see, I'm not an ordinary girl. I'm a girl with character," Kim said. Suddenly, Kim tensed and began to look forward carefully. There was confusion and shock in her eyes. "Lee, dodge faster." Turning to the boy, a girl named Kim shouted loudly, but the boy did not understand what was happening. What? How was this even possible? Did he say in surprise? The new player climbed out of the spiked cage and jumped high into the air. He swung his stick with a sharp tip again. "Is he actually immortal?" a boy named Lee said out loud. "Who is he?" The new user of the game hovered in the air and took a stance. He put one hand forward and looked at the boy named Lee with a piercing gaze. "Use the blacklist skill," the new player said loudly, and his body immediately became black. Lee was ready to reflect his blow. There was a blue energy field around him. Lee became very angry. Fatigue was on his face, and even sweat was dripping down his cheeks. Blood was flowing from his forehead down his face. Lee jumped up, hit her opponent hard with her ball. There was a loud explosion and a white, bright flash. The boy line of the new player sank straight into the water in the river. None of them wanted to give in to each other. A very strange feeling. Did he say? "It seems to me that nothing has changed." The boy said and began to touch his body with his hand. "Hey, Lee, why are you standing?" For some reason, he froze like a statue. "Answer me!" The Kim girl screamed loudly. The boy stood looking at her as if he had not heard a single word. "Quickly open the reward page and choose a reward." The Kim girl screamed loudly. "Our time limit for selecting a reward does not count when another user interferes. I hope you heard me. Therefore, the only way is to complete the quest." Kim screamed loudly. "Finishing a quest for you means choosing your reward." The girl continued talking. "Okay, I understand. I heard you," the boy answered. "Are you a complete idiot? Or are you so stupid that you think I'll let you do this?" the new player said. "Do you really think that I would just stand there and watch you do this?" The new player continued to be indignant. But at that moment, Lee stood near the screen and pressed a button. "If I press quickly, will this all end?" Looking at the new player, Lee thought. The new player hit the boy, which landed exactly in the middle of his body. The bright white light is a trail from the impact of its sharp tip. The new player was very surprised. "What the hell is going on? How is this possible?" the new player said. "How is it possible that my sword didn't cut this boy in half?" the new player asked loudly, surprised. But Lee continued to press buttons on the monitor. "Your skill must be understudied. You still need to train for a long time." The girl smiled and said to the new player, "Remember, where you are standing now is a skill area. Here I set up a labyrinth with no exits when I teleported here," the girl said. The new player spread his legs wide and realized that pink smoke began to swirl underneath him. The teleport worked nicely. It was sucked down inside. "This labyrinth is full of barricades of illusions. It is also full of various traps," the girl named Kim said to the new player. "And just so you understand, it lasts 90 seconds. So you should remember this. 90 seconds, no more, the girl repeated. Well, if not, then believe me, I will kill you the next time we meet. You don't even have to doubt it. The girl continued talking, and the clip boy pressed the system buttons. The system spoke. Attention, the return will begin now. What a pity. It's a shame to leave unfinished work, the new player said. Then remember what I tell you. You are the ones who will die next time, the new player said loudly and confidently to the boy and girl. I have a very good memory. The new player continued talking. This is my trick and my trump card. If I saw a person once, I will never forget him. So since I filled your faces, everything will be different for you now. So just live in constant anxiety, the new player said. Lee tensed and was a little scared. So goodbye, maze masters and class of scum, he said. The new player took off his mask and laughed. I just hate him, the boy thought. Where do such players come from in this game? By that time, the teleport had turned on and all players began to leave this game and this level. It was already very late. The evening flowed smoothly into night. Very few lights were burning in the houses. Did the boy see his native street where he lives? And literally, a few seconds later, the teleport took the boy named Lee to the street where he lives. Thank God I'm back, the boy said in a satisfied voice. He looked at his hands and his body, although his face was covered in bruises. Suddenly the phone rang. The boy's phone rang very loudly. It was Kim Sherwal who called. Hello, Kim, what the hell is going on? You're just like me. The boy spoke indignantly in a loud voice. Wait, she must have something to say, but for today, just go home. Kim answered the phone. That blacklist skill that was used on you, this is a location tracking skill. So for 8 hours while it lasts, just hide, the girl said to Kim. Although I am talking about tracking your location, it is not as accurate as GPS. So everything will be fine as long as you are at home. The Kim girl continued to talk on the phone. In short, that guy was previously a player-killing user. I hope I explained it clearly. The girl continued talking. These people, instead of receiving rewards for completing quests, collect bonus points by killing people. A girl spoke on the phone. Lee stood and listened. Now listen to me, will you carefully? It will be better if you don't go against them, unless you want to kill people, that is. The telephone conversation continued. The girl continued talking. You probably already know that you can't get through to such people. I'll believe you. In any case, let's talk about this in more detail tomorrow, because you'll be in danger tonight. The girl continued talking on the phone. And you? I loudly asked the girl if it was a boy on the phone. Kim, understand. You were marked by that bastard after you helped me. Aren't you going to be in danger now? The boy asked with her. Trust me, you don't need to worry about this. The girl spoke on the speakerphone. I can defend myself perfectly well. I know that, but I'm still worried that you'll get hurt, the boy said. I'm glad to hear that you care about me, the Kim girl said in a quiet, calm voice. So what now? Do you want to stay together all night or something? The girl asked on the phone. Lee was very embarrassed. He began scratching the back of his head. No, sorry, that's not what I meant. I just thought it would be good to work together from now on, the boy said. Now it sounds like you want to be in a party with me, the girl said. A boy answered the phone to Paytay. If we stick together, I'll really be happy. The boy continued talking into the phone. The girl thought about it. After a pause, the boy Lee's voice came through the phone again. I realize that I can trust you completely, the boy said. Lee, can you trust a person you just started communicating with today? The Kim girl screamed loudly and indignantly, or just in shock. How does this work? The boy said. Okay then, what I wanted to tell you tomorrow is not much different from what we just talked about. The girl spoke on the speakerphone. So, after you hang up, text me your address. I'll sleep at your place tonight. What, is she serious? Got excited, boy. He was very surprised. It was already too late. Almost all the people in the houses were asleep, and in some places only the light was on in the windows. Lena wrote his address in the message so that Kim could find him and come. Lee wore a yellow sweater and went out to meet Kim. He stood and thought about what was happening to him and what could happen next. He understood that Kim should come to him because they should stick together. Or he was afraid that something bad might happen. Very soon, a girl appeared in the hallway of the house. To be honest, I was even afraid to look in her direction this time. He was confused. Hi there, so I came to you. You wanted us to be together today and stick together, Kim said. Hi, Kim. How did you get there? Tired? Maybe some tea? The boy asked in a timid voice. Hi. So it turns out that now I will be under your care, Kim said and began to take off her shoes. Lee was actually shocked that this girl came to his house. Kim, have you really decided to stay? Did you ask? Kim, are you really going to sleep in my house? The boy continued to ask questions in surprise. And what? Don't you like me at all? Kim asked in surprise. No, absolutely not. On the contrary, you like it, he said, lowered his eyes, and became very embarrassed. Great then, Kim said and smiled. Believe me, we have something to talk about after all this. But first, I'm going to take a shower. Would you mind lending me some clothes? Kim said. Yes, of course. I'll bring something now, the boy answered. Lee was just in shock now. For the first time in her life, a girl came to visit him at home. Besides, she's still getting ready to take a shower and asked for his clothes. And most importantly, he's going to stay overnight. Sister was supposed to come home very soon. The boy was also worried about this. Suddenly I saw a note on the table. It was a note from his sister. It was written on the note, "My schedule has changed, so today is clearly the night shift. See you tomorrow before 3 o'clock. Sister, why today? I'm upset, the boy named Lee said out loud. It was already too late. The Kiev girl was taking a shower at that time. The shower room opened. Warm steam entered the room. After some time, Kim herself appeared. She sighed and exhaled lightly. The girl stood and dried her hair with a towel. She was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Did my sister's clothes really suit you? I asked in surprise. Yes, this is practically my size. I like oversized, Kim answered. Wait, you said you live with your sister. Then where is she? The girl asked. I live with my sister. We used to live in our relative's house, but when she got a job, we began to live together. The boy answered. Is it true? How interesting. What about your parents? The girl asked in a quiet voice. Lee froze for a few seconds, not knowing what to say. They died, the boy said in a sad voice. He lowered his head, lowered his eyes, and began to scratch the back of his head. Sorry, I didn't know, the girl said to Kim. Her eyes also became very sad. It turned out to be a very awkward situation. Sorry, I probably asked too much, the girl said. No, you don't have to worry about that. This was my childhood, so I'm already used to it, the boy answered. The girl felt sorry for this boy. They had very sad eyes. This is not the best conversation to start with. It must be hard. It's hard for you. And it's hard for your sister. Kim continued to speak. And the boy stood with his head down and listened. He listened and was silent. So I understood. Then tell me, when will your sister return? Asked a girl named Kim. You know, I recently saw a note. She wrote that there were changes in her schedule, so she will only be home in the morning. The boy spoke in a frightened voice. Is it true that your sister will only be here in the morning? It is very comfortable, the girl said to Kim. The girl, Kim, came very close to the boy's face. So close, it was as if she wanted to kiss him. Then you and I move on, Kim said. I'm sorry, what? No, don't. Please don't. Lee began to speak loudly and in a frightened voice. He turned all red. You wanted to be with me, right? What's wrong then? The Kim girl asked in surprise. Up, we'll go up, Kim spoke. And at this time, the boy closed his eyes very tightly and blushed all over with shame. The system has appeared, please, the girl Kim said loudly, and a liquid crystal computer screen appeared next to them. Please send a party request to the user closest to me. The girl said to the system and put her hand on Lee. The system responded, Okay, I understand. What a fool I am, the boy thought. So it was just usually an invitation to a party, and I was scared for no reason. Did he think, but his cheeks were red with shame? The system began to speak. User Kim sent a party request to user Lee. Do you accept yes or no? Let me tell you something before you decide, the girl said. I'll tell you all the information I know as soon as we get to the party. Of course, I will do my best to support you. The girl spoke. In other words, I will give you everything I have. So if you run away or betray me, the girl spoke, then I will grind you with a mixer and make a smoothie out of you. Do you understand? The girl continued. Kalina was scared a lot and was shocked. Yes, I understand, the boy replied. So you should think carefully before answering. Because it's just the two of us here. The girl said. The boy thought very hard. Decisions had to be made. The Kim girl turned away. At this moment, the system said, You agreed to the request for a party. Hey, I told you to think carefully and carefully. I began to resent Kim. For some reason, I immediately agreed. I just didn't even realize it was worth thinking about this for so long. You, answered the boy. What do you mean you shouldn't think about it for a long time? Kim asked, outraged. Do you really care? You see, the current me does not have enough understanding and information about the situation. And at this time, I am being hunted by a user who is killing players. Did he say? Besides, I have no way of getting out of this situation on my own. In other words, I'm on the verge of finishing the game. The boy continued talking. That's why I decided. I realized that you are undoubtedly the best choice in this situation. Now you are the only one I can rely on. Did he say? The Kim girl became embarrassed and answered. Okay, I understand. I'm happy that you think of me in this way. But, Kim said, and she grabbed the boy's clothes with her hand. She gazed straight into his eyes. What's wrong? Frightened and surprised, he asked it if it was a boy. Just because you're so cocky. That's what, the Kim girl answered loudly. You're cocky, and I feel stupid for taking this so seriously. You can't even imagine what it's like, Kim said, embarrassed. Lily thought and began to scratch his face with one finger. This had never happened to him before, and he didn't know how to respond. Okay, this is for the best. So we can leave these useless conversations of ours and start strategizing with you, the girl said to Kim. Strategy? What are you talking about? To fight a user who kills players? The boy asked the girl. Yes, that's one of the reasons, Kim answered in a calm voice. She walked up to the system and then began to press something on the screen. But this is more important now, the girl said to Kim, and she pointed to an icon on the monitor that indicated a letter or a message. This is more important now, the girl Kim repeated. The letter icon glowed green in front of her face. A large-scale event, the exact date of which nobody knows yet. The next event is called The Horizon. The girl spoke, and we are going to participate in this event. We will come up with a strategy for you to take first place. Take first place? I asked again with curiosity. The boy was a little excited. I started to remember how already in one game he was transported to another dimension. It was a different game and a different level of difficulty. Large high entrance with columns, where we had to go. This is where all the events were supposed to take place. It was there that the big dragon appeared. This dragon's head looked like the head of a horse. Below on the floor stood warriors who looked like mummies. There were also players. They all had different weapons, but most of all, there were iron swords. The dragon had another head that looked like an old grandfather, with a mustache and beard. The second head looked like a horse's head, but with sharp teeth. We all cannot survive. We cannot be saved. We are dead among all this evil. One player in a green hat shouted. Even the King of Death appeared, said another player on his head who was wearing a protective metal helmet. Arkham, you should run too, the player in the green hat shouted in a frightened voice. And the player in the hood and with a backpack behind his back just stood. Before this evil spirit takes us away, you need to run. The player in the hat continued to shout. Why are you just standing there and doing nothing? The player asked in surprise. Just trash, the hooded player said quietly. The player pulled out his weapon, which looked like a crossbow. Evil spirits that looked like mummies attacked him. However, the player was in control of the situation and aimed his crossbow at them and fired. I wonder how many of you there are in total. Give me one at a time. I have enough strength for everyone, said the hooded player. Then he remembered how he fought with high school students. He remembered how he hit one of them very hard in the stomach. Dragon Slayer skill, said the hooded players, and he looked at everything that was happening around him with a serious look. He controlled every evil spirit. He just put his weapon in the form of a crossbow forward and began to shoot. Green energy lightning shot out from the crossbow. Each of these lightnings struck the evil spirits. Some were simply torn to pieces. Some mummies had their arms and legs torn off by lightning. The player then aimed his green laser directly at the dragon's torso. The dragon screamed in pain, and the flash was so strong that everything glowed with white and green light. The rest of the players stood aside and watched the battle taking place with their mouths open in surprise. After some time, there were practically no mummies and evil spirits left. A player in a hood and with a backpack stood on the ground, and around him there was just a mountain of dead, murdered mummies. Losers should act like losers. They must crawl on the ground. He laughed and said, hooded player. Lee Oram, the player said, pack in and promoted from archer to executioner, the system said loudly. And the events are again transferred to real time to the apartment where the boy is and the girl Kim. The boy and the girl Kim are standing, looking at each other, and between them there's a screen on which is written, Horizon. Is everything Horizon? The boy asked in surprise. I wonder what will happen there. The boy asked questions. To be honest, I don't know any details, Lee, but I'm sure that we need to take first place, Kim said. I know that the first place winner will receive 20 billion, and even the fulfillment of one wish to boot. Kim continued talking. Lee listened very carefully. His eyes were very large in surprise. 20 billion. The boy said the words.
No, wait, don't you think wish fulfillment sounds like cheating? Began to say indignantly whether it was a boy. From the beginning, I also thought that this was impossible. The Kim girl continued talking.
I thought 20 billion is an absurd amount, Kim said, but just think about it, about our experience. You and I have long been beyond logic. You and I have seen different monsters and dragons. They were all of different levels and from different games. Kim spoke. So I thought that then the fulfillment of a wish might be possible, if everything that happened to us was possible. So it's real, Kim said. If not, then I can make a simple wish to get out of this game.
Where did you get this information from? Did the boy ask. But I received an invitation letter after completing 10 quests. You will probably get this too when you complete 10 quests yourself, the girl said.
10 quests. How can you even go so far? How long did it take you to complete all these quests? The boy asked in surprise. Kim sat down on the floor and began to talk. It started with the winter break of the 3rd year of high school for a total of 17. I completed 17 quests. I almost died on 5 of these quests. You've been doing this since 3rd grade in high school, and then about 6 months. Was the boy surprised? I'll tell you right now that I don't know how I changed or why this is happening. He continued to openly tell this girl, Kim. I even went to the gym that created virtual glasses and an online ergosphere, but they treated me like crazy there. She continued to tell Kim, please tell me, did your parents tell you anything about your changes? Did you ask? These people won't even know if I disappear or get cut into pieces. Kim answered. This portrait simply shocked the boy. In general, I was already quite beautiful, so my appearance didn't change much, unlike myself. If anything has changed about me, it's the color of my hair, Kim said. The boy was simply in shock. He didn't know what to say. Yeah, I just changed like that because the Avenger class is better if you're taller, did he say? Is it true? Does your face influence the statistics that much? The girl asked. My face really hasn't changed that much, did he say? And at that moment, something knocked near the door. What is this? Could this be a killer or not? The boy asked in fear, looking over the front door. Don't worry. I think it's just noise. We will still check what is there with the help of my skill, the girl said to Kim. Skill? I asked in surprise. Tim was holding her harpoon, the tip of which was a purple sharp stone. The king girl put her hand up and said, May's watchtower skill. He erects an invisible watchtower. A purple glow and rumble appeared on the street. Lightning. It was as if another teleport began to exist near the house where the boy lives. After a moment, a pink tower lined up. It was a watchtower. She was invisible to people. So ready. This should work. Thanks to this skill, it is possible to detect users killing players if they suddenly invade here, the girl said. Wait, Kim, but if you use this skill, then didn't they notice that we are in this building? The boy asked warily. Don't worry, it's very simple. This skill is invisible to the eye. Moreover, the Reaper class does not have abilities that will help detect this skill, Kim said. Well, if you say so, then we can trust you, the boy said, and put his hand on his wounded shoulder. Do you know what, my friend? Please show me your torso for a moment, the Kim girl said in a confident voice. What, why, did you ask? I believe it is strategic to treat a shoulder injury, Kim said. For treatment? Well, why do I need to take off my clothes, did you ask? No, I just want to get a golden impression from what I saw. Flew somehow, and what about a pervert? Smiling, he asked. Calm down and take off your clothes. I will treat you. The girl spoke. Okay, I'll take everything off now. The boy answered. It was already night. Only some windows of the houses had lights on. One such window is the room of our heroes. Lee sat on the floor without a shirt. His shoulder was covered with a plaster. Behind the boy stood a girl named Kim. Okay, don't move. Don't move until I say I'm finished. The skill won't work if you move. The girl said. Kim pointed her stone towards the boy's body. Okay, I'll sit quietly. Did he answer? Skill. An oasis in a desert labyrinth, the girl said. A moment later,
Beautiful turquoise flowers began to weave around the boy named Lee. Wow, how cool. Enthusiastic, he said. At these moments, he felt very good and easy. The body stopped hurting. The patch flew away from the face, and there were no more abrasions or scars on it. Understand this will take some time because everything needs to be healed, including your shoulder, Kim said. I'm not a healer, and this is just a skill buff that increases stamina. Buff is a concept that denotes a temporary strengthening of a player, usually under the influence of a special spell. Just a wonderful girl? I've never been friends with girls before, he said quietly. Is it a boy? I want to ask you, Kim, why did you create a party with me? Answer, please. Thanks, boy. After all, you already have high-ranking skills. Therefore, if I understand correctly, now you have no benefit from partying with me, the boy said. Because I thought about you, it would be easier to order. You were a loser before. Kim said, and laughed. It was a joke. At first, I planned to find out what the user was close to. He continued to tell the girls. Mine remembered something. Remember what? Did you ask? Tell me. Do you remember the event, the opening of Purgatory? Kim asked. Yes, this is a difficult raid event during the second year of high school. Did he say? Yes, that's the same thing. All difficult tasks that even half of the users could not complete. Kim said, this is the most difficult, extreme difficulty event in history. At that time, I supported the guild as a mercenary. The girl told the story to Kim. I fought with various evil spirits that looked like mummies. They were very dexterous and agile, can jump high and strike quickly. The girl spoke, and that's when I remembered. A girl named Kim continued her story. I remembered one young man who very bravely fought against this evil spirits, holding his sword in his hands. This young man was very similar to himself today. The girl continued talking. And then I remembered how I met you in this place. Yes, exactly you, the girl told Kim confidently. While everyone was helplessly killed due to the absurd complexity of the event, the girl was telling the story. Because of the absurd complexity of the event, I remembered meeting you running around all this evil spirits. Kim continued her story. You ran across the battlefield and fought like a real warrior of the highest level. Then I was very surprised by this. The girl continued to talk. You fought to the last drop of blood. It was a battle for life and death. You absolutely spared no effort, did not spare yourself. Without any hint to give up, without a hint to quit the game and lose, told Kim. The boy sat on the floor and listened attentively. He didn't even expect that he could be watched in the game like this girl. So I took a closer look at your fighting style and thought this guy is damn good at fighting, Kim said. So I thought I need him in my party because he is a crazy gambling addict. Besides, I wanted someone like you to whom I could tell everything about myself, Kim said. You were upset too, right? You were upset that there was no one who could recognize your alter account. Kim continued to speak, and the boy Alicia took it on the floor and held on to his bandage on his shoulder. Yes, exactly. Did he answer? An alter account is an alternative, an additional character on the player's account. So it became much easier for me. A fight against a green dragon, where the player with blonde hair attacked without any weapons. Ancestral strike skill. This skill increases attack power by 3 times thanks to the power of Odestor. One crushing punch to the dragon's body simply smashed it to pieces. The dragon opened its mouth wide and screamed at the top of its voice. It was a battle. A player with blonde hair was fighting in front, and behind him was a girl in a dark burgundy coat. She had a long iron sword in her hands. I'm using a skill, a challenge to enter Olin's abode with dirty feet. This is the skill of reducing the enemy's defense. With one movement of her hand, the girl cut off the head of the green monster. The head flew back with its mouth open. The monster's body fell down. After a powerful blow, the girl crouched down. The head of the monster flew in one direction, and the body of the monster flew in the other. We did well, the girl said. With this we have plus 20. I think he was bragging. Quite in her voice, the girl said and smiled. It was Yon Seung-ha, Duesna's guard class. It wasn't bad, and it was too easy. Concentrated, said the player with blonde hair. His name is Kang Ik-ju. The class is a fighter of the soul. Let's choose status points as our reward for today, okay? The girl in the red coat suggested. Okay, let's choose, said the player with blonde hair. Suddenly the girl in the red coat stopped and thought. The player with blonde hair didn't understand what was happening. Something strange. Out loud, the girl said. She stood and thought, What's the matter? What's going on? The player with blonde hair asked in a worried voice. I feel like someone nearby is using a skill. Even despite the absence of a quest, said the girl in the red coat. Are we going to attack them? The player asked. No, forget it. There are only 50 seconds left, especially since we don't know who these users are. The girl in the red coat answered. She was already standing near the monitor. You and I will just have to observe to determine whether they will become a blessing or a curse for our guild. The girl in the red coat continued speaking. For now, mark the coordinates, and let's come back here tomorrow to investigate. The girl offered it to the player with blonde hair. The boy named Lee sat down and thought. He looked worried. Where is that place? The boy asked, and walked along the long, dark corridors. Then the boy stopped abruptly. His eyes became big from fear. With excitement, sweat appeared on my face. The boy saw a strange monster lying at the end of the corridor at a dead end. He had never seen such a monster before. Around this monster, all the walls and floor were splattered with blood. The monster bulged its big pink eyes. She opened her mouth and stuck out her large tongue. Human hands protruded from the monster's head. Suddenly, a man began to emerge from the monster, as if from a suit. He was wearing a light-colored baseball cap, and his body was covered in blood. Lord, what is this? What's happening? The boy said in fear. He watched as the man climbed out of the monster, and there was even more blood on the floor. It was a player in red clothes and a light cap. There was a stick in his hands at the end, which was a sharp sword. Europe, in red clothes and a light cap, ran after our boy waving his weapon. Lee ran away very quickly with all his might. Seeing the passage, Lee turned and ran to the side. The player with the weapon ran after the boy. He tried to reach and kill him with his sharp tip, or he ran with all his might. He clenched his teeth. He waved his arms very quickly, and his face was sweating from fear and fatigue. So he reached the door that said exit. There was a red light on the door. The boy stopped for a second to think. If this is the way out, then I have a chance, the boy said. He ran to the door and began to pull the handle. The door didn't open. Damn, the door is closed, the boy shouted loudly. The young man saw through the window in the door that there was a man behind it. It was Yunhyun. The young man began to bang his hands hard on the door and shout loudly, and his name, Yunhyun! He looked at the boy and waited for him to hear and turned to him. Are you Baek Yunhyun? Yes, is this true? The young man shouted. Help me, please. I can't go out. The door is closed. And the boy continued to pick at the sand and didn't even turn around. Please help me. The door's closed. Lee continued to scream. Please help me. Weren't you and I still friends when we were kids? The young man shouted. Help me, please. Just once. Yunhyun, please. He continued to scream loudly. Is it a boy? He knocked with all his might on the door. After a while, the little boy began to rise to his feet. He straightened his body and thereby grew taller. This is already an adult young man with a school backpack behind him. What are you talking about there? Do not talk rubbish. Very rude, replied the young man with the backpack. Do not talk rubbish. What kind of friend am I to you? Why do you think so? Turning around, the boy said, half of the face was human, and the other half of the face was like a monster. Suddenly the boy opened his eyes. Tears welled up in his eyes. My whole face was wet with sweat and fear. The boy was not kept in his bed on the pillow, and with big frightened eyes he looked at the ceiling. The cat was not only on the face, his whole body was wet. Match, named Lee, sat down on his bed and grabbed his head. Lord, thank God. It was just a dream. It was just a dream. He exhaled deeply and said, Boy, all wet from fear and sweat. The boy sat in his bed and held his head. He remembered everything he had just dreamed. What's happened? Did you have a nightmare? Asked a girl named Kim. She lay next to her and woke up from the fact that Lee had risen. The girl Kim lay hugging her pillow and looking at the boy Lee. She smiled a little. Are you here? You surprised me. Didn't you sleep in my sister's room? The boy asked in a surprised voice. No, I can't fall asleep and honor the bed. That's why I'm here. She said, throw your hand at your neck. What kind of dream did you have? Very scary? Did you ask Kim? Scary dream or erotic? The girl asked and smiled. Kim sat down and began to beautifully, elegantly pull herself up after sleep. The boy was either scared again and very embarrassed. He began to cover his face with his palm because he was ashamed and embarrassed. It turned red. I didn't dream of anything like that. Where did you get the idea? the boy said in a frightened voice. Morning has come. Our heroes walked down the street with their school bags and backpacks. Kim walked ahead and drank a milkshake through a straw. Behind her, a boy walked behind her and ate a sandwich. As we already talked about in the evening, now I will choose quests, Kim said. So let's start learning your skills so you can be ready to meet anyone. Killer? Yes, we agreed well, Boyle said with his mouth full of food. He stuffed almost the entire sandwich into his mouth. And remember, don't use your skills unnecessarily. Memory, because the reward will be small if we get penalty points, the girl said to Kim. Since you said it, the money I chose as the reward last night has disappeared. Is it because of the penalty points? The boy asked Weather. Yes, exactly. 1 penalty point costs about 10,000, the girl said to Kim. Therefore, everything is confiscated. Also, if you participate in a penalty quest, I, as a member of your party, will also be with you. So this irritates me even more. The girl continued talking. Yes, I understood you. From now on, I promise that I will not use skills unless necessary. Honestly, he said if it was a boy. Well, at least you're good in your answers, fool, the girl named Kim said and laughed. I had a very pleased face and a beautiful smile. You know, I'm going home now to change clothes. Let's see you at school, the girl said to Kim and waved her hand to the boy. Wait, Kim, did he say? I've been asking myself these questions since yesterday. Tell me, what will you wish for if you take first place in this event? The Kim girl thought about it. I'll probably dream of building my own heavenly place with my favorite idiots, the girl said, smiling. Of course, this is a hoax. Remember, if you do well on our next quest, I will tell you. Agreed, the girl said. See you soon then, she said Kim and walked forward. The boy stopped and looked after her. Wait, you said you would tell me everything, said boy. A silver car drove down the road at very fast speed. The car had tinted windows. In this car, there was a girl in a red coat and a player with blonde hair. I found you, the girl in the red coat said with a satisfied voice and a smile. This is an avenger and master of labyrinths. Judging by their uniforms, they are still schoolchildren. Looking at our heroes, the girl in red spoke. Queen's Guard. This is a unique passive skill. Royal Kingdom without sunset. Can see the skills and characteristics of the user and monsters at a short distance. The program said it was worth going out and looking for them while people were commuting to work. Then you and I had to look for them all day if we were just unlucky, the girl in red said, taking off her glasses. What did you want to do? Are you really going to hunt her right now? The player with blonde hair will save. Of course not. No, with the loss of too many extra eyes. Moreover, they are not so important as to hunt for them when penalty points are at stake, the girl in red said, smiling. In addition, they are classes that are not in our guild. We don't yet know what kind of Horizon event this is. We need to consider recruiting them for our guild. Strange. How do you imagine this? Aren't they too young for this? Let's just scare them like we're hunting and make them surrender. The player with blonde hair spoke. What are you saying? You made me laugh. Does age matter in the game? The most important thing is that they are skilled and follow instructions well, the girl said in red. After all, you never know what might be hiding behind an innocent appearance. The girl spoke and laughed. Let's put someone free from the guild on them. Now, let's see what these children really are like, the girl in red said, smiling. It's not too late to think about how to take care of them afterwards. The girl in red continued to talk while they were driving in a silver car. Evening came. The sun was setting below the horizon. There was a red sunset in the sky. The boy was walking down the street and reading something on his phone about learning skills. So this is interesting. You can use the Ergosphere online skill system as a source, since they are the same. So far, my Kim Shiwal is the master of the labyrinth. A dealer-type supporter? The boy stopped and thought. He felt his beard with his hand. Kim has a lot of useful skills, he thought. Her skills, for example, traps, will work well with the Avenger luring them, and skills with a buff can be used in tandem with the Avenger's counterattack skills to deal serial damage. Wonderful. This is simply wonderful, the boy thought. We'll be very good as a couple. Suddenly, a young man in a green jacket and tie called. Hey, stop, said the young man in the green jacket. Is that you, Arim? Asked a young man in a green jacket. This is you from Heijian High School, right? Yes, it's me. What's the matter? Thanks, boy. Really, that's good. Then we'll give it a little while. Let's talk. when a young man in a green jacket.
I have something to talk to you about, I say, a young man in green. And at that moment, he put a knife to the boy's stomach. The boy named Lee was scared, and a sweat appeared on his face. The boy's face is either very scared, perhaps this is the killer, the boy thought. I clenched my teeth out of fear, and his eyes were very big. It was already very late and dark outside. They walked for a long time along the dark streets, until the young man in green found an open door.
Come in, said the man in green. He pushed the Lee boy very hard in the back. Our hero practically fell.
He hit the ground with his hands and feet. He was in pain and scared. Lee opened his eyes and looked forward. Cigarette butts lay on the ground, glasses, empty bottles, and in front of him stood 4 young men. The boy named Lily stood and looked down at him, a young man in a red jacket.
You Minho, said loudly boy.
He was wondering what he wanted to talk about, but as he thought, Hey, this is the guy we need to beat up today, right? The man in the white hood asked. Yes, that's right, answered the young man in a red jacket. A young man in a red jacket leaned down and carefully examined the boy named Lee. He looked at him with evil eyes. Lee Orim, don't even think about running away. You'll only make things worse for yourself if you run away. The group was downloaded by a young man in a red jacket. I have an idea. Come on, we'll just go home after everyone beats you up a little. Fine, the boy in red clothes said, laughing. Lee was very scared. What should I do now? I can't use my skills, so I need to get ahead of them, the boy thought. No, they will continue to torture me endlessly if I do this. I will end it all here and now without using skills, thought the boy named. I'll take them on myself, our hero thought, and a fight broke out. The young man in the hood began to swing his arms to hit him. Our hero dodged the blows of a real boxer and struck his opponent in the stomach with his fists. Polly did not wait this time to be hit first. He resisted as best he could, and struck back with similar blows. A young man in a white hood jumped to hit our hero. However, Lee corrected himself and punched his opponent in the head with all his might with his left hand. It was a powerful blow, after which there was even a white flash. The other boys stopped and just looked at Lee. After a pause, they attacked with their fists to beat our hero. This time, our hero was in complete control of the battle. There was complete concentration in his eyes. Another young man attacked Lee. In response, our hero kicked him in the head with all his might. It was so strong that sparks flew in different directions. And then the boy followed with several more kicks. The enemy fell on his back and flew to the side. I'm good at it. Everything is possible. No matter how many of them there are, they are still people. Have you thought? Compared to all the monsters I've fought before, they're just weak. You shouldn't rely too much on skills like you did in a one-on-one fight last time. Then a match named Lee. And 2 people were already running towards him to fight. Even a small part of the Avengers enough to fight this battle with people. Did he think and began to parry his opponent's blows? To deal with them, I will get rid of them all, he thought, and began to strike his opponents with his feet and hands. Young people flew away from these powerful blows. The young people could not oppose anything to our hero in terms of blows and fighting techniques. Lee fought very well. What's wrong with this freak? Why is he so too good today? The young man was indignant, wiping the blood from his face. This is exactly the loser you said he was, he asked again. Damn, this shouldn't have happened. He shouldn't have resisted us like that. He's a coward and a weakling. The young man in red clothes thought in fright. At this moment, the boy continued to fight. He gave a good rebuff to everyone who attacked him. All his blows hit the target. He hit accurately, hard, and to the head. The attacking opponents flew in different directions from the blows that he carried the boy. With loud screams, another young man ran to fight with the boy. He clenched his fists tightly and screamed at the top of his voice. Did the boy stop? Slowly, he looked at his opponent and clenched his fist tightly. And as soon as the enemy ran up to him, he delivered a crushing blow with his fist directly to the attacker's jaw. It was such a strong blow that the attacker was turned over several times in the air. The opponent lay on the ground and moaned and screamed in pain. The boy clenched his fists, stood quietly, and examined the situation. He looked at everyone with an appraising gaze. A young man in red clothes appeared behind the boy. In his hands he held a long stick and swung it to strike our hero. The young man in red clenched his teeth tightly, screamed, and swung a large, long stick to strike. The young man in red clothes hit the boy very hard with his stick.
Lei set a screen with his hand, and the blow landed right in the hand. "What the hell is this?" the young man in red said, gritting his teeth indignantly. His metal stick was bent in different places. At this moment, the fox boy pressed his fist, and he hit his opponent on the head with all his might. As always, the blow hit the target, right to the head. The young man in red clothes was knocked out. He stopped understanding reality and what was happening to him. After the blow, the guy in red clothes flew to the side and fell on his back. "Oh, your mouth, I'll show you now." Having come to his senses, the guy in red clothes began to scream. He was very angry, and so the fortress clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. Without thinking for a long time, our hero kicked his attacker hard in the chest. Then he screamed in pain and fell to the ground again. "Lita is just a freak and a brute. What kind of freak do you think? That's how easy it is to end it." The boy in red clothes spoke angrily and indignantly. At that moment, Lee pressed his foot on his chest. "You're already a dead bastard, you get it. I will call all the elders I know, and we will finish you off." The boy in red clothes was indignant and screamed while lying on his back. "I got you, you damn loser. He said if it was a boy, I'll kill you." Lee continued to speak. "Try to kill me if you can." "Well, something tells me that this won't work out for you," the boy said, in a serious voice. Lee decided to leave the situation as is. He defeated everyone. Everyone got what they deserved. Our hero took the bag and began to leave. At that moment, behind him, a young man in green grabbed a knife and ran to attack. With his peripheral vision, the boy saw that they wanted to attack him with a knife. The guy in green clothes had already raised his hand to deliver an insidious blow to the back. Molly took his bag and hit his offender hard on the head, after which he lost consciousness and fell. By this time, it was already very dark outside. Evening came. Our hero's sister, named Lee, was walking down the street with bags in her hands. She looked at her phone and read her notes. "So I have green onions? There are also regular onions. Sauce, there is sauce too. This is enough for lunch today," the girl thought. "I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to cook for my Lee Orem. You need to think about his health and feed him well. I don't know what's going on with her, but I'm glad he's not sick," Sister thought. "Sister, is that you?" From the side, he said, whether he was a brother. "Lee Orem, is that you? What are you doing here?" Frightened and indignant, the sister began to ask the boy. "And why are you covered in sweat? Why is your shirt dirty? Why are you all wet in the end?" Sister asked. "And this? It's okay not to worry. Don't worry. I made excuses to my brother, but Sister was waiting for normal explanations. The guys just asked me to play football with them. That's just what it's all about." And at this time, the guys were lying on the ground. Some were completely unconscious. Some lay groaning in pain and could not even rise to their feet. "You're sweating so much because of football. Have you been playing for a long time?" Sister asked. "Yes, it was fun to play after a long break." Did he say it? But in fact, he was sweating because he was running from there, so that she wouldn't see anything. "What did you buy?" did you ask? "This is for lunch." The boy continued to ask. "There's pork breast. Are we going to grill meat today?" "Sister, tell me honestly, you are not yet used to the way I look like this, right?" Brother asked. "Yes, it's true. What did my facial expression give me away, Pober?" said Sister. "No, it just seemed that way to me." Brother laughed. "Maybe you want me to look like before?" Brother asked. "I will like you regardless of your appearance, as long as you are okay," Sister answered. "Did he say thank you? By the way, did you happen to bring any friends over to visit you yesterday?" "Thanks, Sister." "No, what?" Did he answer? "It's just that when I was cleaning in the morning, I found a lot of long brown hair. They are too long for mine, and the shade is so unusual." "So I thought it was your friend's hair." "How did you two meet, okay?" Sister said, and they continued walking down the street. At this time, a young man in a red jacket rose to his feet and walked, leaning against the walls of the houses. It was difficult for him to walk, and every step was accompanied by a tone of pain. "Damn, it hurts, just like everything," the young man spoke. "Lita is a complete idiot. I will beat you to death the next time we meet." The whole beaten young man was indignant. He took his phone and started calling everyone he knew. He called the high school students, who were already hanging out together somewhere in the apartment. Grand parties were thrown. One of the young people at this party picked up the phone. Music was playing loudly in the apartment. Everyone was drinking and partying. "Hey, Peck, I have a case for you."
It seems to me that you should shrink. If we let him go, will he still give us trouble? A boy in red clothes spoke in an indignant, loud voice. Therefore, you must personally teach him a lesson so that this dictionary knows its place. There was a loud voice on the phone. A young man named Peck stood and listened. Okay, I'll think about it. Said so. I still wanted to show him the difference in our levels. Evening came. There was a yellow and red sunset in the sky. A beautiful, quiet evening with virtually no wind. Lee, listen, let's go home together, the girl suggested to Kim. Lee stood in the school and looked at Kim with big eyes. Behind his back, everyone was simply shocked by such a proposal. It was very unexpected. What? How? What? Are you going somewhere? The friend asked, in surprise. If you're going, then I want to come with you too. Sorry, we're not going anywhere. We have something important to discuss, so just the two of us will go. Something important? The friend asked again. That's right. If everything goes well, I'll tell you later, Kim said. The school students began to discuss this relationship. Since when have they been dating? They spoke. Are they dating? It seems to me that they have been together for a long time. The students spoke. It can't be that Kim Shirwal and that loser Lee Oram are together. The young man in the red tie was indignant and thought to himself, as we already said, the weather was very good outside. Our heroes decided to take a walk. Kim and Lee took milkshakes with straws, stood leaning against the fence, were silent, and drank. Maybe we can start dating you. Did you ask Kim? What? Why suddenly, did you ask? If we date, then no one at school will care that we were communicating, but in private, Kim said. Don't you think lying about it is bad? Did he say? If you want, hooray, we can really start dating, the girl said. So, you want to date for real, okay? The girl looked at the young man named Lee with a sly glance. The boy began to stutter. He was shy and embarrassed. His face turned red. You started talking about this so suddenly. I need to think. Did he say? Well, then let's talk about something else. The girl told Kim in a dissatisfied voice, and Vidya started drinking her milkshake from a straw. At this moment, I was, please, terrified. A gaming monitor appeared in front of the girl. Lee, I received a quest. It's 12:30 today, the girl said to Kim. Competitive paired suppression quest. Would you like to take part in a competitive duo suppression quest? Yes or no, the system asked. Pair quest. This means that others can participate. Inograd is only better for this. In addition to 20 million, you will receive 12 status points, Kim said. Boy, or thinking, this is a great chance for us to improve. But it will be much more difficult. Surely if we compete with other users, even if it is a 1 in a million chance of a killer play appearing. Kim said the battle of everyone against each other will begin. I've never worked in pairs before. Did he say? If you think it will be too dangerous, then we can wait until a less difficult quest appears, the girl said. No, let's try it, the match named Lee said in a satisfied voice. I think this will be an interesting experience for our duet. Moreover, I have never played together with you before. I analyzed our skills. I want to tell you that together we can cope with any situation. The boy continued talking. Play killers to worry about. If the situation comes to this, then believe me, I can handle them. Kim, just trust me. Did he say? Oh, what's wrong with you? The girl said in a satisfied voice, smiling. Is our loser so confident in himself today? The girl asked. Well then, we'll meet at the place where the quest starts this evening. Agreed. Did he say? It was late evening. Only some houses and windows had lights on. The boy named Lee changed his clothes. Now he was wearing black pants and a blue shirt. He stood and waited for the girl Kim. Lee stood and looked down because it was the open area of a tall building. He looked around, and I was waiting for my friend. Lee, hi, Kim said. The girl also changed into different clothes. She came to the place where she spoke. My friend, how do you like this place? So you know about him? Knowing the layout will give us an advantage, the girl spoke. This place is completely unfamiliar to me. The boy, Lee, answered. So I stand and look around. If we find the black door, it will be easier to figure out the route, the young man said. Black door? Which door? What are you talking about? The girl Kim began to ask cautiously. Do you recognize the door from which the monsters appear? It's rectangular. The boy began to explain on his fingers. I've never seen this before. That's why I'm asking, the girl said. Never seen it? The boy scratched the back of his head and asked, Strange, not all monsters appear from this. Did you ask? The gaming monitor began to glow in front of our heroes.
Instead of words, the monitor and system simply produced hissing sounds. And then the program spoke. So the quest will start in 1 minute. Prepare for battle. Okay, let's discuss this later. Now you need to finish the quest, Kim said. Okay, good. Did he answer? System opened the battle preparation page. The girl Kim turned to the gaming system. The girl stood and looked at the monitor. There were different symbols on it. It was necessary to understand what they mean. So I figured it out a little. First, I equip everything for healing. I thought Kim. And she presented her finger to her face. Should I buy an attack buff or not? The girl thought. Do you need anything? Here you can buy something only before the start of the quest. If you want, I can buy it for you, Kim suggested. Great idea, Lee said and began scratching the back of his head. Then I need something for the hill. And a speed buff, please, the boy said. Speed. Okay, I'll send it all to you now. The Kim girl spoke and pressed the monitor buttons. His pop-up window appeared in front of the linden tree. There was a sound that a message had arrived. Panacea of the Virgin Mary, X2. Fully restores defense and stamina. Tastes terrible. Everything that is bitter is good for health. The system spoke, hunting hawk feathers, movement speed quadruples for 5 seconds. So soft that you can fall asleep with just one touch. 1 minute has passed, the quest begins, the system said, and immediately a huge shaggy wolf flew over the heads of our heroes. He appeared! Did you see him? He appeared! A girl named Kim screamed loudly. This monster is known for its speed. Did he begin to tell? It was still unclear what would happen now. It was a nimble wolf Waham. Long body and very fast paws with large sharp claws. This is Vaham. This is a quick wolf, a kind-hearted tribal god. He doesn't attack unless attacked. His main attack is a quick throw that tears the enemy into pieces. It's a gust of wind. We need to hurry up and catch up with him. If we do this right now, we will be the first, the girl said to Kim. Wait, if anything goes wrong, he will drag us all over the city. There must be another way. He said we need a man. Okay, Kim, we'll make a trap. Did you continue? A trap? The girl asked again. Yes, we can make a trap if we use your skill in a dead end, and then I will lure him into our trap with an attack. In this regard, you're a bait. Isn't it too risky? The girl asked. I'm ready, and the Avengers get stronger when they are attacked, the boy said. When you finish making the trap, please let me know. I'll bring him to you, said the boy confidently, holding his sword tightly in his hand. Lee jumped from the height of this building, holding his sword in his hand. Wait! The girl shouted after him. Lita is still too small and weak at this level. I began to resent Kim. Why do you think you are smarter than others? You are smart enough to do all the most dangerous things alone. Kim spoke, and at that moment, Lee was flying after the wolf. He fell from a tall building. It was a beautiful jump. At that second, our hero was not afraid of anything. No, nimble wolf. Among monsters, he ranks first in speed, but overall, he's not that strong. Did the boy reason? If I lure him into a trap, we can easily win. Have you thought? And then the boy saw that another player was overtaking him. Accused at very high speed. Such crazy speed. How is this possible? Who is this? It was clear from the new player that this was a girl because her light braid was blowing in the wind. This is a special speed class running with the wind. Huang Kyuri. Windrunner class, the system said. New player. Girl Huang turned and looked at Boy Lee. Interesting. Is he a knight or a swordsman? I thought at that moment she was about. But that doesn't matter now. They are all too slow compared to me. Damn, she's so fast. Our hero was surprised and indignant. We're just taking advantage of our speed difference to win. Have you thought? Then I can't stand still either, the young man said. Skill! The time for revenge comes when the enemy is still alive. The system said. The new player girl has almost caught up with the wolf. She ran away with him. His speed was really just crazy. I found him, left in the right place at the right time, the new player said in a satisfied voice. Ice Windblade skill. The girl tried to attack the wolf. She jumped on him, and in his hands he had a blade. For the girls, the new player struck the wolf. After this blow, there was a lot of blood. The wolf opened its mouth and began to make wild sounds. I'm not done with you yet, the girl said. The new player, Raging Stormblade skill, the system said. The wolf opened his mouth very wide and made wild and loud noises. In pain, the wolf seemed to be slightly stunned. The huge wolf began to jump and attack. He opened his mouth with many white sharp teeth. Great, I think it's definitely broken.
The girl in the white baseball cap screamed, Yongsong! Do something for me. Send him flying with your combo impulse, the girl said.
The player with black hair stood in front of himself with a protective shield. He held back the onslaught of this monster. Okay, I will do it. No problem at all, the man with black hair said.
This player's name is Yong Sun. He belongs to the class Builder Skill Skywall. Yong said Sun. Come on, let's act, the player shouted. In front of him was a large flash of fire, which he held back with his iron shield. The wolf could not get through the circle of fire. Moreover, he was hampered by the shield that was holding back this matter, and the energy field did not let him in. And now the combo spell, the player said. And in addition, I add skill tactical shaft, he said loudly, holding back the blow. The wolf was already standing in front of him. He growled very loudly. His eyes were gray, and the teeth simply chattered from each other with the desire to bite. And suddenly a boy appeared unexpectedly. He jumped so high and flew like a bird. His blue shirt fluttered in the wind. What the hell? This is the same guy with the sword. When did he catch up with me? A new player in a white cap shouted. The program spoke. Skill. The time for revenge comes when the enemy is still alive. Agility increases by 1.5 times, while defense gradually decreases until it reaches 0. Now we are defending about 20, Lee said. The boy began to think, if I lose this time, then I won't be able to catch up with him. I only have one chance. The system spoke. Sword of the Vengeful Spirit. It reduces defense to 0 for 5 seconds, significantly increasing the chance of a critical hit. The wolf screamed and wanted to attack. The boy swung his ball and hit the wolf. Blood flowed from the head of this monster. Lee hit on a tangent, but this was also enough for the wolf to scream in pain. Boy Lee jumped to the side and held the sword in front of him. That's bad luck. I hit it, but didn't catch it. Parma matcha is crap. Surely my chance to crit fell due to the fact that, Veihama has a high agility rating. Did the boy think? Are you a complete idiot? I'm telling you this. A fool with a sword, said the player in the white cap. What are you doing? How dare you even interfere with us and try to steal our loot when he was almost in our hands? The girl screamed. It's a competition. What's the difference? The boy asked whether. Well, you said. The girl in the white cap screamed. There is such a thing as good manners. That's what it's called now, the girl screamed. How would you feel if someone killed a monster that you stunned? The one you would fight and you would beat him. What would you do? A new player asked. Well, if you think about it, I really did something wrong, the boy replied. To be honest, I didn't want to, he said and ran away. Arrogant idiot. I have not finished yet. I was indignant, girl. He's right. Competition is a competition. Make a bad opponent for this part of the game. Therefore, we should not be too polite either. Let's use the game's features to our advantage, the man with black hair said. The program spoke again. Skill. Stone palaces of the royal family. At that moment, Lee jumped, holding a sword in his hands, hiding from the fire. This is an emergency shelter, he said if it was a boy. He used this skill to stop me. Damn it, what's going on? Why are all of my skills slowing down? Indignant, the boy shouted. It won't work like I thought. It only reacts to attacks from outside. Will I have to wait until the time to use the skill expires? The boy thought. No, they were already too late. I'll touch it with my hand, then I will use the only piercing attack, red spikes, the boy thought. Until the barrier goes down, the red thorn skill can penetrate the wall and cause damage from the outside, the boy spoke. It will take a lot of time. Red spikes do very little damage, but it will still be faster than just sitting and waiting. I'll get out of here and catch up with you. The crack of the golden mountain was heard. It began to crack and burst, like an egg from which a chick is hatching. The boy put out his hand and energy field. The spell began to work around him. Okay, it turned out much faster than I expected, the boy namely thought. I still have time. I will have time to drive them out. He thought and ran very quickly. Clay ran very fast, holding his long black metal sword in his right hand. Suddenly he stopped because he saw his rivals on the street ahead. It was a man who held his shield in his right hand, and a girl who held 2 daggers in her hands. What's happening? Why are they just standing there? They seem to be alive, but they just stand there and don't even breathe. Have you thought? What happened? Did you lose him? The boy asked. No, I was sure that until that moment the monster was fighting us, but suddenly he disappeared. He just took it and disappeared.
And at this moment, we are on Star in the form of a large giant green wolf jumped out from behind.
What's behind me? Is there a monster there? Said loudly, much by name. This is simply impossible. The boy screamed in fear. The other players were also scared. This is impossible. This is teleportation. This is teleportation. It is impossible. In the game, Vahama does not have such a skill. This is simply impossible, did he say? The monster jumped and opened its huge mouth. The long pink tongue and large number of sharp white teeth were terrifying. Suddenly, it was as if lightning struck the ground and there was a huge explosion. The white cloud and flash scattered in different directions. The monster, which looked like a huge wolf, attacked a man who had a shield in his hands. He bit him with his mouth right on the stomach. The man screamed in pain. The teeth of a huge monster pierced his body right through. Blood flowed in all directions. Yunsun, hold on! The player girl screamed. Skill, Mega Typhoon Dance. The user's attack speed is quadrupled for 18 seconds. After that, he freezes for 5 seconds. The girl player took out hers. Small daggers, and began waving them near the mouth of the giant wolf. She really wanted to save the life of the guy who was caught in the monster's jaw. The girl, gritting her teeth, began to strike with her daggers. She struck so quickly that the movement of her hands was almost imperceptible. The monster resisted and fought her off with its paws so that stones flew into the moot. He disappeared. The match shouted loudly by name. Damn it! Where did he go? The player, a girl in a white cap, shouted indignantly. There really was no one around her. God, how angry I am right now. Come here to me immediately. In a loud, angry voice, the girl said to the boy named Lee, I think this is bad. Generally, a bad idea. I didn't expect this, the boy thought in fear. If Vaham can teleport, will he be able to escape from our trap, the boy thought. In this case, my kimchi wall is in danger. Have you thought? Okay, I finished the trap. Now all I have to do is wait. The boy and the new player, the girl with 2 daggers in their hands, stood opposite each other. If I don't figure out this teleportation thing, then the trap is useless. First, you need to disable Waham's ability to teleport, and then lure him to Kim Shi-wol. I thought quickly. We were already close to them. A man with dark hair, who used to have a sword in his hands, hung from his teeth in his mouth. This big monster in the form of a wolf chewed it in its mouth and with its sharp teeth. The player in black plowshare clenched his teeth in pain. It was the most terrible sound. Yongsun, the girl in the white cap, screamed loudly. Damn, I can't move. I can't move because I used Mega Typhoon Dance, the girl said. A huge monster in the form of a wolf stood on its powerful paws. A practically dead player lay next to them. The giant monster opened its mouth very wide. He extended his tongue and began to howl loudly, like a real wild wolf. This sound simply permeated the whole body from head to toe. The boy and girl of the white cap player simply froze and looked at everything that was happening. He practically killed my friend. I will take revenge on him. He won't live. The girl gritted her teeth and was indignant. The system spoke. Skill dedication together. This is anti-barrier. Activated. At that moment, the boy was either fighting as best he could with a nose that looked like a wild wolf. What's going on? The girl screamed. Why do you? She asked. Did I mention that from now on? I'll mind my manners. The boy shouted loudly. The young man struck the monster several times with his iron sword. He hit the target directly. Blood flowed from him. I think he's running away, the girl player screamed. Very strange. Can't he just teleport? Maybe it's because of the accumulated damage, Lee said. Damn it, I could have caught up with him now. And if running with the wind was intant, on cold down, cool down. This is the time that must pass before a skill, spell, or item can be used again. Waham's teleportation skill also has a cooldown. Kim's trap is ready. Did he say it? Let's make a deal with you. Thanks, boy. I'll give you the panacea. And you will help me. Panacea? It's an ordinary item that money can buy, isn't it? The girl said. Are you thinking of making a deal with this? She asked, and quickly ran up to the man who fell to the ground. Yunsong, are you okay? Are you still alive? You don't have any weaknesses, do you? The boy asked loudly by name, and at that moment the girl was trying to provide first aid to her friend. If there were, wouldn't you be confused? And I wouldn't use it. Mega Typhoon Dance when your partner was bitten by Waham. He said if it was
a boy. I don't like playing with people's lives, but my life is also at stake, so I can't give away a panacea just like that. I also want to protect my partner, the boy spoke. That's why I want to make a deal with you. Help me in exchange for this? How can we help you? It's a competition. The player girl spoke. Let's help him, Turi. The wounded player spoke. In this game, our lives are at stake. Competition is good, but survival is more important. So let's try it. Cooperation is one of the components of this game. Okay, forget that in your plan we would have to suffer. Do not worry about it. Did he say? So I will be in your danger. I say, boy. So the first part of the plan is fishing with live bait. As the guy with the ball explained, I need it. I need to outwit him by pretending to hunt him and lure him to the fork where the second part of the plan begins. That's all I need to do, the player girl thought. I found it, then we begin, she screamed loudly. The system spoke, the skill blade of the furious storm. And instantly light shadows began to circle around the body of the giant wolf. These are energy circles that squeeze the monster's body. The girl player even fell to the side. She leaned on her dagger, which she held in her right hand. And so they stood opposite each other. The girl held a dagger in her hands, which was small, and a huge monster. And you will see who the wolf, who distinguished her. Fine, we've played enough, the girl thought, because he can counterattack with teleportation if I attack again. Heading straight to the meeting place. The girl thought and began to run away. The system has spoken, skill running with the wind. From a very high speed, the monster, which looked like a giant wolf, began to run after the girl. Now he's just running after me. He lies behind me without teleportation. I thought the girl was running away from a monster. The second part of the plan is to drive him into a corner, the young man said and jumped up with his shield. The young man jumped from top to bottom to hit the monster's head with this shield like an axe. The system spoke. Skill wall of a 100-year-old castle. At that second, the young man became very tense and clenched his teeth. A fight ensued. There was a lot of golden glow and fire around. The light simply hurt my eyes. It was impossible to see. The young man protected himself from this glow behind his large shield. Now he has nowhere to retreat. I have created the perfect arena for battle, and now the final part of the hunting plan. The boy put his sword forward, and the red energy field was already near his body. The system spoke. Skill flower that stores anger. Combo attack. Lee began to swing his long-armed sword and strike one after another at the body of the huge monster. The boy began to circle around the monster. He moved very quickly around its axis. Of course, the hunt won't end there, the boy thought. This game is hunting for Wahama, a monster that looks like a giant wolf. This hunt took me a long time. My attacks did not reach their target and did not go through as expected due to his agility, the boy reasoned. Therefore, in order to successfully complete the hunt for Waham, I need to lure him into the trap that Kim Sherwol made and reduce his agility at all costs, the boy thought. But before that, we need to force him to do something. Have you thought? But before that, I have to make him use teleportation, Lee said, holding his sword in front of him. Apparently he can only teleport 2 times in a row. Did you reason? His gaze was more focused than ever. Teleport only twice in a row. In other words, if we survive 2 of his attacks, then we can kill him, did he say? And the boy immediately began to attack the monster. He aimed his blows directly at the mouth of this giant wolf. We can kill him. I know that, the boy continued to think. The main thing is that I'm not afraid of getting hurt, because wounds only make me stronger. The gaming system spoke again. Skill flame of revenge, Lisa waved his right hand upward and magical red circles began to wriggle around his hand. His sword became like hot metal. It was already too late outside. Almost no lights were on in the houses. And this meant that all the people were already asleep. What is he doing? What is he doing? He decided to go against Vayam himself and lure him into a trap. This is not an entertaining action. The player in pajamas spoke. Stop doing nonsense. Sit watching normally. As the head of the guild said, another boy spoke. As the head of Getty said, we need to make sure, if this is really a player, who can open the black door. At this time, Lee simply bravely fought the monster. The gaming system spoke again. Skill, revenge is a raging flame. Now each attack reduces health by 18%, but attack power increases by 2.5 times. "And now the first attack," the boy said loudly and swung his burning hand and energy right into the wolf's jaw. The blow landed right in the middle of the monster's head. Out of anger and pain, the monster growled and stood on its paws very confidently. With his white eyes, he looked at the boy as if he were a victim. The monster screamed very loudly in pain and opened its mouth wide. In pain, he extended his long tongue and practically touched the boy. Lee swung his mighty ball hard. The spell began to work. The skill worked, and bright lightning struck the monster on the head. The biggest blow hit the bridge of the monster's head. There was an explosion, and blood began to splash in different directions. The difficult situation was now in complete control of the battle. There was still skill in his hand and his iron swords. The hand and sword glowed with red and purple light. "Teleported," the boy said sadly. "Okay, just one more time left. Everything goes according to plan, because I don't know how Waham will attack next time. For me, I'll have to rely entirely on luck," the boy thought. "Now, the boy spoke. "I won't budge, so hurry up." Did he say it loudly? "Come on, I'm waiting for you. Show yourself, and show me your fangs," he said, whether it was a boy, and a giant monster in the form of a large wild wolf immediately appeared behind him. "Who are you? I didn't have to wait long for you," the boy said. And at that moment, the monster grabbed him with its mouth and sharp teeth. The system spoke again. "Passive skill is a flower that blooms at sunset." Okay, he bit me. Did you think, looking into the eyes of the monster? "This is exactly what I was waiting for," the boy said and uttered the phrase ultimatum skill. "Vova for the dead," the boy shouted loudly and began to strike with his long sword. Lee was still in the big wolf's mouth. He was caught between his sharp teeth, but even in this position, the boy continued to strike. He was right in the wolf's mouth. He held onto his jaw and with his sword, continued to deliver sharp blows directly to the head. Suddenly there was an explosion. There were flashes and fiery red-hot swords everywhere. The blast wave threw our hero aside. Gritting his teeth, he fell to the ground. Lee looked at the place where the monster was. About 10 swords made of hot metal stuck out in the ground. The street and road were all torn up. "He has gone. Everything goes according to plan. He had already used all his teleportations." "Wait!" another player shouted. The guys turned around, and behind them stood a monster. Several large iron battle swords protruded from his body. The wolf was bleeding, but he was very angry. He came closer, and it was clear that large swords were sticking out of hot metal. From his back, his entire back was covered in blood. And then the monster turned around and began to run away with wild screams. From powerlessness, he fell on his side, got up, and ran again. Damn it, he's running away again. We almost got it. Are we really unlucky? No, everything is fine. This monster runs towards the trap that Kim made. We haven't lost yet. Everything is going according to my plan. Did he say? Our party will win if I finish this monster while he is trapped, the boy thought. The system spoke again. Skill running with the wind. It increases movement speed and agility 4 times. I helped you, so the final blow is mine. After all, this is a competition, the girl player said. Don't be upset. The girl continued talking. But at that moment, the boy really became a little upset and looked at her with surprised eyes. But I'm not upset. Believe me, we will win anyway, he said if it was a boy. Using panacea and hunting hawk feathers. I will increase my defense with a panacea. Thus, I increase the speed of the feathers of a hunting hawk. Moreover, now I have a skill that increases my speed, sacrificing defense. Did he say? The time for revenge comes when the enemy is still alive. He said, boy, and quickly ran down the street. After some time, the boy was already catching up with the player and the girl. He now has a really, really high speed that he didn't have before. The girl in the white cap turned around because she didn't expect that this boy would catch up with her. The girl tripped and fell. Was the boy so fast, a glorious running champion? A few seconds later, he caught up with the monster. Great, I found it! I found it first, the boy said in a satisfied voice. Now I'm in the trap that Kim made. He is shackled with violet and red light. This is energy that will not let him go either left or right. The computer system spoke again. Skill is an overly tenacious labyrinth. Voth reduces the victim's defense and agility until he leaves the range of the skills. I don't even need to activate skills. According to my calculations, Kim should have activated the attack buff, Labyrinth Master skill. This dragon power imbues the labyrinth with an attack buff. At that second, Lee rushed at the large monster to strike him.
The motionless monster in the form of a wolf began to scream in pain. Blood was flying from his body and mouth. For a few seconds, the boy froze. He wanted to assess the situation and what would happen now. And so our hero delivered another blow right to the monster's throat. Blood was scattered all over the street. The Lee boy stopped and lowered his sword to the side. He was pleased with himself, and therefore even smiled. The monster lay motionless behind him. Lee took a deep breath and exhaled. A little more and everything would be gone, the boy said. If not for the buff, the Radiance would have been able to deal the final blow soon. Well, how did you know? Kim asked. Did you make this buff? The girl asked. You bought it because you knew it would be a speed quest. Continued to be interested in Kim. I did not know that, the boy answered, scratching the back of his head. I had no idea that our opponents would be a windrunner. I just thought that if you were in danger, the only thing I could do to support you would be to run faster. That's why I asked for a speed buff. Did he say? How annoying you are, and an arrogant idiot. It's already cold, the girl said. But since we completed the quest, thanks to the fact that you poke your nose everywhere, I will praise you. The system spoke, Lee and Kim. Since you have completed the secret quest, can you do it in 45 minutes? You get 3 high-quality loot boxes. Now I am displaying your results and ranks. The system continued to speak. You are the first of 3 teams, but I didn't see anyone except the team running in the wind. Did he say? This means there was another group hiding somewhere that we didn't see, the boy said. Meanwhile, the 2 players sat outside and waited. The player in pajamas was smoking and talking. Not bad, not bad. The vigilante has good intuition, and the master of labyrinths is well versed in his skills. They just pacified one monster. The player in the yellow jacket spoke. This does not prove that they are capable enough to join the guild. If only it were an ordinary monster. But he's unique in his ability to teleport. The green-clothed player spoke. Considering how many people from our guild died due to unique monsters, I think they did a great job. I would give the Maze Master 9,229 points. The Avenger has 9,879 points. What are these stupid numbers? I don't even understand whether it's a good or bad rating. So that's out of 10,000 points. Would you rate them too? Said the player in pajamas. Your range is very strange, replied the player in the yellow jacket. The yellow jacket player thought and fell silent. You know, I'll wait with the assessment for now, said the player in the yellow jacket. Think I don't mind. The player in the green jacket answered. He came after he found out how this fight would end, she told the yellow coffin. Oh, what a fight! The quest is already over, said the player in the green jacket. No, it's not over. Now the play killer should appear. Our heroes stood in front of the monitors and looked at the number of points they had won. You had to choose your reward. Kim, what award will you choose? The boy asked whether. I remember you said you were going to level up. So will you choose glasses? No, I'll take the money, answered the girl named Kim. I really want to buy a time difference generator, she answered. Time difference generator, isn't it an expensive first-class item, which is difficult to get even in the game? Yes, you can use it to turn back time for one object. Therefore, it is useful in battle with a dangerous enemy or when you're seriously injured, the girl spoke. In other words, it's like having 2 lives in the game. The girl continued talking. That's right, we're playing on the hardest level. If you die, it will be forever. So of course it will be easier if you know that you have a second chance. Did he say? A girl player with blonde hair laughed and said, We lost. And she began to clap her hands. This is an absolute loss. And I thought I wouldn't be able to deliver the final blow and win. But in the end, we were beaten, right? Said the girl with blonde hair. Who is this? The girl, Kim, asked the boy. We competed with them today, and they helped each other a little. This is what the girl with blonde hair asked. The one you told? I have a woman whom I must protect with my life. Is that what you said about her? The girl with blonde hair laughed. Anyway, thanks for the help, the player said. At least we ended up in second place and no one died. This is also a good result. That's why I want to add you as a friend. Will you accept my application? Said the player with black hair. The system spoke. You can see the class and status of your friends and whether they're currently participating in the quest. If we are only talking about friends, then everything is fine, the girl said to Kim. But don't expect cooperation because we don't know yet how he really is. Kim continued to speak. I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm not offering friendship because we want something from you, said the player with black hair. We just love the game. It's like an extreme sport. We can't even do the really hard quests because both of our classes are at the bottom. It seems to me that you are not bad guys, said. If you think so after talking with them, then I will not interfere, Kim said. Lee looked at the girl carefully. Fine. Did he answer? There's not much time left to collect your rewards. I'll send a friend request for now, said the player with black hair. The player made a surprised face because the monitor began to blink red. The system has spoken. Caution, danger, intrusion by an unknown user. And immediately a new unknown player appeared next to them. He brandished his spear. The unknown player had a very scary face. Deep-set eyes that were practically invisible. And there was no hair at all. This is a play killer! The guys screamed. Does anyone know what we should do now? As with black hair, he grabbed his protective shield with his hand. The computer system spoke again. Skill wall of 100-year-old castle. And a stele of yellow light lined up in front of the players. A wall with a huge lion's head at the top. I'll delay him. Hurry up and collect your rewards, the player with black hair said loudly. He held his shield with all his strength, with both hands. If you don't do this, he will simply kill you, the player said. And immediately there was a big explosion. It was a powerful blow to the defensive style. It was like yellow bricks scattered in different directions. The player who held his shield carried away by the blast wave. We must hold on, the player concluded. Be careful and attentive. A player girl with blonde hair, holding daggers in both hands, attacked the killer. Go to hell, that's where you belong. The girl screamed loudly and began to strike with her daggers. But the killer was strong and repelled every blow. The computer system spoke. Spearman Tactics Skill, Chapter Number 5. Ocean of copies. Wave tactics. The system continued to speak. The killer moved very quickly. The girl tried to repel every attack of the killer. Gritting her teeth, she struck harder and harder each time. The killer hit the ground with his spear, and white flashes appeared that blinded our heroes. After another blow from the spear, the girl with blonde hair fell to the ground. She was injured. And the killer continued to attack. He didn't care. His blows were accurate, strong, and very fast. What's happening? Where does he get so much strength, and why is he so fast? The girl shouted indignantly. How can a spearman match the speed of a windrunner? Something is wrong here. Now you will get ugly, the girl shouted. How long have you been playing this game? The girl shouted. And at that moment, purple chains completely enveloped the killer's body. I asked, how long do you play? You can continue to be silent. She said to Kim, I completely forgot that I left another trap here. So watch your step, motherfucker, when you fight here. The girl said directly to Kim Killer's eyes. No, perhaps it's better to say, look what's over your head. Kim continued to speak. And at that moment, a boy named Lee hovered overhead in the air. In his hands he had a long sword with which he was about to deliver his insidious blow. The system spoke again. Skill Master of Labyrinths. This is a note left by the deceased in the labyrinth. Buff 120% to speed, plus 20% to any selected skill. Lee struck a cunning blow with his sword and cut off the killer's hand. The killer did not expect such a development of events. His eyes lit up with white light. He stood with his right hand severed. Blood was flowing from her. After which the killer began to run away. He ran very quickly, holding his spear in his hand. Is he running away? A girl named Kim shouted loudly. At this moment, 2 other players were lying on their ground. Kim healed the rest of the players. What? The girl asked. Wait, you're not thinking about chasing him, are you? Yes, Kim asked indignantly. He could pretend to retreat so he could attack us again. I'm keeping an eye on him and will distract him as long as possible until you cure them, he said, and Kim listened to him carefully. No need. Did you say, Kim, if you make a mistake, you could die. Therefore, if you are planning to fight, there is no need to waste time. Just destroy it. If you return unharmed, will I tell you what I wished? Kim said. Okay, I understand, he said whether he was a boy and slammed his fist against the fist of a girl named Kim. And at that very second, Lee ran forward very quickly. He ran to catch up with the killer. It was already deep night and everyone was asleep. There was not a single person on the street. Now our hero had just crazy speed. After some time, a boy named Lee caught up with the killer,
The killer was sitting on the road, leaning on his spear. The killer turned and looked at the boy silently. Lee also stood and watched. "I thought you would come. You're an Avenger," the killer said. Lee grabbed his sword and was ready to fight. The boy began to strike with his ball and cut off parts of the killer. The killer screamed in a non-human voice. There was blood all around. A second later, the killer fell on his butt, and there was a lot of blood around him. "Honestly, I don't want to hurt anyone, regardless of who my opponent is," the boy said. "Well, no matter how hard I try, I can't stand to see trash like you hurt other people." Did he continue to talk? "So choose. You will calmly leave and live quietly, keeping a low profile, or you will fight and be defeated like a monster." Those words frightened the killer very much. Then the killer laughed. "After you cut off my hand without hesitation, I had hope. But as I thought, you are just a freak who only shows off and knows how," the killer said. The killer began to say a spell, and something yellow appeared in his hand. It shone with a bright white and yellow light. What is he doing? I've never seen this before. What level is this spell? The boy wondered. It was a time difference generator. The killer's hand was burning nicely, and the worms were crawling out of it. The computer system spoke again. "Generator time difference." He turns back time. After these words, the killer laughed very loudly, until the moment when the spearman activated the field. Our heroes stood and looked at each other. "This is a one-on-one skill, isn't it?" the boy named Lee thought in fear. He had a plan from the very beginning and did not attack mindlessly. "Now that I have two hands, let me stab you for real," the killer said. The killer grabbed his spear and started jabbing it forward. He struck one blow after another. So far, our hero by name, Lee, has managed to dodge these blows and repulse them with his sword. The killer laughed very loudly. "Is there something going on? Are you doing? After all these speeches, you found yourself so lethargic and helpless," he said. "I thought you could just cut off my hand and that's it," the killer said, and began to strike again with his spear. The match was still under control. Due to the one-on-one skill, my speed and attack power dropped. "Have you thought?" the system spoke. Skill one-on-one. It reduces the attack power and agility of a target that is inside the field by 30%. In addition, he is fast enough to match the Windrunner, the boy thought. You can't relax even for a second with such an opponent. Otherwise, I'm finished. And the killer at that moment smiled and delivered his blows with a long spear. The computer system spoke again. Halberd skill. The killer hit his spear and like a grenade exploded in front of the boy named Lee. There was a white and blue bright flash all over the street. "What a bright light, God help me." Through clenched teeth, the boy said. He squinted his eyes so as not to go blind. A second later, Lee received a blow directly to the head. Sparks sparkled in his eyes and blood flew in different directions. "What's happened? I seemed to parry his attack, but still took damage," the boy thought. "But the halberd and one-on-one do not have an effect that allows you to ignore defense," the boy thought. "Is this all? Is it really the end for me?" Holding his head with his hand, the boy spoke out loud. At this time, the killer continued to attack our hero with his long spear. The killer struck again, accompanied by blue magic. Was it a totem effect, the boy thought? There was blood on the face, and there was blood from the mouth. Damn, he has very good base stats. He also has an excellent understanding of when to use a skill or item. Have you thought? He must have been playing like this for a very long time. It's immediately clear that this is a master among game killers. Is he really the best killer in this game? Have you thought? Our hero concentrated and carefully watched every move of his opponent. Just as the killer decided to make another blow directly to the stomach with his spear, Lee jumped to the side and deflected this blow. Killer laughed. "What's going on with you?" the killer asked loudly. "You can't beat me in speed, so you're just going to shorten the distance." And at that moment, Lee began to strike. "And this is indiscretion on your part. You are very careless," the killer said. "Do you think you can survive with these skills?" The computer system spoke again. Spearman tactics a skill. Spear shout is a focused attack. The killer began to strike with his spear. After each blow, it was like an explosion. White flashes blinded everything around. The game killer continued to laugh. "How do you like it? Do you understand that you are already finished, boy? You're about to be torn to pieces by a damn loser." To run very quickly around the game killer. "What is it?" He laughed loudly and said, "Killer, you can't defeat me, so you got scared and decided to run away." No, the killer shouted. "You can't even run away normally, boy. There's nothing you can do." And our hero continued to run around the killer.
He gained more and more speed with each lap. The boy decided to confuse the killer, decided to make his head spin, and he couldn't accurately hit him with his spear. "Die, I told you, and a weak player has no place in this game," the killer shouted in an angry voice. The killer threw his spear at the boy and there was a big explosion. A white cloud of smoke rose above the house. A white flash blinded everything around. Dim began to dissipate, and the killer simply stood and watched where his victim was. The game killer smiled because he knew that after such an explosion, no one would be able to survive. And then the smoke completely cleared. His face changed. Frightened eyes and mouth twisted to the side. He saw a boy named Lee standing in front of him, safe and sound. The leader held his sword in front of him. The computer system spoke. Skill, steadfastness, damage absorption, just as I knew. I knew he would use a shotgun if I tried to get out of the one-on-one range. The boy reasoned, my opponent is a master among game killers. It is obvious to me that he will use standard skill combinations. By anticipating this and using resilience to absorb damage, I can compensate for the nerf to my attack due to one-on-one situations. Have you thought? Nerf. This is a reduction, weakening of the characteristics of something in the game. The Lisa boy waved with his sword. The computer system spoke again. An eye for an eye skill. This is a paired skill of steadfastness. It imitates 80% of the skill the user was attacked with. Can avoid a fixed effect field, but I will return to you everything that I received myself. The boy said out loud. Spearman's skill, Spear's sentence? He said whether it was a boy and began striking the killer. The game killer was simply in shock. He did not expect that events could turn against him this way. It was as if lightning began to strike the killer's body. He was shaking as if he'd been electrocuted. The killer gritted his teeth in pain and opened his eyes wide. He could no longer shout a word. Little freak, the game killer screamed with all his might. Ultimatum skill, the player said. Fever conquering the world. Apply. And a second later, the killer appeared on a large horse riding him. In his hand was a huge spear. The computer system spoke again. Attack power and defense penetration ability increases by 270% for 18 seconds. Now you're finished, loser. Threatening, the killer said. He began to quickly ride his horse and attack the boy. The Lee boy tried his best to fend off these blows. This time he got too much. He was very badly wounded from all sides. There was blood on his body. The killer laughed very loudly, and he shouted, How do you like it? Very painful. Or add more. Now do you understand that you are finished, boy? Run if you can, the killer said, smiling. Lee froze and looked attentively at the killer. 1 second, the boy said. And at that moment the horse, along with the killer, hovered in the air and did not move. No, not this, the killer shouted. Duration of action is one-on-one. The duration of a one-on-one action is 200 seconds. Considering some differences, this time is enough. He said whether the boy was all bloody. More than enough. So as not to lose in yourself even after the nerf. Did he say? His eyes were very serious and angry. What are you saying, loser? Die, the killer shouted. He swung his spear toward the boy's head. The leader held a long red sword in front of him, already red hot. It's all useless. I thought the boy was useless. No nerf or traps. Did he say? You are no match for me, the game killer said to the boy in a scary voice. The fight continued. Suddenly the killer screamed in pain. There was a lot of blood around his neck. All this happened after our hero hit the killer. The enemy fell on his back. You're a damn loser. How did you manage that? The killer spoke in an offended voice. At that moment, the boy came up and stood near the killer's head. The enemy's face became very stupid. It was clear from him that he was scared. Don't even think about using anything. You should know this if you've been playing for a long time. The boy Clem said, touching the killer's head with his long, sharp sword. The difference in our abilities cannot be corrected by just a couple of items, the boy said. The killer began to grumble. He made incomprehensible sounds and was very angry. Why are you doing it? In a confident voice, he asked the killer. Even if we say play kill about this, it is still not a game, but reality, even murder. Did he say, what will you get from this? Rewards for events. Or do you just enjoy torturing others? You are an optimistic idiot, the killer said to the boy in a quiet voice. Lee stood and listened. Did your family members recognize you? And my life was taken away from me by a damn optimistic idiot. After I look like my game character, my friends and family won't recognize me. Lee was shocked. It was as if I had died. I died for everyone. For loved ones and family, for your friends, for absolutely everyone. What difference does it make now what I do? The killer spoke. I don't care who, if your events. I don't know what happened, but I will destroy everyone. The killer began to shout indignantly. I will destroy everyone and put an end to this. The killer began to scream even louder. And suddenly, unexpectedly, the killer screamed in pain. Splashes of blood flew in different directions. Out of surprise and great shock, the boy opened his rock and opened his eyes wide. Sword on a stick sticking out of his back. This is a weapon, isn't it? I think I know who this weapon belongs to. Horrified, said the boy. Leapy returned to the side and saw that an unfamiliar player was standing. A player he had already met. And I thought you were finished. You surprised me. I was very surprised, said an unfamiliar player in a cap. Sucks class. The girl in the cap said, and pulled out her stick with the tip from the killer's body. She put it behind her shoulder. Reaper, it's you. What are you doing here? The boy asked. I received half the points and all the items of the killed player. And now about the main thing. You're next, vigilante, said the girl in the light cap. Lee prepared for battle. He held his sword tightly in his right hand. You are a player just like this killer, he said loudly if it was a boy. Are you also killing everyone because you lost everything because of this game? The boy asked. The girl with the light cap became sad eyes. I do not understand what you're saying, she said. I have no reason to hunt. I think I've already said this about you. The girl screamed and swung her weapon. I just love winning. I am a winner in life. In reality or in the game, I just do everything to win. The girl began to attack our hero. She jumped high and swung her weapon at him. One of the girl's blows hit our hero's body. Lisa screamed in pain. Suddenly, but the Reaper is now much faster than before. Has he really increased his level? Was the boy thinking? Red spikes, he said whether the spell was a boy, and sharp red spikes flew straight into the enemy's body. The girl in the white cap dodged the red spikes as best she could, but they still got into her body. Oh, you loser, freak, I think you're lucky now, the player girl shouted. The girl swung her weapon and a huge skull appeared behind her. The eyes of the skull glowed red. What is this beef? Screamed loudly. A skull, a boy named Lee. The skull opened its mouth, and either a tongue or a large long bone stretched forward from its mouth. Just a few seconds later, there was a big bang, and then an explosion. It was like lightning struck right into that skull. The boy flew off to the side. This is simply incredible. This is not a Reaper skill. Have you thought? Oh, I missed, the girl in the red t-shirt said, smiling. Although I aimed very well, she probably got too excited and made a mistake. The girl with the blue hair and a red t-shirt continued to laugh and talk. Necromancer? Looking at the girl, he asked in surprise if she was a boy. Why are you talking nonsense? This isn't your first time, and the girl said. Valley was very surprised by what was said. Forgive me, your skills suck. I tell it like it is. Loser, said the girl with a stick in her hands. Do you really want to die, pig? I can easily arrange this for you. It's very simple. The girl in the red t-shirt spoke. At this moment, the boy stood and watched them. Butcher, have you thought? Who are they? Are they on the Reaper's side? The boy thought. Suddenly, one spear was pointed at the player. The sharp tip dug straight into the throat. What are you doing? These should be my words, I told you. If you bother me, I will kill you. The girl player in the white cap said, Do not get me wrong. We are only for the sake of the spearman. This whole meeting of ours is a complete coincidence. The hooded player answered. I'm not going to take your spoils. The condition of our cooperation was precisely not to touch each other's prey. The hooded player spoke, and the girl in the white cap listened to every word. Can I at least help you? We also want to deal with the Avenger. He took our jobs, said the hooded player. Do what you want. I don't care. This is a general game, said the girl in the white cap. Anyway, I'll be the one who will cut off his head, the girl shouted and began waving her weapon. She started attacking Lee again. The battle began again. Sparks flew from the metal weapon in different directions. There were flashes and explosions. The boy held on with all his strength, repelling these blows. A girl in a red t-shirt appeared next to him, holding a glowing skull in her hand. The computer system spoke.
Skill, bone needles. It was these sharp bone needles that the girl with blue hair and a red t-shirt began to throw. The girl helped our hero defend himself from blows. The boy fought back as best he could. They hit him with different weapons from all sides. The computer system spoke. The skill-relaxing massacre is a critical hit. The hooded player was swinging his weapon, which looked like a large axe. The hooded player swung and struck with his huge axe, according to the boy. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Flashes of fire lit up the entire street. Stones from the road flew in different directions. "He's finished," one of the players said out loud. The smoke cleared and everyone saw that the boy named Lee was alive. And in front of him sits a player in a green jacket and hat. The player in the hat exhaled heavily. "I never thought I'd have to fight in my pajamas. This is very embarrassing," said the player in pajamas and a hat. "Well, isn't it cool that I landed?" the player in the hat said, smiling. He was holding on to a simply huge sword that stuck out in the ground. The system spoke again. "Skill Altar of Dragon Sword. It neutralizes all physical attacks within a radius of 5 meters for 9 seconds. During this time, you cannot move." This weapon skill, is it really such a rare class that there are only 3 such players in our country? "Are you a dragon hunter?" the boy asked. "Yes, exactly. And you have a trained eye. You're not a fool." "Smart," the player in the hat said, smiling. "Yes, I have a rare class. There are very few players like me in the whole world." The player in the hat spoke. "Although I have a rare class, aren't you the same?" The player in pajamas continued talking. "Few people choose such a difficult class, for example, such as the Avenger, and indeed it is. Okay, we'll talk more later. I came to help you, so it's time to get to work. It's time to figure it out. With all the parasites that appeared in this game," said the player in pajamas began to swing her large sword. "Be careful, he's going to stun us," the other players shouted. Skill, dragon silence. This phrase was said by a player in pajamas, and he swung his giant sword. There was a lot of fire around. It's as if this fire is spewing out of the mouth of a dragon. The bad players tried to hold back the fire with their weapons, but not everyone succeeded. The player in pajamas swung his giant sword once more, and there was no one around anymore. The boy stood and looked at this in surprise. "Okay, that's enough. Choosing a reward," said the player in pajamas. "What?" the boy asked in surprise with big eyes. "Choose your reward and close this quest. It will be difficult for the 2 of us to deal with them." She showed the coffin in her pajamas. "But my friend and the others are still in the game." "Did he say?" "Don't worry about them. I will help them. So that you understand, and don't worry, my fellow monk helps them, helps with his blessing skill. So don't worry and choose your reward quickly. The quest will end as soon as you do this," the player in pajamas said, and a huge green monster appeared behind him. "What? Reaper? Damn, he must have done something." "Skill. Demon slaying doe." The player in the yellow jacket shouted loudly, and he began to fight with this monster. "Yes, well done. Let's hit harder." A player in a hat and pajamas watched the battle joyfully. Suddenly, a girl named Kim appeared behind her. "Everything is fine, so calm down and finish the quest," Kim shouted loudly to the boy named Lee. "Okay," the boy answered. "Who are you? Why are you helping us?" did he ask while he pressed the buttons on the monitor. "I completely forgot, that's for sure," said the player in pajamas and a hat. "We are the reason, guild reason, and we will meet again. After all, my friend helped you get it." "Perfect rating," said the player in pajamas, and they left. The next day came, somewhere near the pool. A girl was walking along the pool with a tattoo on her back and wings. She stopped and began to dry her hair with a green towel. Then the girl called. It was a smart watch. "How did it go last night?" the girl asked. The man sitting at the table began to answer. "Everything is fine, although something unexpected happened. We followed everything as expected," he answered. "Here's how. And what do you think about this? They will be useful to us." The girl continued talking. "Yes, well, Young and I discussed everything, and they agreed that both the Avenger and the Labyrinth Master could stand up for themselves." The guy answered. "In addition, the Avenger is not at all afraid of danger. It seems that he was going through difficulties not only in the game, but also in real life." "More specifically, is he like a wild animal?" the girl asked again, talking on her watch. "Yes, he has good intuition. I think it will be useful for both strategy development and item management. Therefore, you should not hesitate to accept them into the team." It's better to do this before they become stronger and begin to interfere with us, the guy answered. The girl laughed. It's unusual to see you so active during the recruitment of new recruits. Okay, I'll set up time and meetings with these guys. I have one more thing to say. A voice came from the clock. Chaos manifests itself again. Are you sure about this, Hyun-seong? The girl asked anxiously. Yes, I'm sure. It seems to me that we need to prepare for confrontation with the guild. Confrontation between guilds, the girl continued talking. Okay, we'll get ready. Tell the others about it, the girl said. These chaos bastards have absolutely no understanding of what is happening, just like mindless animals. But nothing can be done about it. The girl was nervous. If they decide to show their fangs, they will have to be hunted. Somewhere in a dark room, a man was tied with strong ropes. A young man with tattoos on his arms approached him. Has he already spoken? The girl in red clothes asked. No. Even after I woke him up from a deep sleep and kept him awake for 100 hours, he continues to be silent. He seems ready to die. Then nothing can be done, the girl said, and kicked him hard in the stomach. The bound man fell to the ground. His eyes were blindfolded with some kind of red rag. I'll explain the rules, so listen carefully, the girl said. Now I will stab you with my sword over and over again until you are on the verge of death, and then I will heal you. Every time after treatment, you will have a chance to speak. I have 5 heals with me. In other words, you will have 5 tries. If you answer our questions, then you win. But if you don't, it's the end of the game. The girl spoke. We only have 2 questions. First, where is the base of chaos? Second, personal information about the head of chaos, that is, about your boss. Understood, the girl asked, holding a knife in her hand. I don't know. I don't know anything, a man shouted loudly in a frightened voice. I'm just a 6 and a traitor. I've never even seen the boss in person. This won't help you. There are no exceptions to the rules in our game. Let's start the game then, the girl said, and looked pleased and began to put gloves on her hands. I was just bored. We haven't had any interesting quests for a long time. The girl continued talking. He might try to kill you with skills that I rarely use. The girl continued talking. Although no, deadly poison is also fun. Wild screams were heard throughout the street from the pain and fear of this bound man. This went on all night, and the next day came. The boy Lee and the girl Kim were walking along the corridor at school with their backpacks. I wonder what people in the guild have a reason. Did you ask Kim? For some reason, I think they are good. The boy continued talking. Reason is one of the 3 best guilds in the game. I found the information on Kim's phone and began to read it. Their guild has 800 members and has been around for a very long time. Just so you know, although in the game, there was only reason to deal with raids and battles between guilds, that doesn't mean they haven't changed their goals. Kim continued to speak. Considering that the Horizon event will begin soon, they can do other things too. That's right, people go crazy when there's money on the line, so come on, let's watch them from afar. The boy was talking to the girl, and suddenly they called. It was Paek Yun-hyun. Come here for a minute, we need to talk, Paek said. Did he call to him? Paek Young-hyun, what's wrong with you? The girl told Kim indignantly. What can you tell him after everything that happened? She asked. Please don't interfere in our conversation, Kim Shi-wol. I just want to talk to him, nothing else. You're just a moral monster, the girl said to Kim. But was the boy willing to talk? Is that what you're doing? You'll really go with him. The girl Kim spoke after him. We need to listen to him. If he wants to say something, it will be weird if I just run away. Did he speak and follow Paek? Even if something bad happens, now I can definitely cope with it. Don't worry, I'll call you when I'm done. They went around the corner of the house. Bye. What did you want to talk about? Did you ask? Do you know that son is Juan? Was seriously injured and ended up in the hospital after a fight with you, Paek said. In the hospital? No, this is the first time I've heard of this. He's got something broken, so he's there for a long time. Paek spoke. The thing is, because of your actions, then his parents are going to sue you to court. Did you ask again? But it was just a fight. He didn't show that it was even a little important. He was planning to go into professional sports, but did not report to the police. Therefore, he thought that this would interfere with his future career, Paek said.
We apparently changed his mind a few weeks ago, so I don't know what the police are going to do about it. But if they start investigating this case, everything will end badly for you. Peck spoke. At best, you will be kicked out of school. At worst, you will be arrested. From around the corner, a girl named Kim was spying and eavesdropping on this conversation. But there is always a way out, he continued to say Peck. Lee was a little scared. Juana's son's parents came to my father's law firm to ask for advice. Peck spoke. At a law firm? Did you ask again? So one of your father's lawyers is working on this case? That's right, Peck answered. This is a chance for you to get away with it. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. I can persuade this lawyer to tell Juan's son's parents not to sue you and insist on a peaceful resolution of the problem. But for this, you must come, apologize, and kneel. It's simple. You just need to apologize and get down on your knees. Peck spoke. I will never do this in my life, I said. If you do this, I will persuade him and help resolve everything peacefully. You don't think you did the right thing then, do you? Peck said. His hospitalization is your fault. This is exactly what you looked like when you were next to me. Now you feel shame because of the injustice of the world. This state suits someone like you. You have to answer for everything. It doesn't matter how strong you are or how good you are at fighting. There's nothing you can do about it. Peck spoke. Do you have no power and no money? All you can do is apologize for something that is not your fault, humiliate himself, and get on his knees. He continued to say, Peck, you can tell him that he can sue me. The boy named Lee said in an indignant voice, I'm not going to apologize to him. I don't feel the slightest desire. Moreover, I'm not going to kneel in front of him. Did he say? Besides, Kim Seong-hwan not only bullied me, he even tried to hit the girl. Did the boy speak? He even tried to hit Kim Si-wol, who wanted to help me. Is this a worthy act for a boy? Did he say? I can take a lot, but this is unforgivable. I will not tolerate others suffering because of me. So tell him that if he wants to sue me, then let him do it. Confident, the boy said boldly. I won't change my decision. Did he continue to talk? Kim heard this entire conversation. So you don't care about what's revealed during the investigation? Peck asked. No, I'm not going to cave in. Eventually, when they begin to investigate the cause of what happened. Not only will I speak, but also Kim Seong-hwan. He'll have to tell me what he did to me. You must understand who will get more in such a situation. For everything has been said. I will not go back on my decision. Did he say? What will happen to your sister then? Peck asked. What if the police got involved? Your sister would find out that you were being bullied. The pack laughed. I wonder if this will break her. Lee stopped and became very angry. He didn't know what to answer. Although she was unexpectedly orphaned, she still tried so hard to give her little brother a decent life. Peck spoke. And he turned out to be an outcast from society. When she comes face to face with the brutal truth, it will be hard for her. When she comes face to face with the hard truth, even if it is really strong, wouldn't this destroy her? The Peck spoke and poured even more water on the boy named Lee. So you knew everything you knew about my family, Lee screamed loudly and grabbed the boy named Peck by the clothes. Of course, we go to the same school after all, Peck answered. Then why have you been silent all this time? Did he shout loudly? The boy continued to hold onto the clothes with his own hands. What? Peck asked. Did you know what happened to me and my sister? So why did you just watch? He said it in a very angry voice. You could have stopped them. You could have stopped the bullying. But you were silent. The angry person shouted very loudly. Did your position allow this? You're just a freak. Lee continued to hold the boy's clothes. Lee pushed him in different directions. Why did I have to do this? Before everything was different, we were friends. We ran and had fun. Could you feel sorry for me? Could help, couldn't it? The boy said in a very angry voice. At least for my sister, did he say? I never considered you my friend at all. Think for yourself how someone like you can be my friend, answered the Pack. I have everything, but you don't even have parents. He continued to say, Peck, we are different, understand this. We just played sometimes when I was bored. It seems to me that Kim Si-wol probably thinks the same. Peck spoke. She also has everything.
She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Now she plays with you simply because she thinks you're funny. Therefore, in fact, I absolutely do not care whether you were hurt or not. You, your sister, are just orphans who have nothing in store for them in this life. No matter how hard you try, he said peck, but he was simply furious. Your lives are so insignificant that from my height, you cannot even be seen. After these words, Lee could not stand it and hit the peck hard in the face with his fist. Then he added a few more blows to his face. He put all his strength and all his anger into this blow. Peck, I was thinking that you just got involved with bad company, did he say? But that doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, you found brutes just like yourself. Did the boy speak? Do you want my apologies? The pack shouted and ran with his fist to fight. No, I don't need that, Lee replied, and hit the peck hard in the face again. I don't need an apology from someone like you. Get it, he shouted and hit the offender again. One day, the day will come when I will look down on you, and I'll be higher than you ever were. He said if it was a boy and left. It was already dark outside, and there was practically no one there. Lee walked down the street and thought. He was upset and constantly thought about everything the pack had told him. It was a psychological blow for him. Following him was a girl named Kim. She came up behind him, presented a finger to the back of his head, and said, "Hands up. If you move, I'll shoot." What are you doing? Why did you shoot me in the back of the head? Did you ask? Just the back of your head just begged for a bullet. She smiled at Kim and said, "What does it mean?" the boy asked again. "This means that you were friends with Beck as a child," Kim said. "Sorry, but I followed you. I followed because I was worried about you, and I heard everything," confessed to Kim. This is probably a sore subject. Forgive me for overhearing. At that moment, Kim was simply burning with shame. Nah, everything's fine. You don't need to apologize. Did he say? It's not such an important story. I'm just ashamed that I trusted him. Did he say? Were you close? Kim asked. Yes, we were friends as children. At least that's what I thought. They were friends. We went to the same elementary school, then to the same high school. Did the boy speak? In elementary school, we played together almost every day after school. We were almost like best friends. Then when we went to high school, he started hanging out with popular kids. It was as if an abyss had appeared between us. Did you tell? And then he started bullying you? Kim asked. At first he invited me to join the popular guys, but then everything changed. The boy spoke. Okay, don't blame yourself, Kim said. It's his fault. What's the point of a victim suffering over it? The one who betrayed must feel guilty, Kim said, and not the one who trusted the traitor. The girl continued talking. That's it. Do you have any plans for the evening? Come visit me and let's eat ramen, Kim said. What? Do you just want to make me ramen? If you are arrested, then I will be left without a party, so this is important to me. Come, we have to figure this out together. This is our party, okay? Kim spoke and the boy listened attentively. Even if that's the case, we can't discuss everything over the phone. Did you ask? No, Myeon is our part of the quest, the girl told Kim, smiling. A girl in a red t-shirt with blue hair and a girl in a white cap appeared on the street. That's it, said the hooded player. Well done for coming to us. Yes, I understand. Remove the blindfold and the spell from me already? The player in the white cap spoke. I have to look at the Chaos Boss with my own eyes. Sorry, I can only remove the bandage. You have too many skills that are difficult to cope with. The hooded man spoke. You're just a coward. This opinion was promised. You said I would only be tied up until we got to the base. The white cap players spoke. A voice came from afar. Untie him. He has come such a long way. If he is tied up, we will not be able to have tea. I'm not going to drink any tea with you. Things have moved on, and that means you are the boss. The player in the white cap said, smiling. Leader of Chaos. Cool, Emperor. The player in the white cap spoke. I wanted to meet you to see what you look like. The player said he gave the cap. What a coincidence. I really wanted to see you too. The man spoke. The smell of the tea disappears a little each time you lift the lid. So I don't drink it that often. I need these leaves. Just tell me why you called me, that's all, the player said to the white cap. For what? What if I told you that I just wanted to chat with my ally over a cup of tea, the man said.
Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what you need before I get angry and destroy your base, the player in the white cap said in an angry voice. Or maybe it would be better if I break our agreement and kill you. What do you say to this? Man laughed. You really are ready to mindlessly rush at anyone. That's what they told me about themselves. You're a real cliché villain, the man said. Hong Ki-ho, I really like people like you, the man said. It's villains like you who create the narrative in this boring world. This makes me happy. Have you spoken? The player said to the white cap. Well, if you don't like our conversation, maybe we can talk about business and get to know each other better. The man said, Hong is a student at Oseong High School, 2nd year, 3rd grade, a murderer. I'm already pretty tired of you. I'll just kill you now, and that's all. The player shouted to the white cap. The man laughed. I like you, I really do. You even have a tragic past, like a classic villain. New friend, that's not enough for you, the man said, and put his hand forward. The player with the white cap got pretty angry and started swinging his weapon. Skill on your knees, and immediately, after a moment, the player's white cap began to fall to his knees. Many practically did not hold it. What kind of skill is this? Why am I completely out of energy? The player asked. A really good villain must have an ambitious plan, different from the ideology of others. The man spoke. Moreover, they are so noble that he can instantly destroy the plans of others. Do you understand what I am talking about? It doesn't matter how good you are. A game killer or how you use skills, it's just part of the system of our games. The man spoke. You are a glorious villain waiting for your turn. Do you understand how funny or stupid this is? I'm talking, man. And regarding our business, I have a request. If you accept my offer, my reward, I will teach you how to open that door, the man said. This will allow yourself to get rid of the shackles of the system. Isn't it intriguing? You can refuse after you listen to the essence of my proposal. But I want to hear the answer. At that moment, Lee came to visit a girl named Kim. I'll go get changed. I'll feel at home. She told Kim and left. Okay, the boy answered. He began to look at the apartment, and I admired it. High ceilings, just like the house in the TV series. Lee was on his way to take a tour of the apartment where Kim lived. He looked around with big, surprised eyes. Lee, please tell me how many packs of ramen you want. Did you ask Kim? Well, if for 2, then 4. Did he answer? Okay, Kim replied. If you think about it, we always only talked about the game. I never asked anything about herself. Did you think, while looking at the girl? Why does a girl who lives in such a huge house risk her life playing a game? Does she really want something special? The boy thought. So I wonder what she's thinking about now. The guys ate and were happy with the ramen. Kim began to speak. I always feel better when I eat ramen after a hard day. Is that why I invited you to eat? Here's how. Did he say, let me help you clear the table? Did he say? No need to handle it myself, the girl answered. When will your parents return? The boy asked. I don't know. They always come back late. The girl answered. It happens that they never arrive early, but this is rare, the girl said in a sad voice. Usually in the evening, I am always alone. You probably have a housekeeper who lives with you and helps you cook, the boy asked. There is no housekeeper. Do you think that we live like the rich people in the movies and have plenty of money? Kim said. There are special people who help around the house, but they don't come every day, Kim said. Otherwise, there is still a housekeeper. Did you smile? I'm just surprised. I thought that in the evening you gather with your whole family at the table, and others do everything for you. I never thought that you would wash the dishes yourself. The boy spoke. Do not say that, Kim said. I am not like that, although I live more comfortably than others since birth. I'm not that kind of person. I won't push others around, the girl said. I never thought of you as a funny little animal. I understood if I answered. That's why she's so kind, the boy thought. She was upset by what the pack said. I didn't think you'd do this to me. In my opinion, you're not like that. Did you help me when I was bullied? Help me when I was almost killed by a killer? You agreed to my plan during the quest. A person who thinks he is better than others or just plays with people would never do that. He said whether it was a boy, and Kim listened attentively. Even if others think that they are just rich, I don't think so. After all, I first met you when you were a maze master.
The boy continued talking. The girl began to feel embarrassed and blush. "You're embarrassing me," Kim said. "I just didn't imagine you in an apron, and when I saw it, I thought it suited you very well." The girl blushed all over. Peck was walking in the entrance of the house. His nose was broken and covered with a Band-Aid. "Dad," Peck said. Father turned and said, "Be on time. She made the gift from her grandmother herself. Why give it to me personally?" "This is usually done by the housekeeper," the boy said. "I passed by this place and decided to take a look." "Wasn't it interesting how one is here?" Father said. "What's wrong with your face? Did someone hit you?" The father asked. "I don't expect anything good from you anyway. But don't make me apologize for you either." "Understood," Father said. "Yes, I understand," answered the boy. "It's just the beginning of school, so if you want to change schools, just say so. I'll look for another school for you, or go abroad. You were the son of the elite, and behave appropriately. You got me." "Yes, Father," the boy answered. At this time, a boy was sitting on his sofa and put his virtual glasses on his head. It spoke of a new world that was yet to be seen. "This is Zone 2. The boy sat wearing virtual reality glasses and listened and watched carefully. Amazing world with beautiful colors, wonderful nature, everything is like in reality. The player stood on the belly of a large giant. The head of this giant looked like a pig. Suddenly, the player heard a rustling in the distance. He immediately loaded his crossbow. The player fires the crossbow forward to make their shot. Opposite him stood a man with a backpack on his back. "Hey, please, not this. Don't shoot me, please," the player shouted in an excited and frightened voice. "I'm not a monster. I'm a human. You yourself killed the ogre, which the usual 5 of us go after in this damned forest," the player said. You're cool. I heard that this quest gives a very good reward. I think you are having a bad day. Sorry to bother you. Is this the answer you expect? But in reality, I will rob you, you arrogant bastard." Rogue skill. After death, everything yours became mine. This is the skill of theft. The system spoke. The executioner's speedy execution skill is stunning. The system continued to speak and the battle continued. A player named Pack hit another opponent hard, and he fell on his back screaming for pain. "Damn, you scared me," said the player lying on the ground. The system spoke again. Executioner's ultimatum skill. This is Robespierre's guillotine. Ration stood at arm's length, holding her crossbow. Behind him stood a giant one. Powerful, strong monster. "Hey! Wait, please," the player with blonde hair shouted. "I made a mistake. Please don't. If you kill me here, you will also become a killer and receive a fine. Or what of this?" "Die," Peck said. Pack shot the other killer, and he disappeared. The game system spoke. "Peck, you just attacked another user. You are prohibited from using city stores for the next 56 hours. If you continue to accumulate penalty points, while the punishment is in effect, you will be forcibly transported to Chaos Island." The system continued to speak. "Please take this into account and continue to play according to the rules. And you're cool." A voice rang out. A young man in a vest and trousers stood in front of the stove. "You pulled the trigger, despite the consequences. I'll tell you honestly, it's very impressive. You're either an idiot or very cunning and smart. If you have time, I can offer you something. Let's talk," said the guy in gray clothes. "What do you want?" Peck asked. "Maybe you also want to die like this killer?" "No, I'm not going to fight you at all." "Quite the contrary. I want to get to know you as closely as possible." Peck immediately sharply pointed his glowing crossbow with a green laser at this young man. "You're just a disgusting bastard." "Your speeches almost made me sick," Peck said. A young man in gray suddenly appeared behind the boy. "Yes, you are a real warrior. Shot me right in the face. Well done, Strong." The young man laughed and spoke. Then a young man in gray clothes began to rise into the sky and hovered in the air. He looked down at the boy. "I'm a recruit from one of the guilds. Peck, I've been watching you for a long time. I think your abilities will be put to good use in our guild. Together, a young man. Would you mind being interviewed by our head and joining the guild?" They started talking to each other. "Fuck off, it's not uninteresting," Peck said. "It's a pity, but I was going to tell you something interesting," the young man said. "I wanted to tell you about the event with the reward of 20 million. Or an amazing opportunity to bring your game character into reality."
What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Said Peck. Sorry, but you'll have to pay for more information. Come to the island of chaos if I interest you. For the young man, if you kill everyone, game killers on the island, and when you get to the top of the tower, I'll tell you more. Will you have to try a little harder? Of course, if you want to hear something interesting, the young man spoke, and the system spoke. Skill, teleportation. Sudden change in appearance. Is this really it? We are transported to a city where there is a good road transport interchange, tall buildings, buses, and cars. A boy and a girl named Kim were walking down the street. Kim looked and read some information on her phone. I asked my cousin yesterday. She said if you can prove that she abused you, a whole group of people won't arrest you, Kim said in a caring voice. In other words, everything can be resolved if I testify in your favor, so don't worry about you not getting sued. It's just a relief, Lee said. What's happening? Why is there a sports car parked outside our school? Kim asked with excitement. I wonder if maybe someone won the lottery or something, did he say? Oh, is this really your gift to me? I asked. I smile at Kim. No, for this I will have to kill about 100 monsters, the boy said. Suddenly Kim and Lee were called. Good morning, friends, the girl in the red shirt said. She was smiling and in a good mood. Next to her was a serious young man with blonde hair. You came very early. Well done. In fact, I thought you would only be there for the second lesson, the girl said. Who is it you know? Kim asked the boy. No, this is the first time I've seen her. Did she answer? But I have a guess who she might be, the boy said. Is this really a guild reason? Kim said. It seems you guessed who I am, the girl in the red shirt said. Then why don't you take a walk and come for a ride with me, she suggested. The weather today is great, the girl continued to say, and we have a lot to discuss. Kim and the boy Christian looked at this girl in surprise. So come with me, let's go to our base, the girl in the red shirt suggested. They all got into the red car together and quickly drove down the road. A girl with glasses and a red shirt was driving, a couple with blonde hair was sitting next to her, but our heroes were riding in the back seat. Listen, do you think it's okay that we went with them in the car? Thanks, girl Kim. They know our names and know what school we go to. Do you understand that they could attack us at any time, did he say? But why didn't they attack then? This proves that their goal is just to talk, the girl asked Kim. In any case, we need to listen to them, the boy said. If we're lucky, we'll find out something about the horizon, the boy thought to himself. They were racing along the road, along tall buildings at high speed in their red car. Our heroes arrived in their red car, and the four of them walked down the street. I want to introduce you to the other members of the guild, said the girl in the red shirt. Would you rather talk alone or in a cafe? She asked. The cafe is too noisy and inconvenient to communicate, Kim said. I thought so. The daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company can boast of life experience. This is wonderful, the girl said to the red shirt. Okay, I'll gather everyone in a private room, the girl said. She knows our personal information, Kim began to reason. Kim, tell me, have you been here before? I asked in fear. My parents and I came here every summer when I was little. My father liked to spend his holidays here, Kim said. It was a good time then, Kim said. They took the elevator up the floors. We approached the door, which a girl in a red shirt began to open. Come on in. Everyone is already waiting for you, the girl in red said, opened the door and invited her to enter the room. All these people inside are members of the guild for a reason. There are fewer of them than I expected, Lee said. The guild is small. I thought there would be 30 or 40 people, Kim said. We are indeed a large guild, but not all of us were transferred. The girl in red spoke. When a person in real life becomes their game character, we call that transference. If so, then maybe you know the reason why this is happening, Kim asked in an excited voice. None of us understands why. This happens in the way among us, no. The people who were in the room spoke. We tried to understand how everything happened. We shared information about the circumstances of the transfer. As far as I understand, the conditions for the transfer are the presence of an account in the top 100. The girl in red spoke, although not all. Ours from this list were transferred. We think this is the case. This is the only thing that unites everyone. So everyone in this room was on the top 100 list? A girl named Kim asked in surprise. I should be so surprised.
Reveals were also on this list. The girl in red said, for example, are you number 89 and are you number 47? Although this may not bother you, in the ergosphere, this list is more likely to stroke the vanity of many, the girl in red said. Especially didn't you participate in the team quest of the Dungeon of Abundance, which helped you quickly increase your rank. You are a special case. You rose to the top 100 only thanks to single quests and events. I don't care. I don't like fighting with people, even in games. Did he say it? Then what can he do in a real battle? We will no longer be able to win just because we are good players, the player said to the light-colored shirt. This confused me at first, too. We're not the only monsters we fight, the player in the orange shirt said. But he fought with a spearman from Chaos, who had many items, and he himself won. Did you win yourself without the help of objects? It's just crazy, the girl in the white t-shirt said. So neither rank nor history should particularly worry us. From what I've seen, just his intuition and control of the situation is enough to get him to the top of the list. The player said to the orange shirt, if we don't take it, it will be a big loss for us, people said. Stop, guys, stop talking, a girl named Kim screamed loudly. The conversation had long since turned into a strange direction. Is this really why you called us here? Kim asked. Did you really call us to invite us to your guild? Kim said, waving her arms. I thought it was obvious. It turned out that I was mistaken. The girl in the red shirt said, smiling. You're right. That's why we're gathered here. From what we've seen, your skills and classes will be a great addition to our guild. That's why I decided to meet you and invite you to join us, considering that we don't know what awaits us during the new event. Therefore, we need to expand our ranks. The girl in the red shirt spoke and the others listened. By future event, do you mean Horizon? Did you ask? Yes, then you already know, the girl said. It will also be beneficial for you to join our guild. We share not only information about quest rewards, but also discuss the transfer and the game itself. So you didn't tell us everything, the girl asked Kim indignantly. How to know, the girl said. Probably the only way to find out for sure is to join us. Besides, there are other advantages to this. You will have the privileges of adults that school children can only dream of. We will pay you for completing monthly quests and provide treatment. We will even give you VIP access to this hotel. It will become your base. And further, now the most important thing you need to know. The girl spoke. We will also protect you from chaos, the girl said in a confident voice. By house you mean an island where the player is forcibly sent to for killing the player, the boy asked excitedly. That's right. Not only is it an island, but it is also a nickname for game killers who are up to no good, the girl in red said. In real life, this is a guild for game killers. Chaos means those players in this guild? I thought it was just a few wandering players, but it turns out they work together like any religion, the boy thought. Okay, that was just a prelude. What do you think? The girl in red smiled. What will you do? Join our guild or take the time and preface that this conversation did not happen? Push the boy. What to do in the guild? There is nothing bad. The game will become even easier compared to what it was when there were only 2 players. But I think something's wrong here, boy. What will happen to the rewards beyond the horizon? Kim asked. 20 million in wishes. What if only one guild member comes out on top and his wish is granted? Kim asked. In this case, we divide the money equally. As for the desire, we decide together what it will be, the girl in red said. Then I have one more question, Kim said loudly. If we refuse to join you, what will you do? We won't do anything, the girl in red smiled. If we see each other during the event, you better not disturb us. Still, we plan to win at any cost, win no matter who our opponent is. Kim thought about it. What should I do if I join them? The chance of winning will increase, but I will have to give up my wish. On the other hand, if I don't join them, the chance of winning will be negligible. We refuse loudly, said the boy. True, one might ask why. We have a wish that we want to fulfill, said Lee. What's the point of playing if we have to give up our wish to become part of a guild? We'd better try to win as a party. Wow, he has a backbone. He was killed more difficult than it seems at first glance. People in the room began to talk. Then, may I ask what his wish is? The girl in red said. Maybe it's similar to ours, the girl asked. The desire is to create a kingdom in which each of us
Has our own harem of our favorite idols. After these words, Kim became very angry and hit the boy. A fool, I was joking, she said. Are you crazy? Yes, I will beat you until your passive turns on, was Kim screaming, even if this is not what you want. You still have a desire, right? Did you speak? Everything was rightly contradicted by the evil voice. A girl. No matter how skilled they are still children, said one of the players. Didn't I warn you, Guildmaster? Such children need to be taught a good lesson so that they do not merge into the game, said the player with wide eyes. Indeed, you're probably right, Joe. The girl laughed. Then you don't have to wait for the horizon. I'll deal with them right now, said the player with the blonde hair. If you play for such a moronic reason, then our guild does not need you, the player shouted. This player is called Kanikju, spiritual warrior class, 13th rank. There was a player standing opposite him, Avenger class, rank 89. The game sucks his hair, swung his hand. Skill. Bear paw, breaking waves, he said. His hand turned into a real huge bear paw with claws. Wait, what are you doing? There's no point in jumping into a fight just because we disagree. A girl named Kim was loudly indignant and screaming, Sorry, but we are not only doing other things, but also about new members, the girl in red said. I wonder what's going on, Kim asked. By hunting, the girl said. In red, we find players who can interfere with our guild and help them get out of the game. How then do you differ from game killers? You are exactly the same as the chaos that attacks everyone indiscriminately. Did he speak indignantly? No, we don't kill people, unlike chaos, said the cat player. We simply mentally destroy the players to such an extent that they have no motivation left. You can consider our hunt with relatives PvP in the game itself, said the player in the orange jacket. We fight one-on-one, and the one who played is punished. Punishment is simply sending to rest. What if you don't accept the punishment? It doesn't matter. We already know everything about the player, including his skills and habits. And to retire is just words. In fact, we cannot force anyone to stop playing. We don't have the time or resources to monitor you. The girl in red continued speaking. Therefore, with this battle, we will simply force you to surrender. At least then you won't be able to resist us in the future. The girl in red continued to speak. Well, if you agree to join us now, we will cancel the hunt and forget everything. No, we won't join you, the boy answered confidently. If I lose, I will agree to become a member of the guild, the boy said. But in exchange, you also have to promise something. Lee continued to speak, pointing his finger at the girl in red. If you lose, you will all join us, Confidence said loudly. Is it a boy? The girl in red laughed. Isn't it nice? And why should we agree to these stupid conditions? The girl said. Because otherwise you won't be able to stop us, said the boy. Even if we lose, we don't give up and don't lose motivation. We will be the first in the new event, no matter what. Did he say? So the only way to stop us is to force them to join us. Everything you just said? Does Kim agree to this too? The girl in red asked. I didn't agree to anything. I don't have anything in the elections. If things turned out this way, they would have to disagree. Besides, I'm not a weakling who agrees to grovel before someone, Kim said. The girl in red laughed. How funny are you? Now even more, I want you to join us. Okay, let's do that. I accept your terms. In a one-on-one battle, the losing country becomes the subordinate of the winning country. It suits you? The girl asked. Yes, our heroes answered. The training base of the guild is reasonable. The battle will consist of one match, one-on-one. There is no time limit. No items can be left outside the building. That's clear. The girl in red asked, Is it possible to do this? This is where the truth can die, the girl asked Kim. No, we used this during battle, the girl in red said and showed the doll. Dear friend, who saw my childhood tears, Mary Doll Ann, the loud system said. When the health of the player wielding the item drops to 1%, it is instantly restored to 15%. The doll smells like peanuts. It's not used often because you can only have one with you, but it's good to have it for those occasions. The battle will end when the doll is destroyed. The members of our children are different. Here are theirs. If anything goes wrong, don't worry. The girl in red said. We even have a first-class killer. She said, the girl is showing the platinum players in orange. Okay, you're ready. I'm not going to give you the go-ahead. Start yourself when you see fit. The girl in red said loudly. The boy concentrated and held his sword in front of him by the hilt. I am a spiritual warrior, said a player in a tracksuit and blonde hair.
I'm telling you this to keep things honest. I already know your class, said the player in the tracksuit. I appreciate it, but I knew your class too. In a hotel, I've seen you use your skills. Sure, he said. Is it a boy? A battle ensued, and they began to fight. Spiritual warriors have a small attack range, but strong combos. Did you remember? I can't give him chances to close the distance. I have to constantly attack. I thought it was a boy. Skill ancestors are watching over me. What's wrong with him? Did you think indignantly? He exposed himself to my attack just to shorten the distance. I think it's a boy. Avengers are a melee class. You're always on the front line with your combos. During the fight, a player in a tracksuit said, but this style is not limited to the Avengers. Spiritual warriors use it too. Werewolf Claw's skill, the player wearing a tracksuit applied, and he began to strike the boy with this paw and claws. Lee tried to parry every blow of this paw. Ogre skill strike, said the player wearing a tracksuit. He lit up with lightning and jumped with his legs to strike. All the blows hit the boy's body. The force of the blow was great, and even he was thrown aside. Closing his eyes and screaming in pain, the boy flew to the side. It was too easy for a player in a tracksuit to shout loudly, "Spiritual warrior!" The power is to use the ancestor's skill by watching me. All this is to increase your defense and simply withstand attacks, right? Did he say? But this style is not unique to your class. I also just endure attacks, waiting for a chance to counterattack. But that means you managed to use the skill while I was striking the ogre, the player said as he held his stomach wound. I think he's gotten faster. This is a skill that increases agility. If so, he is going to attack quite a blind spot, I thought, and immediately got kicked. It didn't hurt, the boy shouted, and he swung his sword. Lee struck with his sword but missed. He keeps his distance. I think he will come from my blind spot and attack with the help of the computer. Apparently I was mistaken. Have you thought, skill, the power of the king of the forest? The player said, and an unknown beast appeared behind him. Spiritual warrior style. The power of the king of the forest for 80 seconds allows you to alternately use either a speed buff or an attack power buff. It's okay not to think too much about it. We have a larger attack radius, so if I will choose the moment to help you win, the boy thought. And at that moment, the player in the tracksuit struck Lee with his fist directly in the face. After this strong blow, Lee turned his head to the side and began to fall to the side. Although you have a larger attack radius, thanks to the ball, you take too long to prepare for the attack. The player said a gift. It only takes 0.2 seconds less to prepare my attack. But this time, difference allows me to compensate for my radius. The player in the tracksuit dealt several more blows to our hero. Damn, he's strong. He is on a completely different level, not like the spearman he fought with last time, the boy thought. He is so strong. And besides, he adds small tricks. To confuse me during an attack is amazing. This kind of erratic playstyle can only be seen when fighting another person. They're watching. At that second, a player in a tracksuit quickly ran up to our hero to hit. But at that moment, the boy, with a hard blow of his fist, struck his opponent in the face. And then the boy struck several more blows to the face with his fists. Lei held his sword in his hands, but fought only with his fists. The Avenger decided to fight with his fists. She said the girl was in red. What's this idiot thinking? She grabbed Kim by the face and was indignant. Then I should also use a new style specifically for fighting another person, the boy thought. Double style, a combination of the efforts of a swordsman and a martial artist. The player in a tracksuit was lying on the ground, and a boy stood next to him with his fist ready to fight. I didn't expect this. Well, of course you hit me, the player said, wiping his nose and lip. Yes, he barely wounded him. He simply lost his balance because he did not expect this blow. So when a class like the Avenger, who uses a sword, suddenly punches in battle against a spiritual warrior, it's like fighting naked. Lee began throwing his punches again. They fought only with their fists. Of course, it was the boy who saw Lee more often this time with his fists. Skill-strong attack, Lee said, and dealt a crushing blow directly to the player's head. Don't you think that did you begin to lose ground? Yes, it's true. The people in the room began to talk. A punch from an Avenger and the basic war skill he just used couldn't be enough to make the battle more difficult for their Jew. It doesn't matter how much damage a simple punch does.
The main thing is that I use not only the sword. Did you reason? He won't be able to guess how I will counterattack with a sword or fist. So he hesitates before attacking, the boy reasoned. The player took a sports pastil and was very angry at that moment. Skill blow of the ancestors. The players began to strike each other very quickly. And then when the opponent loses rhythm, I'll have a chance. Have you thought? A chance to strike a decisive blow. The skill system spoke. Revenge is a raging flame. Lee put his hand forward, and red flames scattered throughout the room. What it is, it's damn hot, a player in a tracksuit shouted to the group. That's not all. Now agility buff, the boy said. And literally a second later, the boy seemed to split into two. He had just crazy speed of striking. He developed a strategy to keep his opponents at bay with his fists and counterattacks, while still dealing damage. Doesn't that mean he understands how PvP works? He began to attack faster. He improved his agility with the glasses he received as a reward. After all, the faster you are, the easier it is to deal with differences in attack radius and ambushes. The boy Klim wore his blows. He continued to punch. At a certain point, the player in a tracksuit fell to his knees. The Lee boy stood opposite him, holding his sword with both hands. He fell. Did we win? Kim screamed. No, that's not all, said the girl in red. Yong, how many seconds have passed? The girl asked. Exactly 342 seconds. It's almost time. If Ikju fought as usual, of course, then everything is fair. Is this the ultimatum skill of a spiritual warrior? Incidents of the elder god, the boy said. This is impossible. Isn't the activation condition to fight for 5 minutes at 70% of your abilities? So he was holding back all this time, Kim said. No, just the opposite, another player said. The fact that he chose not to go all out and use the ultimatum skill means that from the very beginning he considered the topic to be strong enough to withstand it for more than 5 minutes, said the girl in a white t-shirt. He doesn't underestimate you just because you're still children, the girl in the white t-shirt said. Spiritual warrior ultimatum skill, the coming of the elder god, the next 5 attacks, the damage is increased by 600, neutralizes all skills that apply an effect to the field and passive skills of opponents. After 5 attacks, agility and defense are offended by 20% for 1 minute. You are strong, I admit it, said the player with blonde hair. If you join our guild, you will be able to cope with hundreds of opponents. But you are not even close to being a master? I can finish this one in 5 strokes, the player said. The first attack, he said, and hit our hero hard in the chest with his fist. The boy flew several meters away from this strong blow. He screamed in pain and coughed. The second and third, this is barrage, the player with blonde hair said loudly. He again hit our hero very hard in the face several times. Lee turned red in pain. He clenched his teeth in anger. There was an explosion and a white flash illuminated everything around. The boy was kneeling and holding his sword with one hand. His face was wounded and bleeding. I can't use my ultimatum skill because the Elder God incident blocks the flower that blooms at sunset passive skill associated with it. If he continues to attack like this, I'm done for, the boy thought. I need to interfere. He needs to change something. He needs to change the situation in my favor. It's no use running away. And here comes the 4th attack, the player with blonde hair said loudly and hit our hero again. Barrier of devotion to revenge. Loudly I said, and put my sword in front of me. This is also useless, the player said and hit the boy again. Lee screamed in pain and flew to the side. Apparently he tried to force you, wasted some attacks, but it didn't work out. The girl in red said, spiritual warriors can break through defenses and barriers. Just one more strike left and it will all be over, the boy thought. What are you going to do? Our hero asked himself. At that moment, the blonde-haired player swung his fist once more to strike him in the face. 5th attack, clench your teeth, said the player with blonde hair. The players began to fight to the death. The player with blonde hair was very surprised. His strong punch to the face was blocked by a boy named Lee with his hand, skill, tenacity to absorb damage. Isn't this too easy for a final attack? I could easily figure out what you were going to do, did he say? I thought he had nothing left when he tried to block my blow with his useless barrier, but really? Not everything he has in store for me, the boy thought. Was he hiding something from me? From the very beginning, I decided to hold back this skill so that I would have something to attack at the end. Did you tell your opponent? This is a chance to wrap the spiritual warrior skill. Turn it against him, Lee said in a terrifying voice. That's why I deliberately took your 4th blow head on, because this is the only way I could test what you are capable of. And then your final attack would be a simple punch. The system spoke again, an eye for an eye skill. Spiritual warrior, ultimatum skill, the coming of the elder god. And at that very second, the boy named Lee dealt a crushing blow with his hand. It turned out to be a very powerful blow. The player with blonde hair screamed in pain and flew to the side. With all his strength, the enemy with blonde hair crashed into the wall and fell. The player screamed very loudly in pain, his mouth open. A doll began to be visible above his head. Goodbye. Thanks for playing with me all this time. Now it's time for me to leave. Bye-bye, the doll said. It turns out that I won, did he say in surprise? He looked at his hand, which was currently covered in scars. We won! We won! Kim screamed in a satisfied voice. The boy turned around to look at his satisfied expression. I knew you would win. We won. You are the best. You are super, Kim said and hugged the boy Lee. We did it. We won. What an unexpected turn in these events, the girl said in a very satisfied voice. Amazing. When he hit for the 4th time, I was sure you would lose. And then I thought, oh, that's it. This is the end of our pasture. But you exceeded all my expectations. I allowed myself a lot of your side, the girl said, embarrassed. Well done, she said, although none of this would have happened if I hadn't said something stupid back then. Hey, son, now what? Are we seriously going to join the school children's party? Thank you. Man in the black market. I didn't expect that Jew will lose. I don't even know what to do. Let's see what he says. Maybe they'll want something different. Maybe they will ask for money or items, maybe even information. It's worth discussing. We can compromise or just send them away. But if he really decided to absorb our guild, then we will have to get our hands dirty. In that case, I will have to intervene. The computer system spoke again. An angel's skill is a second chance, a gift from an angel. Instantly restores health and defense, increases the rate by 20%. So this is his angel healing skill. Did he speak while looking at his hand? Means healers can get this class if upgraded correctly. Mers are not the most popular class because it's difficult for us to level up alone. We can become great players. It's a good party here. The bright player said to Mike, I knew it. My party was just crap. It's not the healer's fault. He said if it was a boy. We thought about it and decided. Sighed the girl in red clothes. How about changing the terms? You will change the name of your guild to Kim and her servants, and all guild members must get such tattoos. In Gothic font, the size of the beaches is 2 centimeters. Let's form an alliance. We have agreed on the terms that you will become our subordinates, but that being said, I don't want to steal your guild, where it is important to work together in a senselessly, forcibly absorbing someone else's guild. He said if it was a boy, I'm not going to fight you. So how about we form an alliance and help each other? Did he say? This is an unexpected turn of events, the girl thought. But we can become enemies when the conditions open and the veins suit you. If this happens, we will simply defeat you the same way we defeated you today and take first place. Did he say it? You are so self-confident. The girl smiled. You are simply crazy. I didn't expect you to propose an alliance, and you're also going to go against the whole guild, the girl said. Okay, that's not bad. After all these bastards and idiots from Chaos, it's nice to see kids like you. Conventionally, I really play. Okay, I accept your offer, the girl said. Let's become allies. Does it make a difference who I'm talking to if there are only 2 of you? The girl asked. I want to talk to a man. I like it so. That's why you can't talk to him. Talk only to me. Kim began to be indignant. Why does it already seem to me that the alliance will not last long? The boy thought, looking at how Kim was talking to the girl in red. We are now allies on this. I will say this. Be careful with the house during a quest, said the player with yellow hair. You guys are strong, but no one knows what can happen. In addition, we recently learned that there are more and more of them. Try not to meet them. By the way, we decided to organize a joint dinner to share information. Will you both have time the day after tomorrow? The girl asked. I have to cook dinner for my sister. I can't. Did he say it? And the next day, the girl asked again. In general, just come to the same hotel restaurant that day. I will send you local time. Kim, I think everything went well. What do you think? Did you ask? Yes, not ideal, but in general, the situation was resolved. But
There's something else that worries me. I knew about game killers, but I didn't think they had a guild, Kim said. There's nothing to be done about it. We can only complete quests and level up as quickly as possible, did he say. Does this sound like a plan? Skills also need to be upgraded if we want to compete with reason, Kim said. Kim, I have a question for you. Lee said, yes, go ahead and ask. Do you need to dress smartly when going to a restaurant? I've seen this in TV series, the boy said. No, I heard that now it's fashionable to come in just underpants. Kim answered and laughed loudly.
Ergosphere Online, Island of Chaos! Forward with a bandage shouts loudly and delivers his blows with his right hand.
His blow is duplicated several times with the same hand, but along with fire. A stern and angry look from another player. This look was terrifying. The players collided with each other, and the pack fired his crossbow. The flash hit the body directly. The park player turned away behind him. Other players wanted to hit his body. One was drawing his bow to shoot a golden arrow. Another player shot a golden arrow, and a flash of fire flew forward. The player with the crossbow moved very quickly, and also began to shoot from it. The system spoke again. Passive skill of the executioner. This bird cuts through the storm. It gives a 30% chance to dodge an attack. Skill, thinks fate. Dragon killer. The hooded player shouted loudly, and everything around became green. It was dragon magic. Ness's very powerful blows, like grenade explosions, began to be heard around the bodies of the other players. The explosion caused stones to fly in different directions. The players were thrown aside by the blast wave. The hooded player stood and breathed heavily from fatigue. He had a very stern look. The look is like that of the best hunter who doesn't trust anyone or anything. My God, he's trying really hard, said the man in gray. Considering his level, I thought it would take him longer to get to this place from the starting point. The man in gray held his head in a box. What do you think, boss? Don't you think I found someone useful? Even if his skills are not enough, if he enters the flow. Stop him, the head said. Flow is a mental state in which a person is completely focused and involved in activity. Event horizon very soon. The head continued to talk. Clearly, I will appreciate his progress, and as soon as he climbs to the top, I will take him from there. Why doesn't he answer? Have you lost contact? The man asked. All this is a hacker. What is unstable? Since I have permission from above, all I have to do is wait for him to climb the tower. Although not everyone who climbs there can get into the real world. In general, good luck, Peck. The next evening arrived, hotel and restaurant. Well, tell me, she said the girl was holding a mug of tea in her hands, and how did you two form the party? I needed information about all this. Akeem needed a damage dealer. The boy began to tell. Our guild is the same. Considering that the game became a reality and incredible things began to happen, we had no choice but to unite. What about those who were not transported into reality? They must be wondering what happened. Kim asked. We didn't tell other guild members about this. I just said to contact me if anything strange happens in the game. Chi, you're on time. Come here for a minute, the girl said. This is our main damage, Shinchi. Hello. Nice to meet you. Can you show them a photo of yourself before the transfer? The girl asked. You can refuse if you want. Come on. There's nothing like that there. Look. Our heroes looked at the photo on the phone with big surprised eyes. What's wrong with your legs? Our heroes asked the boy. It was an accident. The truck crushed my fibula bones. The doctor said I would never be able to walk, even though he was picking up the pieces. But after the transfer, everything changed. She can run, jump, even fly. This is what got me interested. Do you understand that the system can make the impossible possible? If we can't figure out how it works, we'll change the world, the girl said. Let's create a whole new world. It will be a world without disease and sadness. This means your desire to understand this, the principle by which the game system operates. Did you ask? Exactly. Although this may be against the rules, it is a bit like asking a magic lamp for another magic lamp. The girl said, by the way, I want to tell you something else, if we are already sharing all the information. Have you ever seen the black door while completing quests or fighting monsters? The girl said. The black door. Elite, didn't you say that you saw some strange door? Kim started talking. You saw her? The player asked. Amazingly, it really exists. What kind of door is this? Kim asked. We are not sure. During the interrogation of the people of Chaos, we accidentally found out that. According to them, this door leads to the next stage of our era, or rather to what was carved out of it. This is the path to the Transcendental class. What is a black door? The Kim girl ran. She ran as fast as she could because the monster was already chasing her. Spike flock trap skill. I was a huge spider with claws. He has a huge mouth with sharp teeth. Lee, give me the last blow, Kim shouted. The giant spider had many legs, but the worst thing is that he pierced the victim right through with his claws. And then he sucked everything she had. The tax began to weave its sticky webs. When the spider was hurt, it opened its mouth wide and screamed. Lee jumped on the spider, holding a long sword in his hands. That's it, you're in deep trouble. I hate spiders, the boy said in a loud voice. The gaming system spoke again. Item ring of inevitability. It increases the effect of the skill by 28%. The giant spider was already very close. Of course, he was already wounded and blood was flowing through his body. The spider made disgusting sounds. Saliva dripped from his mouth. The eyes glowed red. Something needs to be done. Have you thought? We need to finish this giant spider. They sat at a table in a restaurant and told each other stories. The black door is the path to the transcendental class. I thought it was just a door that monsters come out of. The girl said to Kim, "This is not certain. It's also possible that chaos is deliberately spreading fakes," the girl said. "Of course, given the anomaly, this is entirely possible," the girl said. Anomalies, Kim asked again. She's referring to monsters such as the agile wolf Waham. Which one have you encountered recently? The girl said. Alpha plus creatures, which were monsters in the game, but in reality acquired other skills or creatures that were not in the game at all. The blonde girl spoke. Considering that monsters appear that did not exist in the game, there is a possibility that players too can become something more than is possible in the game. The blonde girl said, "Yes, I saw a monster that was not in the game before, and by the way he came out of that door, I began to remember whether it was a boy. By the way, this is Kim Raimi," the girl said, pointing at the blonde. "And you already understand how to open this black door?" asked the girl Kim curiously. "No, unfortunately, no, we haven't realized this yet. I don't think Chaos knows that either. I think it's in our minds. When I first transferred, I could move just like my character, the girl said. But after I realized that I had become my character from the game, I began to move easily. Therefore, it is possible that the key to the black door is our consciousness." The player spoke. "In my mind, I think I had something similar." "Did he say that you also had fractures?" No, not fractures, but one way or another our exchange of information can be considered successful. Thank you. Now we're sure that the black door really exists. And perhaps there is someone sitting right in front of me who can open it," the girl said. "What do you think about this? Can you still join us?" the girl said. The girl named Kim didn't like all this very much. She was jealous and simply seething with anger. "Now everything annoys me. I just need to kill everyone," Kim said unexpectedly. "Where did you suddenly come up with such words?" I asked in surprise. "In the world, the strongest survive, so you just need to kill everyone who pisses you off," Kim said. "And where's the logic here?" The girl smiled, and I thought, what fun it is to tease them. Then the boy Lee and the girl Kim killed another huge spider monster. The system spoke again. "Congratulations to Orim."
Congratulations to Kim Shiwal! You completed the quest and killed 5 greedy spiders.
"These weren't anomalies, were they?" Kim asked in an excited voice. "No, they are too weak for anomalies," did he answer. "The high-quality items we received after killing the big wolf helped us a lot." "We were really lucky last time," Kim said, "even though it was rubbish. You can exchange it for something useful next time." He said it, and the system spoke again. "Attention, listen to the additional quest message." The game system continued to talk. Players who complete the quest without taking damage are given the opportunity to complete an additional quest. The side quest is a challenging quest designed to boost your competitive spirit. The system continued to talk. When the quest is completed, you will receive special reward instead of item money or loot boxes. "This is the first time I've heard of an additional quest," Kim said. "Maybe it's something like a mission you get when you set a record. It never happens at events before," the boy answered. Then the system said, "The decision to accept or decline the quest must be made now." "Limited time offer? What have you decided?" "I would not want to participate in a quest with a reward for which I do not know." "Did you say, Kim? Isn't it better to take quests that you know you'll get instead of guessing and thinking?" No, let's try it, the boy said. There may be a special reward. This information, the boy said confidently. What about the game information? This is interesting. Can you give more details? Kim said. Maybe I just want to think so. But it seems to me that the special reward is something that you can't get from regular quests. The young man spoke. Even if it is useless. While we don't have it, we can exchange it for something else from other parties or guilds, the boy said. Have you already thought of everything? Isn't it amazing? Okay, let's take on the side quest. Fuck it all, come on. The girl smiled and said, all the same, you will be on the front line, the girl said. Yes, you're right, the boy said. Oh, wait, Kim, wait. What did you just say? He said, but the girl Kim was already leaving and was silent. The next day came, and an additional quest. Children moved along the street, and each of them was practically reading something on their phone. The quest will begin tonight. There's probably no need to hide. My sister is on the night shift today, the boy thought. Hello, Lily, said the girl who came up from behind. Aren't you going home with anyone today? She asked. She has a consultation today. She told me to come back alone, the boy answered. Here's how. This is interesting, the girl said and looked at Lee with a loving gaze. Have you already kissed? The girl became interested. Oh, you haven't come that far yet? And I thought you already. Everything is so fast with you. The girl spoke. I think you misunderstood everything. We're not dating, so we're not kissing. Are you really not dating? The girl asked again. This cannot happen. How could I have been so wrong? Usually my intuition does not let me down in such matters. I even realized that Peck School was going to change, the girl said. What? Peck is moving to another school? The boy asked whether. Yes, and everyone thought he had already died. He had not been at school for so long, but I heard in the teacher's office that he was just changing schools. I knew it. So I also heard that he is transferring to a prestigious school for rich people, or something like Togo. Apparently he is leaving our area, the girl said. It's none of my business what this scum is going to do. It will be better this way. We won't see each other again. Have you thought? But you guys used to be best friends. Were you close friends? I asked the girl. No, not at all. The boy answered menacingly. We need to think about today's quest and about what is needed. Get first place in this event. The teleport transferred our bureau to an unknown location. They landed with a light green glow around them. Isn't our school close? Kim asked in surprise. Seems... Yes. The publication is familiar. I see them on the way to school when I go, the boy said. The quest will start in 3 minutes, the system said. Please read the terms and conditions and get ready for battle. Additional quest, Tests of Time. Winner of the 8 exiled principles of the Ashen Kingdom in 15 minutes. I'm a little annoyed that this is a timed task, but I'm sure that we can handle the published principle. Zhenya is a complex monster, right? The boy asked. They may be anomalies. We need to prepare. What if they start using strange skills? Kim said in a worried voice. Well, we need to take speed buffs. Most likely, we will need it, the boy said, stretching his fingers. But I used to like the history of the Ashen Kingdom, the girl said. What is their story, did you ask? Are you really at all? That is those who skip all the plots in the game, Kim said. No, I read everything. I just don't remember. Did he answer? The history of the Foam Kingdom is such a long time ago in the Golden Kingdom. Kim spoke, and something exploded nearby. This is a monster, but the quest hasn't started yet. The girl screamed. The trials of time can start in different ways. Let's check it out, the boy said. It got dark outside, and a very strong wind began to blow. Our heroes walked along the road ahead to see what it was. Walk carefully, I think I found it, said Boy Girl Kim. The exiled prince of the Ashen Kingdom. He looked like an old mummy. The place of the head was like an American football ball, and a very large number of eyes were burning inside. The boy froze for a second and thought. He looked at this monster, assessed the situation, and felt his ear. If this is a test of time, then it would be better for us to separate, Kim said. Okay, then we can talk to you on the phone. Did he answer? The computer system spoke again. The side quest will start in 5 seconds. See you after the quest, the boy said, smiling. Okay, just be careful, please, the girl said to Kim. The quest begins, the system said. The mummy was still hovering in the air in front of them, where he jumped very high and began to swing his long iron sword. Skill sword of a vengeful spirit. The system spoke, and immediately behind our hero, a large fiery demon appeared.
The boy put all his strength into this blow. He cut the mummy in half. The two halves fell in different directions. The young man landed down. Red and white lightning still emanated from his metal ball. The mummy was lying on the ground. I killed one. The boy called his partner and said on the phone. Our hero turned around, and in front of him, the mummy again hung in the air. Now the mummy had a very large and thick sword. The mummy swung this ball so that the air around her seemed to turn into a tornado. No, wait, the boy said loudly into the phone, and he swung his hand to strike. Our hero jumped up and with all his might struck the mummy with his dagger right in the middle, and he continued the conversation on the phone. Already 2. You destroyed 2 at once, weren't you too fast? I'm not alone yet. The girl spoke on the phone. Wait, I found them. 3 at once, they have large daggers in their hands. They fly down the street ahead. As soon as I said this, 3 people appeared immediately. Am I really that lucky? The girl named Kim said, smiling. All 3 mummies began to wave their weapons. The girl began to attack them. She pointed out her spear, the tip of which was a stone, and all of her Maria headed towards the 3 mummies. Skill is a dead end, the girl said loudly, and the magic turned on. It was a skill, a dead end. It creates a magical barrier. And further, just so you understand, I'm not finished yet, Kim said and looked at the mummy with very angry eyes. Skills, sarcophagus trap of chains. The girl ascended, and purple chains began to entangle each mummy on all sides. A skill that can kill 3 people at once. This is wonderful, the contented girl reasoned. And now the skill is the Minotaur. The beast from the labyrinth. It allows you to use the lightning spear for 17 seconds. It lowers defense against magical attacks and increases physical attacks. Golden horns appeared on the Kim girl's head, and a golden axe appeared on the tip of her spear. It was as if electric discharges began to penetrate through each mummy. The Kim girl was more determined than ever to win. She felt that in this fight she was already ahead of her friend in the number of mummies killed. Then the girl, Kim, suddenly jumped up, hovered among 3 mummies at once, and delivered her insidious blows to them. So now I'm on the count of 3 too. 3 clean kills, 3 monsters that won't bother us anymore. Did you say Kim? 3 at once! It is great. Did the boy say on the phone it turns out that we only have 1 left? Yes, only 1. Lee counted his monsters, added to them the monsters that Kim killed, and it turned out that there was only 1 left to win. I'll look for it through my watchtower skill, but you also look. The girl said into the boy's earphone. Okay, I'll look too. Did he answer? Such monsters attack as soon as they see the enemy, so he cannot hide. Even if I didn't notice him, he would have already attacked if he had seen me first, the boy thought. This means there are probably some places I haven't looked in yet, he said to himself, and quickly ran to look for him. System, tell me how much time we have left. 12 minutes and 49 seconds left until the end of the quest. The system responded. Okay, we still have plenty of time. We must take our time and carefully examine every corner of this street. A girl named Kim stood at the edge of the street, holding her weapon in her hand, and behind her was that same observation tower. There were 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. The boy ran with all his might, found it, and shouted loudly, I found it! Is that where he was hiding, Gad? Kim Shi-wol, I found the last prince. I will kill him myself, the boy said on the phone. Well done. The girl answered. There's enough time so I can try out skills that I don't usually use. Our hero thought and began to turn on new magic. Skill fury of a vengeful spirit, the boy said. Lee jumped high and began to strike with his sword. Each strike was accompanied by a red laser. At that second, he was all red. The temperature exceeded more than 100 degrees. Our hero's eyes turned red and angry. A moment later, Lee landed on the ground. The last monster lay defeated next to him. The system spoke. The fury of a vengeful spirit. Allows you to randomly attack everyone around you for 15 seconds, increasing your attack by 300%. Since it doesn't matter for the skill whether the monster is in front of you or another player, you risk killing the players. This is a very useful skill for such straight lanes, but it is better to use it only in extreme cases, otherwise people might get caught. Hi Kim, I killed the last one, the boy said on the phone. Great. Let's pick our rewards and go home, the girl answered. Wait, but the timer doesn't stop, did he say? What's wrong with the system? Is the conversation not over yet? The system responded, no, the cross isn't over yet. Kim and Lee destroyed all the monsters. There's 1 more left. And at the moment, our hero realized that the very remaining monster was standing behind him.
It seemed that he was the tallest and the biggest of all the mummies, and behind him glowed the golden door that the guild had previously spoken about.
It's a black door!
Our hero Lee shouted loudly. Finally I found her. Our utopia is our horizon, the giant mummy said loudly and smiling. And after these words, the mummy began to melt like a piece of ice. Very quickly it turned into water. What it is? The mummy turned into water. How is this even possible? Our hero was angry and surprised. Stop the horizon that this monster said. Is it really it? The boy called immediately. Who do you remember the whole story of the quest-banished principles of the Ashen Kingdom? History, the girl asked. In short, when the Foam Kingdom was destroyed for blasphemy, all principles abandoned it. They went in search of their utopia horizon. Well, something like this, the girl said to Kim. To be continued? Damn it, I knew it! The boy said, very angry. These quests are not random. They are all continuations of unfinished stories in the game. We need to understand what kind of monster this is, he said, whether it was a boy, and a battle ensued. The monster hit the young man with a huge ball. In response, Lee fought back as best he could, gritting his teeth. So if we understand what kind of monster this anomaly is, we can get a clue about this horizon that he mentioned. I thought during the battle... The system quickly opens the battle preparation page. The boy shouted loudly, running up to the monitor. I will urgently exchange the high-quality eyelash of an incomparable beauty item that I received last time. I'll exchange it for the eye of the sage, said loudly boy. The system began to speak. Yes, I'll do it now. I exchanged the eyelash of an incomparable beauty for the eye of the sage, and I'm activating it right now. The computer system continued to speak. And after that, one of our hero's eyes became golden. A golden glow surrounded him. What's wrong with him? The boy said loudly. Then they stood silently and looked at each other. After this, the monster began to strike our hero with numerous hands. White electric flashes flew straight at Lee's body. He tried to fight off every flash with his sword. The boy was covered in sweat from this serious battle. A golden foot appeared above his head. The foot grew to a gigantic size, and this foot hit the floor in front of the monster. The blow was so strong that a crater was formed and stones flew out in different directions from under the foot. From the force of this explosion, the wave pushed our hero to the side several meters. This is a strong monster. Every little detail is important here. Even its name has meaning. This is the fifth guardian of the horizon, did he say? A gilded face looked at our hero. The monster has not yet uttered a single sound. After a short pause, the monster again began to attack our boy with his hands and swords, or roses like real wars, repelling these blows. When iron swords crossed in battle, the monster opened its mouth. A white light began to come out of it. What is he doing? Have you thought? The monster flew up and began to spew fiery rays from its mouth. It was like a laser that hit the ground and burned everything in its path. This is a laser gun. He burned absolutely everything around him. The temperature reached 500 degrees. The boy jumped aside so that this monster would not burn him. The parameters of this monster were too great. Compared to the highest level primordial Balrog, its health is 3 times higher. I wonder how I can kill him with the remaining time in the game. This task is not easy. Did the boy think? The players began to fight again with their iron swords. This time, have you already been injured by the monster's blows? He was in pain, but he continued to fight. It was a life and death battle here. Lee, calm down. You can't panic. You can't show off your pity. You're scared. Its defense is slightly higher than that of a Balrog. The boy reassured himself. With the damage I deal, I can definitely defeat him in the time I have left. Have you thought about it? Because he began to succeed in attacking him with his iron sword. Lee began to act unusually and very quickly. With a roundhouse, he delivered an insidious blow and cut off one of the monster's arms. I need to get rid of these 2 hands first. Then it will just be an armless mummy or a monument because it's a boy. Although he had already beaten off several hands from the monster, literally a second later, new hands grew in the places where they had been severed. It's like a lizard's tail. They grew back. What are they, industry back? The boy was surprised. How is this possible? How can I defeat him now? Have you thought? The monster again began to deliver one blow after another with its many arms. While our hero still had strength, he managed to repel every blow. Each head of the monster now opened its mouth and spewed out rays of fire. The fiery rays hit different places, and in each of these places a huge explosion occurred. The ground and asphalt were cracking, and the laser burned everything. The high temperature even melted the asphalt. After a while, it was like ruins around the monster. There were craters in the ground from explosions and stones lying around. Lee jumped very high, hovering above the head of this monster. He wanted to strike directly on the head with his sword. If I can't cut off limbs, then I just need to constantly attack and not give him a chance to do something in response, the boy thought. The skill of revenge is a raging flame. Did he say it? And now the whirlwind skill, and as if fiery lava began to swirl around the monster. But the monster did not want to give up. Lee continued to circle around him at this time. The pressure increased, and the monster's stone heads began to crack. Small pieces of stones began to fall away from the face. I can't stop. We must continue to push and achieve success, the boy thought. Although his face was already covered in blood and he had practically no strength, the fury of a vengeful spirit. The boy cast a spell and everything around shook. It was as if an earthquake had struck a monster. The earth and everything around shook. To be continued.